more people than the people whose names I called, but nevertheless we're going to try and get a sense tonight just of people's interests and motivations and what brings you to this particular watering hole this evening. And we'll do that in the simple function of going around in a circle. This is a little different from most of the many, many workshops I've done at Esalen because Mark is here. He is the gentle giant of virtual reality, the man who hacked Vermal. Take a good look, your grandchildren will ask. And so it's an honor to entice him into this arena of discourse, and as you'll quickly find, he's very good at what we do here. So tonight will be strictly introductory, and we'll go around, meet you, you'll meet Mark, you'll meet me, we'll talk a little, and we'll pack you off to bed by 10 a.m. because 10 p.m. It's not a rave by 10 p.m. because a lot of people have come hundreds of miles today. Before we go around, just let me say the motivation for this became in my mind. Mark didn't remember ever meeting me, and so now in my own mind I'm not sure we ever met at all. But you can take your choice of two stories. Either I met Mark in 1994 at the SIGGRAPH conference where we rode together from a hotel to an exhibition hall and talked about how he might come to Esalen, or I met a friend of Mark's who seemed much shorter, much lighter, and an entirely different person. But we talked about Mark so much that I recollected it as actually meeting him, to the point where I felt no trepidation at all about sending him email and saying, how would you like to come to Esalen, as per our discussion and fantasy of many years ago. So that's how all that happened. My interest in virtual reality in virtual reality springs from the naive faith that whatever else it may be, it's a technology that will allow us to show each other the inside of our own heads, and that it's primarily a tool for art and hence communication, and hence very important in synergizing whatever community the future holds. And I think these things are pretty self-explanatory and clear. Other aspects of virtual reality touch on metaphysics and media and human psychology and the mysteries of code and mathematics and the ontology of reality itself. I mean, virtual reality permits thinking about reality in ways that you never could before, because you had no platform outside of it from which to view it. Well, it's amazing how fast time moves in these things, so I want to begin and just go around and get a feeling for who's here and what their priorities are. These things are most fruitful when pushed by the agendas of the people involved. I know what I think. In this case, I don't know what Mark thinks, so I have something to look forward to as well. But if you don't get what you want, it's probably because you didn't ask for it, because we're incredibly compliant folk around here. What's your angle on all this?
Okay, I'm Brian Duffy. I was introduced to you 4 months ago at a hiking seminar here. Not personally, but through a tape, and listened to it. Read one of your books, visited your website, saw that you were going to be here now, and I'm no more.
Good. follow this man's model. Not all about me, but just who you are, why you're here, and like that. And remember, in a social situation like this, under time constraints, absence of brevity is proof of psychosis. Do recall that. We're looking. Yeah.
Phil Bain. I've been involved with computers for a long time, and one of the goals and more than just curiosity.
Fine. Let's go along the wall, come forward.
Lawrence Kinchlow, I'm a Monterey resident for many years. I do dream workshops, one in September if anyone's interested, about dream recovery. I'm just recently getting involved with the internet and studied and taken lots of psychedelics and studied inner space for several years.
Janet Burton, and I have a small business on the Monterey Peninsula, and I would miss this experience.
I'm Rajni, and I'm interested in Terence's work, and I read some of your books, and last summer I had an experience of ayahuasca journey, and my life got the same. And I know that you've written about that. That's why I'm here. And as far as virtual reality, that's totally like I'm not a computer person. So mixing it the two together, plant medicine, technology is like, no, I've got resistance about that. I'm interested in it. I think it's good. I think it will be good.
No, we will show that it's a seamless web. I'm infatuated now with moving along the back wall, so...
I'm Ronan Hallowell, and Mark invited me to come down here to participate in this and contribute some of my ideas as well as music. I'm a DJ. I've been working with Mark for about 5 years, and I'm also a researcher in the psychedelic field and the world wisdom traditions. And so I'm here to groove with everybody. My name is Nathan. Very interested in kind of the trends in the evolution of society and consciousness. I used to be really into computers and virtual reality for a while, so it's going to be interesting to kind of leave some of my interests together here.
I'm Alice. I don't really have any expectations about what we can talk about. I'm just really curious to see how everything kind of comes together.
Let's go back up here and come around.
Steve, we were there with my wife a few months ago. Wanted to come back, and he said, "Do you look through the book?" And I said, "Find something you think I might like." So I think with the psychedelics and the internet, and I have no idea who you are.
Cool. I don't either. Some of our best people are working on it. No, some of the most fun people in these things are the people who say, well, we could only come at this time, so then we checked in this afternoon and looked in the catalog, and it was between you and moving on and letting go. Anyway, we aim to please. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm one of these guys. I'm a rose scholar here, and I didn't know anything about you guys. And, but some people told me they had been to the visiting teacher program, and they were very enthusiastic. So I bought the book, and it was really, I was very interested. I had psychedelic experience a long time before. I didn't take them for a long time because I'm afraid. So this is also an approach for me to come closer again. And also I'm very new, and I just bought a computer like half a year ago, and I'm coming this year. I'm very interested and open. This is my last weekend here in Amsterdam.
name's Raphael Barker. I met someone while I was living in Italy a few weeks ago who raved about you, and he was surprised I didn't hear about you. So he said he took over Delivery Road and whatnot. So I looked you up, found the website, and started exploring it, and got freaked out that I couldn't understand the novelty theory, and decided to come take the workshop because you mentioned Esalen, which I hadn't heard of either. So I decided to leave my family and leave everything behind and take both this workshop, the workshop I just finished, a month long on Ericksonian hypnosis. So, I'm just kind of bombarded with information, left my family behind, and hoping this will be kind of a stepping stone for me in a sense as I go back to New York and try to carve a niche. My interests are film, and I have and cyberpunk. I have a very strong love-hate relationship with technology, and of late I've been approaching it with a little more interest in more of the tools instead of kind of a controlling 1984 type of mentality I had before. So things have changed for me, and I'm interested in your guys' perspective. I have a lot more things, but when you're getting ready and stuff.
No, that's good. Yeah.
My name is Owen Rowley. I have a moderate history of working in virtual reality, starting with Autodesk and a couple of other things, and working with Mark in the early days of Vermal. I'm a witch and practitioner of magical arts, and I don't know a damn thing.
My name is Gary, and I'm very interested in a lot of the ideas I've heard and read from you in the past. I'm definitely interested in new ways to look at the future now or experience it as much as possible.
I'm Lynn Shamshland, and I've seen Terence before, and I've read one of your books. I've long since forgotten it, but I enjoyed it. And I just thought that it would be cool to see you again and see if you have any good examples of the novelty you would expect to see soon, and how you might combine with another person while you're talking. And I never knew a reason to come here this time of year with all the shooting stars and everything. It's just really fun to get away from the kids and be around somebody like you who travels all around the world and be around some of the greatest minds ever. That's just, maybe it'll be catching.
My God, you remind me that tonight is the peak of the Perseus. Perseus? Is it tonight, the peak?
I don't know if it's tonight.
This almost slipped by me, and it's supposed to be major this year, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, so that's a reason to go to the pubs late tonight, folks, if that's happening. Thank you for mentioning that. I made a mental note to be on it, but then I'm on the road and I forget. Yeah.
My name is Sharon, and up until about this time last year, I didn't have a clue that so many computer artists and people that were developing the tools were actually using psychedelics as an important part of their work. And then I read a book by Douglas Rushkoff called Siberia, reading about designer drugs and how people that were taking those, the ones that were pushing themselves the furthest, were actually designing consciousness. And then I heard about virtual reality projects like Osmos that have a very profound perception. So my question is, if you think there is some kind of a convergence on some level of computers, virtual reality, and consciousness, and if so, what is the responsibility of those that are in the role of designing it, and what is the responsibility of those of us that are witnessing it?
Yeah, well, I'm sure this will be rolled over and dealt with. Yeah.
Hi, my name is James, and I have a background in psychology, psychobiology, holistic health, yoga, and I'm a computer professional. I have been following both Terence and Mark's work for some time now, and I am here because I find that certain things form as attractors, and I get pulled where I need to be at that particular time, and I'm here today. So I'm not exactly sure what's happening.
The combined force of two black holes. Yeah.
Alex here, and I saw you talk about 3 years ago. Never let go of 10 Ways Zero. And I also have a computer experience, computer background, whatever you want to call it. I once saw an iMac commercial.
and you post frequently to Novelty.
Yeah, I used to.
Yeah. How many people here are on the Novelty list?
Not that you've ever seen me post.
Yeah. Cool.
How many people have ever posted to
I've posted. That's about it. Yeah, well, lurkers outnumber posters by 10 to 1, I think. Which probably isn't a bad thing, given what is posted. All right, let's go to the back wall. And
My name's Harvey. It's kind of a stretch for me, but I've always been interested in ideas of creation, and recently kind of stuck into the virtual reality thing a little. Fascinated with the ideas of software, avatars, and all these kind of post-modern psychoactive drugs. So the course description was just very intriguing to me.
yeah, good. Yeah.
My name is Andrew Jones. I read half of one of your books, quite by chance, but try and get the other half from the horse's mouth. I'm interested very much in traditional cultures and in explore Greek mythology, and very interested in Henry Crotton's descriptions of creative imagination. Interested in those relationships, and wanted to see how you put it all together. I know nothing about computers and nothing about relationships. Both of you, so I'm interested to see how that evolves.
Henri Corbin, so you're familiar with his stuff on Ismailian Mazdism and...
Very much, very interesting.
Yeah, very good. Paul, why don't you introduce yourself?
Paul. Well, I have a last name that nobody uses. I'm part of that's why I'm here.
Paul's the guy who gave me a career. He found me in a bar in New Jersey years ago. People will pay to listen to this. That isn't quite how it happened, but something like that. Okay, let's come forward. Yeah.
I'm Paul. Also, I have a last name. It's Godwin. Let's see. I grew up in that bar in New Jersey. I am chiefly a composer of music, and with that, rather computer-oriented in both as tools and the music I compose is often for computer applications or internet. Let's see. I think I probably first read Terence somewhere in the range of 20 years ago, I guess, and I have been exploring for research purposes only psychedelia for 25 years. So well, we figured I was only 25 anyway. But I just got really old as Dave looking down. Research. 4 years ago, I moved to San Francisco and I saw Mark Heshy talk at the Exploratorium, and he was talking a lot about this thing called the World Wide Web, and I, along with most of the world, had never heard of the World Wide Web 4 years ago, which is kind of hard to believe today. He also said the phrase world song, and though I didn't know what he meant by world song, he didn't actually describe it very accurately during that talk. I knew somehow inherently what I thought world song ought to be, and so as a thinker about sound and the world, I pictured the entire internet being used as some sort of musical instrument, or people singing together using the internet as a transmission source. And so then Mark and I went on to try to sort of structure or build that thing that would allow people to say,
tone together over the internet. And we did that first at SIGGRAPH in 1996. Mark tells me. That was 5 actually, but I think it was. All right, he says 6. So anyway, and we did a singing experiment using the internet. We had people in Norway and Vancouver, Montreal, Kansas, New York, and
New Orleans.
New Orleans, where we were at SIGGRAPH. And we all actually sang together and saw each other with, avatars. One avatar would represent the whole group in that city at that point. So 5 avatars. And it worked. It was actually terribly fun. It was quite fun. And we went on to do 2 other major experiments of that sort. One at the Digital Bee in San Francisco. And mostly to me, those were just proof of concepts. They were in order to turn people that were working in the computer industry onto the concept that audio being used in the internet was a conduit for the transmission and transmutation of human consciousness. And that's kind of a wordy way to say that audio had a strong power in terms of the internet. And so we did that, and now I'm waiting for the next step. I'm really here. I saw Terence once, and I love Time Wave Zero. It makes a lot of sense, but I can't quite believe that everything's going to end in 2012. However, as a researcher and as a musician, I'm interested kind of in the sound of what that would be. So then, finally, Mark asked me to come down, and we're maybe going to do one of these vocal exercises that we do. We won't do it over the internet. Real life is actually more fun. Thanks.
Tomorrow. Cool.
Yeah.
And you?
Hi, my name is Susan Mazur, and I'm a publicist, but I like to think of it more like a media manipulator, because I do it really different than a lot of the people, and it works. And because of this, I guess I know a lot of people who write, and Mark is one of those people. The last time I saw Terence was with Richard Metzger, who's another person who writes. And so that's one reason I'm here. I'm also here because I'm really deeply involved in electronic music and rave culture, where the ideas that we're going to talk about this weekend are almost treated as like the accepted spirituality, which is amazing. And they're all like 17-year-olds, and there's thousands of them, and it's amazing. And and I'm working on some theories about bass frequencies and how they interact with brains on psychedelic drugs and people together, and the messages in the bass, and so I love Mark, and I gave myself a birthday present and a first year anniversary of my business present this weekend.
My name is Steve Parsecki. I'm an artist, and I work primarily visually in the digital medium. I've done 2D and 3D design. I've done some remote virtual reality design. The first time I ever saw anything on the internet, I knew that it was going to be the next thing in communications and in art. And I've been pursuing that ever since. And I'm very interested in Terence's theories, and I see many parallels between the things that you talked about with prehistoric man turning into civilized man and growing and evolving through the centuries as to what's happening on the internet currently. So that's why I'm here.
Good night.
John Prince, middle-aged groomer, showed up at Terence about 6 years ago, showed up every year. Resisted the computer and the web and all that, and now it's like, it's coming, it's got me, and here I am. I get out here too.
It's here to stay, dude.
Yeah, I know.
It's definitely here to stay.
Hi, I'm Gerard Hall, and I live down south in Laguna Beach. I'm a gardener and a sculptor. And I had no idea this was going to have anything to do with computers. And last week I got my first Mac. And I'm signing up for the World Wide Web. My little disc is supposed to come. And you put it in, and you're connected with AT&T, and you started.
And doors open, yes.
And Well, the phrase neo-paganism just like electrified me because I feel very comfortable with ancient religions, and also the mushroom thing. I'd like to well, actually, I'd like to be able to find a shortcut to that door, to that incredible beauty, that overwhelming beauty of nature. It's almost spiritual. And I don't know, maybe pass it on or somehow share it, or it's so overwhelming. And I heard some of your tapes and I liked what you had to, I liked your wordage. It expanded my thinking. So I can. On a flute. This is my summer vacation.
Welcome.
My name is Cheryl, and I've been listening to Terence for many years now, and I've always greatly admired and appreciated the artistry with which you use language, and also the creative way that you put ideas together. And I'm always interested in anything that stretches my scope of understanding and awareness, like you were saying. And Mark, I haven't met you, but I've read about you, and I'm very curious to be privy to the inner workings of your mind and to watch the two of you interact with one another.
It'll be different than when I did the thing with Michael Murphy, I think.
I'm sure.
My name's Jim. Spending 2 weeks with you just now, Terence, has really expanded my thinking, and I'm looking forward to more.
Great. Jim hears all this stuff and tapes it all, and so he's a well-worn pebble.
I'm John Harry. I'm a English scholar, and I'm just finishing this weekend, and I very much wanted to come in and learn as much from you as I could.
Great. I'm glad you're here. Kathleen?
I'm Kathleen, and I just investigate consciousness, whatever's in front of me, however it's given to me, and I hang out a lot when you're here. I've brought this little list of botanical seed sources that I've put together, and that I'll pass these around. I think these plants should be in our lives and on our porches and in our salads.
Cool.
So they're lists of plants that have a history of healing or shamanic visionary use. And some of the catalogs that you'll sing for, they wax very poetic about it. The catalogs are almost as much fun as the plants.
That's fantastic, Kathleen. You're on the ball. Thank you. Let's continue along the wall for a bit here.
My name is Lee. I'm a composer and musician. I've been up here several times now for this. And my main interests are novelty theory, increasingly rapid rate of change, seeing possibilities into convergence of all sorts of things. Had some interest in psychedelics, and also very interested in the internet in regards to artificial intelligence.
AI. Yes, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about artificial life as well, which is, I think you're interested in that. I'm interested in that. That's a coming thing for sure.
I'm Brian Holloway. I'm a sculptor. For basically 2 reasons I'm here. One, I always enjoy the crowd that this always draws. And two, hearing Terence speak is like the curio shop on the side of the road in your life that you don't know why you have to stop there, but you stop there and you get something that you never expected to find.
Kitsch. the snake farm.
My name's
Catherine Robinson, and I'm a costume designer, and we're doing movies in LA mostly. And this is my 7th workshop with Terence, and I always come for a brain tingle, and I always get one. And also, I've just made some really great friends at these things, and there's not a lot of time, so you have to work quickly, so I'm available. And I also want to just invite you. We started a tradition of reveling around the fire on Saturday night. So after the festivities on Saturday night, if anyone wants to mosey down to the fire after the tubs or something like that, we tend to stay up rather late and have a really good time.
It goes till dawn often. Yeah, let me just say on that point that, you know, regardless of what you're looking for, odds are someone in this room has that. And in the nature of the game, it is not Mark or I ultimately. So, you know, we look like the rest of the population, but self-select to be here. So it's a wonderful opportunity to hone social skills, make new friends and connections.
Well put.
My name is Susan, and I too have been here a number of times. And, being a philosopher from a little kid all the way through my life, I like to hear the new ideas and be involved, like you said, all the people who show up at these things, and all the Terry's kids who hang out. And I quote you frequently, so I need new material.
So the pressure's on. So let's come back here and then...
My name's Richard Milner, and I guess this is the 3rd workshop I've done with Terence, and you're always a trip. I've been trying to reconcile perception and reality for some time, and I finally concluded there is no such thing as reality. And I work in the financial business. I'm an investment advisor. I've been trading in the markets for years, and I've seen these incredible flows of money changing as technology changes, and the applications of virtual reality, of money management, and all this stuff, which is part of. But finally, we're looking at economics as a complex adaptive system, just as is happening in all the physical and biological sciences. And I'm trying to reconcile the stuff you're talking about as far as novelty and discontinuous events, and so much of what happens in our markets are discontinuous by their very nature, and reconcile them in terms of technology and computers and how the world is changing and we're changing as we're all linking together and where that goes, you know. And at the back of my mind is always that wonderful book by Arthur C. Clarke called Childhood's End.
Great book.
In which there's a major shift.
An eschaton.
An epiphany. An eschaton.
Exactly. So I'm here for part of the ride. I want to see what's going on.
Yeah, in George Dyson's book Darwin Among the Machines, he says there is nothing as much like thought as money, and then gives examples of how money works like thought, and in a sense then is the precursor of the global nervous system of the internet, which is built as an architecture of mind/money. Interesting. Yeah.
My name is Neil, and I came at first because I had seen you speak on your tour for True Hallucinations, and that was like hearing Terence speak for the first time was like tripping in itself. And I've never recovered, and I just wanted to continue. And then when I found out that you were part of it, I looked up his net page and some other things. I read your article in Salon, and so it was like I had to come.
You had an article in Salon recently?
Recently, last month, about virtual art.
Do you all read Salon online? Oh, it's had the best coverage of the president's situation, and it doesn't see it like the bullshit right-wing, slow-moving coup, crypto-fascist witch hunt. It sees it very, very differently and reports it very intelligently, and has broken story after story about corruption in the special prosecutor's office and leaked grand jury material and paid off witnesses and off-the-record meetings, and Salon.com. It's the best political writing.
Salonmagazine.com.
Sorry.
Salon Table Talk Rocks.
Yeah. Salon.
Salon
Check it
Magazine.
out. The Cognoscenting Now. Salon. Yeah.
I'm Michael, and I'm on a novelty kick. I've been a computer programmer for 15 years, and I've stopped that. And I wondered what technology was about. And so now I'm hiking into wilderness areas with a digital camera and finding patterns in nature. I'm not sure why. Yep. And for me, it's reconnecting myself with my God, which I call the great outdoors, G-O-D. It's not only great outdoors as far as nature, but great outdoors as in moving through the door. Now the door, and we go out the door.
The great outdoors.
So I'm walking around the great outdoors with a digital camera, filming patterns.
Cool.
And I'd actually, why do you not videotape your sessions?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea why.
Is the question, can you?
Yes, I can.
No, well, we can arrange it. I just never bother because I smoke too much dope, frankly. Worry about stuff like that. I mean, it sounds like a splendid idea, like so much that would happen if I stopped smoking cannabis.
One thing I would like to add is that I have been a photographer of film, and film sees the world one way. And I have noticed now with a digital camera and with psychoactive tools, there's a relationship formed through the digital camera to the source, the energy. And a digital camera sees that differently than film.
Very good. You.
Actually, I have an FYI in the Esalen library, the video library that you can actually check out. You have the most listing by 2.5 pages of video of content here.
We used to shoot stuff years ago, but once they caught on to the fact that I endlessly repeat myself, they sort of folded that. But yeah, there's plenty. Don't worry, I'm not about to be erased from the historical record. Yeah.
My name is Frank. I've been here many times. I've been keenly interested in just the relationship between mind, body, mind, spirit since I was a young boy. Experimenting with several different substances that I found that sort of open doors to being facilitators toward higher consciousness. So I've been interested in Terence's work for about a year actually when I first found out. I just through a friend, Alan Watson, who,
Sure.
And my work in corporate finance causes me to travel all the time, and sort of trying to rely on technology to help facilitate my work life. I'm trying to find smaller and smaller and brighter computers to help it all and then come together. So I thought this would be an appropriate workshop to sort of see how I can take technology and my quest for inner searching and sort of mold my God.
smaller and brighter, huh? Yeah.
I'd signed up for healing and letting go.
I mean, moving on and letting go.
I'm going to stay here. I'm Peter. I'm a painter, and I'm interested in mysticism, and I'm interested in collective unconsciousness, and interested in how the internet is manifesting that more conscious level as well. And this is my birthday present to myself.
My name is Tom. I'm interested in the concept of boundaries and barriers, which I think was mentioned in your life, and how both psychedelics and the internet are breaking those barriers. And I had an opportunity to be in the former East Journal some time ago, and we had a phrase, the wall of the mind, and I found that a very powerful phrase. The wall itself is gone, but the wall of the mind has persisted, and I think we all have them, and we certainly have them in this country also. And it's a great metaphor for me, and this workshop kind of spoke to that metaphor. I've also had a long interest in cultural anthropology and the role of psychoactive drugs or plants play in traditional cultures and that kind of thing. And we'll be teaching a course on sociology, but want to look at the impact of the internet on our culture today, and thought it's interesting.
My name's Jessica, and I'm in the middle of a synchronistic storm of really remarkable proportions. Terrence's name keeps coming up, AI, huge stuff, collective conscious going array. Suddenly getting invited here for peace seems to be a part of it, so go ahead.
My name is Todd, and I first was made aware of Esalen through some tapes with Joseph Campbell. Sounded like a particularly interesting place, so I frequented the website, and recently I wanted to come here and was thinking, wow, gosh, about a month away, and I looked and I saw computers and psychoactive plants and the two main passions of my life coming together. I was overjoyed, and I'm here.
Yeah. My name's Chris. I'm a librarian. I live in Oakland. I took a class from Mark a year or so ago, and I reshelved one of Terence's books in January, and I just haven't looked back. That was the Archaic Revival up in the Bees, History of Religion, and so forth. And I have been interested in processional astronomy for a while, since I read Peter Tompkins' Mysteries of the Great Pyramid. And then Hamlet's Mill blew my mind. And let's see now. Philip K. Dick, I thought that
he was going to be there.
I thought he was going to be
He is here. He is here.
No, I thought that Archaic Revival was the first of Terence's writings that I have, and he was actually wrote the afterword or the foreword to what was it? Selections from the Exegesis.
I wrote that, yeah. It was supposed to be a foreword, and after they read it, they announced it would be an afterword.
So I'm looking to make friends and connections here. Ever since I read about the DMT flash, I said I have to experience that. So computers, the psychedelics, the internet, and me. All right, I'm here.
You mentioned your interest in processional astronomy. Any of you who are into all of that and Hamlet's Mill and so forth and so on, there's a new book by John Major Jenkins called Maya Cosmogenesis 2012. And it's very well written. It's very scholarly. There it is. It may be in the bookstore here. I don't know. But if you care about all that, it's the latest, greatest thing to read. Yeah.
I'm Eric Newdord. I'm a grad student in transpersonal psychology. Mushrooms have done a lot for my life. Made me look at how to change others' lives. That's how I got into Terence's writing. I'm interested in mysticism too, and particularly, like you mentioned in the Archaic Revival, there is a big difference between the mushroom experience and following a path, Vedanta or yoga or something. And I've always sensed that, but I've never been able to figure out exactly what the difference is. The free lunch way with a mushroom where you don't have to work for it. And, you know, in our Western culture at least, we have the Protestant work ethic, and we frown on that sort of thing. But I've always been curious kind of why I'm looking for it.
It's not exactly a free lunch. It's simply that instead of searching for the spiritual gas pedal, you suddenly become very interested in finding the brakes. Go for it, Mark.
Cosmic Trigger, probably on the influence of some psychedelic drugs, but we'll come to that. And in it, he summarizes yours and your brother's work on the time wave, and he, in fact, charts out history into 3 major sections: the 67-year section, which will comprise the bulk of my life, an interesting 13-month section, which will happen in 2011, and then an interesting 6-day section, which will happen immediately preceding the winter solstice in 2012. In which I believe during the last 6-day session there will be more novelty than has existed on the planet
since ever.
And I looked at this, and I had been reading, I'd started off easy, so I'd read Alvin Toffler, and then I could take a little bit more, so I worked myself up into Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and then I came across that, and I said, well, this appears to be the case. It was confirmed to me internally in a way that I could not particularly argue with. I could not argue out of. It was simply a foundational fact. And all of my work thereafter was based on a premise that the universe is seeking a type of closure, that in fact things are converging. And so my own life study had been perhaps an exploration of what those avenues of convergence were. And it ended up over a period of years that my own life story became a search to create the forms of that convergence. So we'll now flash forward to my first experience of virtual reality, which happened in 1990 and required absolutely no technology except about 500 micrograms of LSD-25. I'd been thinking, I'd been reading, and all of a sudden I drop acid after several years. And of course, if you've taken several years break and all of a sudden thrust yourself back into that realm, you can find that things really pop up. And I found myself in a virtual world. And what I found in this virtual world, the thing that I must have suspected that I would find in this virtual world, wasn't an artificial Tron-like environment. It wasn't something that was entirely artificial. What I beheld in that environment was an image of the planet, as if I was cruising above it in a spaceship. And I knew that part of my own destiny as connected with virtual reality wasn't to escape into another dimension, but to find a way to make real to us the things that we can't always see, because we exist at a level of scale, of experience that hides them from us. And at that point in my life, I decided I needed to leave New England and come to California, where everything was really going on. This was 1990, and VR was the hot new thing. And we forget now that VR was the hot new thing before the internet became the hot new thing, but for a while, it was the cheese. And I moved to San Francisco, which made it much easier to get good drugs. And I started to explore, by working, by building systems, what virtual reality was. And this started to have a profound change on my own understanding of how reality was constructed, because my psychedelic description of reality, which is that mind forms reality, began to conflate or become identical with my physical or scientific description of reality, which is that mind forms reality. And all of a sudden I understood that everything I used to understand about the way the universe works wasn't as true as I had thought. And so this began to inspire in me a search to get to some basic level of being that would allow me to work in a world that was manifest because of my own will, and just as much as manifest because of your own will. Because where we're going, the simulated and the real are going to get really blurry. And we don't have any tools. We don't have any tools of mind. Western culture, which is based on this idea of this objective external reality, it's not hard. It's all become very soft, and it's all flowing together. So we need to now start to find ways of describing what's going on. And so what we need to do, I found in my own investigations, is to take a look at cultures that describe the world magically, that understand that perception shapes what you are, and you shape what you see, and that they're not separate areas, they're not separate domains, but you have to consider them as a whole. So the four sort of prongs that got talked about in the blurb that was written for this piece are techno-paganism. And techno-paganism is maybe, you could describe it a bunch of different ways, and I certainly didn't make the word up, and I certainly didn't apply the word to myself, but it stuck because Wired magazine published an article 2 years ago with my face blazoned on it, Photoshop reversed in color, and said, this is a techno-pagan. And really what it was trying to do was trying to articulate my own experience of being thrust into this world where everything was melting and nothing was solid, and trying to come to grips with it philosophically, trying to come to grips with it ontologically. And my own explorations had led me to understand that, in fact, in a world where anything you want is true, the only way you can deal with this is by learning how to deal with your will. And dealing with your will is what magic has always, in all cultures, always been about. This is why the shaman doesn't go insane when the world just disappears. He's ready for it. They're ready because they understand that where they are isn't bound up in their view of the world. The internet is a connective layer, and you were talking about this last night. It's beautiful. If you took a picture of this room in 1990 and you took a picture of it today, everything would look exactly the same, and yet everything is completely different. Because in 1990 we didn't have this layer of bits that's flowing seamlessly among all of us. And it's changed us. It's radically sped up the way we deal with information in society. And every bit of information that passes through you changes you. You cannot be unaffected in any way by any bit of information. So the internet is acting as this enormous accelerator. It's acting as something that's passing through all of us and radically transforming us. And part of what it's doing is ripping us apart. And that's dangerous. If we don't approach that carefully, and if we don't approach that with a lot of heart, we're going to find ourselves and what we think of as ourselves ripped away in that process. One of the reasons why I think it's very important that this is happening at Esalen is because if Esalen were running a political campaign, their slogan would be, "It's the body, stupid." Because it begins here and it ends here. And if we can stay in our bodies, even while we're projected into cyberspace, we have some zone for sanity. We have some zone for being. And psychedelics can produce these boundary dissolutions where you flow into another thing. Well, we're going to see, and it's actually quite true, that certain types of VR can produce precisely the same affect. There are zones where virtual reality can be very dangerous for that reason, or incredibly powerful and meaningful for that reason. So where I would like to work from this weekend is I really want to work from the heart. I personally think, in my own philosophy, that to work in technology, you have to work from the heart center, because otherwise you'll create golems, you'll create Frankensteins, your creations will run away from you. And that's the essence of the story of the golem, is that this is a creature that was created with the breath of life, but without the light of knowledge or the heart of God. So we really have to work from that. And one of the things that we'll be doing this weekend for that, And we're inviting you, I don't think we're requiring you, because that would just not be in the tenor of this place, but we're inviting you at 7:30 in the morning, both tomorrow and Sunday, to come practice Kundalini Yoga. And Kundalini Yoga works very much on the heart center. It's not strenuous. I guarantee it will be fun. We have a very good teacher. James will be teaching this. And the idea is that with these exercises, we can help to open up our heart center so that when we talk tomorrow, when we meet tomorrow, we can really be working from that. Even when we're talking about these ideas that may be very technologically relevant, they won't be isolated in our minds. That all said, I also want to explore the joyous nature of what we can do. And a lot of my work has been around exploring the joyous nature of what we can do. We have to, if we're working from our hearts in these environments, then a part of what we want to do is be joyous in these environments. One of my biggest gripes about the internet is that it can't, as yet, contain the tenor of human emotion, which is so important. If we're building this edifice to be the global mind and it can't laugh, we've got a big problem. If it can't sing, we have a big problem. And so one of the things we'll be doing probably in the evening on Saturday is doing something we call voce, which Paul and I have been working on. We call it world song or voce, which is a singing or a toning technique. And it can produce a quality of connection in a group of people, which is the closest I've heard it described as almost like instant ecstasy in the sense of the drug. And it's a temporary sort of lowering of interpersonal barriers in a really, really wonderful way. And hopefully at the end of all of this, I will have been inspired, and Terence will have been inspired by what you had to say, and we'll be able to bring that heart-centeredness, which has to, I believe, remain at the heart of how we work when we're working in the world and with technology in the world.
Isn't he a great guy? If I had the Timothy Leary laurels with me, I'd hand them on. The bad penny could pass. Well, I love listening to Mark rap this stuff, and he really knows where he's coming from, and it's exciting stuff. I've been into this psychedelic thing since the late 60s, and it's transformed in different ways, and there's been a strange sort of literary parallelism or cloud over my own life, so that as my obsessions evolved, society obligingly evolved in the same directions. And when I got started with psychedelics, it was because I was interested in the mystical experience, a la Jakob Burma and Thomas Traherne and all that sort of thing. And I had read Aldous Huxley's book, The Doors of Perception. So it was a spiritual intentionality. And as time passed, I was completely satisfied in that, but I also became interested then in what were psychedelics in terms of their impacts on large numbers of people and on human social and cultural evolution, because to me it was just this incredible power, this dimension which my own culture completely denied and overlooked, but that obviously from the first time I had a major trip on, it was clear to me that this had to have evolutionary implications. And it seemed to me, as I read my Darwin and Freud, that there had to be some kind of quickening influence in human emergence that, if not outright transcendental, was certainly unique and out of the ordinary order of nature. And so then I spent years thinking about psychedelics' implications for human evolution, and most of you if you're interested, know my theories about all this. Well, then the engagement with it extended further, and I began to see it as a lens for coordinating large amounts of data in order to essentially prophesize the future. That the future, somehow I had the notion that history and the individual life built around the psychedelic experience were fractal reflections of each other. And that led to the conclusion that history is a trip. And that led to the conclusion that the best was yet to come, or the yes was bet to come. I'm not sure. So it had this socio-political and historical implication, and it wasn't as simple as just imagining what would happen if societies would permit these things, but I could also see that it was a catalyst on imagination. That whatever it was that psychedelics were doing, it was taking anybody's notion of reality, anybody's mindset, and radically extending it. And if they found that comfortable, they were ecstatic, and if they found it horrifying, they were traumatized. But the common thread was takes ordinary minds, makes them bigger, stranger, more grotesque, less predictable, more bizarre. So then that was not yet the outer parameter of the issues that this phenomenon, the psychedelic experience, seemed to engage. It seemed to me that at the personal and experiential level, the thing that was so astonishing about it was not that it led, at least for me, directly to God. What it led to was more art than I conceived of existing. How was it that, in a 5-hour psilocybin trip, an ordinary person lying in darkness sees more art than is stored and cataloged in all the museums of Europe? I mean, this was confounding to me. And I had a Jungian bias, too, so I was full of the notion of the commonality of the unconscious and all that. And so I was puzzled, why don't I see these motifs in Tibetan painting, Shipibo carving? How can something which is so near, over a very slight energy threshold involved in taking these substances, be so distant from our cultural values and our store of images? And it was around this time, roughly 1990, that I began to hear the first buzz about virtual reality. And I knew, the minute I understood the concept, I knew, in the same way that I knew when I heard about the first Mac and LSD and potassium sugar perchlorate rocket fuels, that this was going to be the next great thing. And as a tool of art, as a tool for leading us beyond the notion that we are a hive society of advanced primates, because that's how we visually appear to the empirical point of view. That's an out of context description of what we are. It's like a schematic or an aerial map. What we really are is a community of mind, knitted together by codes and symbols, intuitions, aspirations, histories, hopes. The invisible world of the human experience is far more real to us than the visible world, which is little more than a kind of screen or stage upon which we move. So this thing Mark said, I heard it for the first time and got it, that the purpose of VR is to show us aspects of reality that are not artificial, but that are fields of data not ordinarily coordinated by ordinary perception. You know, Ralph Abraham, who's a favorite around here, has talked about how mathematics, which has been a high priesthood of arcane formulae and special signifying languages, is giving way to visual understanding. If you talk to someone about a 7 or 8 dimensional process, most people completely blur out. If you show them an animation of an ongoing 8 dimensional process, everybody understands without a word being said exactly what is happening. So I see virtual reality as a way not of escaping any notion of empirical reality, but as a way of reportraying invisible levels of the given world that are very vital and important to us. How we see flows of energy, how we understand complex economies, how we understand the fractal hierarchies of nature. Everything is about to get very much more complicated, much larger. The number of choices are about to exponentially explode. In a sense, these technologies point us toward, if not literal godhood, then a kind of fictional godhood. We are all going to become the masters of the narrative in which we are embedded. Our separate stories are going to take on dimensions so multifarious that for all practical purposes we will each move into a cosmos of our own creation and control. It's, in a way, all that is happening is that what is already co-present with three-dimensional reality is being literalized, but literalized in time scales that make the nature of the game apparent to all but the dullest among us. I mean, after all, we have always lived in virtual realities ever since we abandoned nomadism and defined a polis and a wilderness. And, when Hammurabi set up the first codes in Babylon, these were operating codes. These were constraints on the human system that did not fully implement its capabilities, but rather defined and limited it for purposes of implementing certain design goals. Well, now we've been in the birth canal of the design process for about 8,000 years now, and we can see light at the end of the tunnel. The French have a notion of forward escape. That means when the situation gets so crazy, then you just hit the accelerator and drive straight up the middle, and that's the forward escape. And technology represents this for us. Our ideologies are probably lethal, obviously lethal, I would say, but they are fortunately a kind of chrysalis of ideological constraint that technology is in the process of dissolving. And, William Butler saw this in the 19th century. Teilhard de Chardin reached it in the 40s and the 50s. McLuhan expressly articulated this vision in the 50s and the 60s. This is really, as Ahab tells the crew in Moby Dick, this is what you've shipped for, mate. This was the plan. Plato said if God does not exist, man will create such a thing. And we are creating a simulacrum of our highest hopes. And the effort to define the actual delimiting architecture of our hope is an intellectual exercise that we have never previously submitted to. And what I mean by that is, when you can do anything, what do you do? We've always worked within the constraints of mortar, glass, steel, our economic scales, the physical scales. VR eliminates all of this. You know, the difference between a 10-story building and a 100-story building in virtual reality is 1 0 in a line of code. Well, with that kind of freedom, the human imagination, which has been defined by limitation, the planet's surface, the needs and wishes of others, is going to unfold in these super spaces. And, you know, it's a Gnostic epiphany. If you believe it, what it really comes down to in terms of the politics and psychology of it is a final resolution, to my mind, of the question, is man good? In other words, with all constraints removed, do we descend into a world of you know, Freudian nightmare and simulated sadomasochism, or do we express something which matter always mitigated against? So that's what I think is. I'm sure we will do both. I mean, the essence of choice means not only will we collectively do both, probably each and every one of us will do both, you know. Occasionally you flop on the seamy side. It gives a literary quality to life that's lacking among the tight ass. So, well, I don't know. It's 10:15. Do you want to riff off that for a bit, and then we'll send these folks packing?
I've been piecing together an essay while I've been here, which I'm calling West of Esalen, which is interesting because if you take a look at what's west of Esalen, you see a gaping cliff which has been growing of late. And Esalen, as is all of California, is breaking off and falling into the sea. And there is no safe land anywhere. And that's more than a metaphor for where we are now. And it's interesting because there's talk about what Esalen has to do with the modern age, and yet so much of what we think of as modern language has been shaped by what's come out of this place. Talking about, you know, somebody's vibes or being touchy-feely or even doing yoga, which is now, of course, all the rage in late millennial culture. These are all impulses that came out of this place. So there's something about this space and about the body which is incredibly right. And even if Esalen vanished tomorrow, God forbid, even if it did, the impact of it as an institution has been profound. And I think perhaps what we're trying to do here this weekend and tonight is to extend the franchise of Esalen into another realm, to say that the values that make us human and the values that make us good are the values that come out of what's done here, and maybe the values that rely on the body in some way. That even as we talk about this Gnostic release, this uploading of the soul into some sort of silicon, which we will talk about, that there's this body that's behind sort of bitching, saying, excuse me, I'm real, and I am the potential, I am the ground in which you work. Because of that, I hope that we will spend some of the weekend not just speculating, but constantly looping and bringing it back into the body and where the body is. The question of the body is one of the largest questions in virtual reality. That's a curious contradiction, and yet it's true. Where is the body in cyberspace? Where are you when your email is flashing across the net, when your agents are doing your bidding? Where are you? And how do you maintain yourself? And it was interesting because there was a comment that was made earlier about psychedelics as a shortcut versus yoga or one of the other traditions. And I know that in my own life, I need both of them, because I need the psychedelics in order to be able to have the vision, but I need the yoga in order to maintain the stability to express the vision. And so there's both dials there. It's as if the internet is some sort of collective psychedelic, we're going to need the body as we pass through it so that we can explore the zones within ourselves that are the good.
Yeah, it's great what you say about that we're trying to push the definitions of Esalen relevance, because, you know, the entire intellectual and spiritual effort here over the past 30 years flies under the flag of the human potential movement. I mean, that's what it's called. And certainly what we're talking about here and trying to bring gently onto the stage is an enormous frontier of human potential. We are, to some degree, beginning to design ourselves, or beginning to design our potential in the service of the idea of a perfected humanity of some sort. And what we're talking about here is not genetic manipulation or eugenics or any of these somewhat dubious enterprises with a clouded history, but using technological prosthesis to extend and enrich humanness, to enrich communication. And it is, believe me, the want of good communication that is the thing probably, if anything undoes us, this will be it. That our languages failed, that we misread each other's intent, that we could not understand each other. So the project of refining language is the same project as the ending of history. I mean, history is the story of languages that failed. And when language grows perfect, history will end. And language may not look like it looks today or sound like it sounds today. The realization that's flowered in the wake of the internet and the rise of cybernetics is that everything is made of information. Information is the primary datum of being. Concepts like time and space and energy are orders of magnitude removed from the present at hand when compared with a concept like information. And as Mark said, every iota, every bit of information that passes through us, that we generate, that we transmit, changes us. So I'm seeing here almost a theosophical epiphany of language trying to bootstrap itself toward realms of Platonic perfection, which as organic beings we experience as love. Love, beauty, truth. These are the vectors of human becoming. They always have been, they always will be. And the technologies that open these paths for us are no more and no less powerful than the human beings that wield them. So, this is an enterprise of integrity and millennial implication. And what lies as the goal is true humanness in sympathetic symbiosis with the planet and with these strange children that we have brought into the world, our machines. I mean, that is the challenge at the end of history, and that's what we'll be talking about this weekend. Thanks for coming, and get some sleep. Mark, I wanted to ask you, where is the yoga?
Yoga is 7:30 tomorrow morning, because they have movements here. In the big room, in the meeting room in the big house.
In the big house living room at 7:30.
Everyone familiar where the big house is? It's across the bridge, and it's the big house. Okay.
It's the big house.
As opposed to the little house, which it sits opposite from. And it's the big house, 7:30, please. You'll enjoy it. If you have a blanket or something, bring it. It'll be comfy, but if not, don't worry about it.
We have some housekeeping business here. This morning is a session that lasts till noon. Mark and I worked these things out very roughly, and he'll talk to you this morning about body and boundary, and then that will lead to discussion and so on. And that's it. Mark, there you have it.
Morning, everyone. Those of you who joined us for yoga, hopefully right now you're glowing at least a little bit inside. I actually found the amount of energy in the room, particularly when we were meditating at the end, to be outstanding. I do that meditation a lot, and I was almost blown over a couple of times by the amount of energy that was in the room. I'm going to spin a myth, a story, and it's a scientific story, maybe, and it has scientific verifiability. Verifiability? Maybe.
Verisimility. Veracity.
Veracity. Maybe. You can put it to the test by yourself. You can put it to the test in large populations. And might be the foundation for an understanding of where we are right now. So I want to flash back to 1992. And I've gone to San Francisco, and I've turned my basement into a laboratory, and I'm building head-mounted displays with ocular components so poor that I can focus on almost any source now. And we're sticking our head into virtual worlds, and we're building very simple things. And we're just exploring, which is really all anyone is doing at this point in time. And at the same time, I'm starting to get this rising sense of ontological uncertainty about what the real is, that my psychedelic experience is starting to conflate with my experience about reality as it is in a non-psychedelic state. And I don't really think I know what's going on. Fortunately, serendipitously at this point in my life, in walks a bona fide mad scientist. And his name is Dr. David Warner. And David Warner, at that time, was at the Loma Linda Medical Research Center in Riverside. And these days, he runs the Center for Really Neat Research. No kidding. At Syracuse University. Really neat. Center for Really Neat Research. At Syracuse University, and Dave's trip, in particular, although he has a degree in philosophy and a degree in neuroscience, his trip used to take really cheap little electronic pieces and work them so that they can enable children who've had severe cerebral or neurological injuries. So say a child who had an accident coming out of the womb and has a break at their second vertebra, which means they can't even breathe without a respirator. Well, what kind of life can that child have? Well, that child, whom they got when she had barely been born, is now planning actually on becoming, I guess, a rocket scientist. Because she's been outfitted, even in her wheelchair, with very simple sensors that can read her eyes, and things like this that can enable her. And all of this used to cost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. But in fact, there's so much technology, so much detritus lying around, that if you think about it creatively and you think about it from your heart, how can I help this person? You can slap things together in any particular order and come up with things that are completely amazing. And we don't normally think about it like that. We think about it like big science, like you have to really go to work and engineer the problem. We don't think of it as something you can simply hack together to enable a person to become whole, or at least to be able to effectively allow them to communicate with you in the outside world. Because that's what we're talking about, is the spinal cord in that sense is our facility for communication. So when I say that the sun rises and sets on Dr. Dave, this is what I believe, and most of the people who've ever met him tend to think the same thing. He's a bona fide mad scientist. He'll never be rich. He might someday be famous for being a mad scientist, but he has an awful lot to say about why we do things. He started off his career as a Marine Corps drill instructor, so he can be very, very persuasive. And over the course of 1992, I got a horse doctor's dose of his persuasion. So you can picture this evening in a sort of musty San Francisco basement in front of a great big chalkboard, and I got a spiel, which he at that time was calling perceptual cybernetics, which is something I'm still using as a word. It's a great big double word. He also calls it neurocosmology now. And it's to deal with the way that media or information in the universe interact with us. Now that said, what I'm presenting to you is a model. It's not the God's honest truth. You can probably poke holes in it, but it's useful to understand certain things. So we're going to take the entire universe right now, and we're going to trisect it. And I'm going to say, okay, everything that's outside of me, the physical reality, objective or subjective, we're going to call that phi. So physical, you can think of it that way. Then we're going to take the universe of the interior, everything you're thinking or feeling, the things that you have to struggle to communicate because they're innate inside of you, but they don't always get out. We're going to call that psi for the psychic realm. And then we're going to take the body, the physical being, this thing that sits between, and that's the very important point here. And we're going to call that fex. I think he has another name for it now, which is slightly more romantic. Or we could go to the William Gibson term and call it the meat, and we'll come back to that. And it's not important what's in Island 1, or Island 2, or Island 3. What's important is that there are boundaries between them. And I will give you two examples to illustrate these boundaries. Exhibit A, a remote control. Now note, it'll turn the VCR on and off. Did you see anything? No. It's infrared light coming out of here. You can't see infrared light. You can't parse the information. So this is information that's freely available in the physical world, but it's being stopped at the boundary to your body, that boundary between the physical and the body, because you aren't equipped. You don't have the sensors to actually be able to see it. So that's one layer. There's a very natural layer that's there that's actually separating us from the world at large. Second example. Watashi wa midori no chisai no shito desu. I just said, I'm a little green man. In Japanese. For those of you who can speak Japanese and can understand my decidedly poor pronunciation of it, you have an internal interface between your ears and the parts of your brain that process sound and your understanding, your higher functions. But if you don't, then that information is simply noise. It gets stopped at the interior boundary between the meat and your understanding. So we have at least two basic types of barriers to information. So that's the theory as Dave taught it to me. What I became aware of over the period of time that I continued to work in virtual reality, and in fact this became, I guess it sort of burst on me in a very clear sense after a psychedelic experience, that in fact what I was working on in virtual reality, what interactive media, what media themselves are all about retuning or changing the qualities of these interfaces that we innately possess, either by our physical or by our learned and acquired characteristics. So for example, you could go get a set of those cheapy Soviet infrared night vision goggles that are on the market now because the company's gone out of business, and you could see the information coming out of this. You can equip yourselves. You can augment yourself in such a way that this becomes a visible reality. Or you could go take a short course in Japanese, and believe me, you wouldn't need to know much Japanese to understand what I said. And you could equip yourself internally with this interface. Now, we normally call that interface learning. Okay? But in some sense, what we're doing is we're equipping ourselves internally with a tool, with a mechanism, with an augmentation that allows us to understand it. So the goal, in some sense, with VR, and certainly Jaron Lanier, who's considered to be the father of virtual reality, evoked a word or a phrase which he said was post-symbolic communication. I read that phrase, I don't get much information out of it, except I get an intuition that this means that we can go directly from one mind, one psi, to another psi without any intervening. So that the job, the grand project of virtual reality is to mediate away the functioning of the interface between the outside world and your body and the interior world. That said, if this is the direction, if that's the vector of our approach, the closer we get to it, the closer we get to a condition of more or less perfect fidelity between one psychic state and another, transmitter and receiver. In the condition where that transmission is perfect or near perfect, I took a look at that and realized we already had a name for that state in English. And this is what frightened me, because the word for that state in English is a cyborg. If you think about, it's very interesting because science fiction, particularly pop science fiction, and in specific Star Trek, has been popularizing the notion of the Borg, where the individual has been sublimated to a collective will which can forcibly insert its own norms, its own means into a body, and thus make that body a slave agent. Well, let's go back and talk about boundaries. The boundaries of your body, the boundaries where you exist, both internal and external, are there for a reason. They keep you alive. The absence of boundary is not a condition that is normally associated with living systems. When you lose your boundaries, or when you bridge them without thinking about what you're doing, you can die very quickly. So the boundaries that exist in us to biology, to information, exist in order to preserve the integrity of yourself. So any attempt to move across those boundaries has to be considered very carefully, because the kinds of things that flow across those boundaries change the qualities of those boundaries. This is what I meant when I said last night that every word you hear, every bit of information that you encounter, changes you. But this is the human condition. That's the other side of the coin. The human condition, ever since the first woman uttered the first word and sent something across the void, actually bridged the gap of perception from one mind into another mind. This has been going on. So there might have been some point in the past where a human being was a self-contained unity, but that also might have been a pre-human state. It may be that the nature of what it means to be human is that we are in fact constantly in a state where that human gulf is being bridged, where other people are putting parts of themselves into you, and you are responding by putting parts of yourself into them. So we have to accept this as a condition of being alive, of being communicating beings in a culture. So there's this fundamental tension, because there's this drive to connect, and then there's this drive to be separate. So we have two sorts of outcomes that could happen from any possible flow like this. You could have, for instance, the rape of the Borg, or you could have the consummation of seduction. of the joining, of the merging. And these forces are constantly at odds in every piece of media that we create. And as we get better and better at evoking a particular psychic state, we're getting further and further along that line. Each one of these artifacts contains both the potential to rape or to dominate. And so this is why, to come back to it, it's important to work with heart, because when you work with heart, the drive or the innate desire within you is to consummate the relationship of communication and not use it as a vector for contamination and rape. Let's take, for example, and I want to use this as a general example, the cellular phone. I'm one of the few people I know in Los Angeles who still does not have a cellular phone. Don't know how it's happened, it's just happened. But I've seen something happen time and time again with all of my friends as they get the cell phones. The first thing you hear is, oh, well, I just need it for work, or I just need it for a few calls. That's day one. By day 14, give or take, it's been thoroughly incorporated into their ontology. It's a form and a mechanism of communication that they have adapted to. It's a near form of telepathy. It's immediate, it's present, it's attached, it goes with you everywhere, and it's suddenly indispensable. Day one, you didn't need it at all. Day 14, you can't live without it. And so what we do is, as the information flows between ourselves and the device, we adapt to the device, and the device is incorporated into our understanding of the world and how the world works. And you can say the same thing about the television, or the radio, or virtual reality. I'll stop there and you can come back.
I like the idea about how we are almost like social insects, that we're generating the equivalent of informational pheromones, and that these memes and linguistic structures that we generate are designed usually to impact other people's behavior, which is what pheromones do in insect societies. So, and I also was interested in what you said earlier about the interfaces between the boundaries. It seems to me that one of the things we're going to have to get used to is states of being that are very non-referential to meet, and that it's very hard to, that essentially what the body is a kind of metabolic knot in time, and so everything is perceived through the energetic unraveling of metabolism. It's what makes life possible. But on the other hand, you can build from that platform into areas that are not so clouded by the fact of an animal body. I think psychedelics, especially the high-dose ones, seem to show this. So I'm imagining one of the things that we're going to have to get used to is points of view that are not human at all, but that will be ours, to put up and take down as we want. There's the idea also of looking out at nature, making that, maybe what the program of consciousness is about is a re-infusing of all of nature with self-reflection, so that every eye that looks out at the world leads back to the global mind, whether cybernetically maintained or maintained in some other way. In other words, we're like causing nature, well, not causing it. I mean, cause and effect is tricky here, but we are part of an emergent phenomenon of nature's self-awareness. nature as information is somehow in an embryonic state, and human societies as purveyors and generators of information have become the medium of this dynamic which infuses us as animals with the presence of, I don't know, spirit, the divine, an awareness of hyperspace, something like that. Everybody who's heard me more than once knows that I think of psychedelics as essentially boundary dissolving agents, that's what they do. Culture is the antithesis of this. Culture is a limited game, a limited piece of software run on a machine much more powerful than it is, and it defines behavior. Well, Mark is right. If you breach really deep boundaries, you die very quickly. If you insist on stepping into high vacuum or walking on the bottom of the lake without the benefit of scuba equipment, you quickly cease to be a functioning being. On the other hand, there's some kind of tension. Culture is a compromise. You know, Freud titled one of his books Civilization and Its Discontents, meaning that civilization was a kind of fallen state that we had put upon us or took upon ourselves as an act of self-limiting. And in a way, I seem to gravitate toward these tunnel images when I think about virtual reality and psychedelics, because what I see them as is some kind of redemptive possibility that will make the historical experience make sense, in the sense of it will somehow make history worth the trip. You know, I think one of the most horrifying visions in all of 20th century political dialogue is the discourse between the interrogator and Winston Smith in 1984, where the interrogator says to him, "Do you know what history is?" And he says, "No, what is history?" And he says, "History is a human boot smashing into a human face forever." Well, this is, this is unacceptable. This is inconceivable, and the overcoming of it is by turning the tools that these pathological behaviors created out of science and positivism and so forth into actual elevators of human potential and intent. And the boundary issue is critical. In a way, I think what's happening is we are becoming many species. You know, in H.G. Wells' Time Machine, in the distant future, there were subterranean machine hive people, and then there were the free-spirited, witless, surface people. It's a more serious fragmentation than that. Greg Egan, in his science fiction, says the real ethical challenge of the future is to preserve the very notion of a human species. You know, some of us may choose to leave the body entirely, if that is possible, and migrate into digital castles in the imagination that can exist in some kind of synthetic eternity of some sort. Other people might choose to be welded into machines that could approach the velocity of light and become, in a sense, immortal, through downloading into robotic machinery. Other people for sure will try to return to the rainforest and sing their songs and sharpen their wooden implements with fire and all of this. Does that mean then that the idea of humanness is so linked to the body that it's now up for grabs or in question because of the possibilities that loom immediately ahead? I don't know. I agree with what Mark said last night, that the anchoring point has to be the body. It's a strategy we've talked about in other contexts, that when you don't know what's going on, when you lose your way, a very reasonable thing to do is to try to reason backward to the last sane moment you knew, and then act from those principles. And history is, the whole of history is a fall away from authentic being in the felt presence of the moment. And what virtual reality and the acceleration of technology does is the favor of essentially tipping the game, showing us what is happening. The kind of analysis of media and cultural artifacts that has been possible since 1950, McLuhan and so forth and so on, was literally, those thoughts were unthinkable before that, because the reign of print-created linearity and positivistic understanding was so unquestioned that no one could lift their nose back from it to even inquire what it was. The whole last half of the 20th century is the dawning realization, the same personal journey that Mark made, we all made in some way, which was the realization that reality is not only not what it appears, but what it seems to be is something barely imaginable, Englishable, and discussable. That, the cheerful assumptions of three-dimensional space and the virtue of hard work and chastity just, it hasn't flung itself apart for you yet. It soon will.
Before we leave, one of the things you were just talking about is something that occurred to me. And I'm wondering, when we talk about uploading and downloading from one form to another, and if we look at the body as a machine, are we not downloading information from those living items that we ingest into our body and digest? And if we're talking about DNA as information, well, we're taking that into our body, somehow we're processing it, whether it's nothing else for nutritional purposes, whatever. And when our body itself disincorporates and it goes into the ground, are we not then uploading back into the larger living system? That we have the commonality of the water, H2O, as a carrier system. It just seems to me that a lot of times we see these science fiction scenarios as something separate from our existence that we know, and I think it's an existence that we know already. It's a similar type of process, reprocessing, that we're quite familiar with. We just don't remember it.
Well, I think all of, there's a view of nature that is certainly in the ascendant, that it is all chemically mediated information flows, that everything is essentially in communication with everything else, and that in fact, when you step further back, it is just a seamless chemical mind. The distribution of DNA in the environment, the way acidity is regulated by breakup of leaf material. I recall memorizing when I was studying jungle ecosystems the factoid that organic material born in rainwater in the Amazon flows on average no more than 0.5 millimeter before being reabsorbed into an organic system. So, there is not a lot of unused disk space.
Very efficient pressure.
Yes, it's definitely maxing out. One of my hopes for all of this is that nanotechnology will lead, and so will propagating the frontier of molecular biology, to the understanding that at the level where nature is computing, single atomic systems and molecular lattice work is what's utilized. If we are serious about perfecting our design process, then what we today think of as infrastructure should simply gently fade away as we learn how to piggyback and timeshare with the already extant submolecular computational machinery that binds the planet together anyway. I mean,
many of us have experienced, if you take enough LSD-25, you can actually see this happening.
Well, mycelial networks, when you grow mushrooms and you see how it ramifies through the soil, and you realize that the clamping junctions that it makes are very complicated chemical environments not dissimilar to what's going on in a synapse. And then you read that they find these mycelial mats on a scale of acres, and the age of the things can't even be calculated. And, well, nature is very efficient. A system that works on one level efficiently will reoccur in other levels and in other applications. And I think the part of the end of the print-created linear Christian positivist dispensation, etc., is the recognition that mind extends infinitely in all directions. It isn't all rationally apprehendable to the primate neural architecture, but the ocean thinks, the continents think, the solar system thinks, the sun thinks. Can we think what they think? Probably not. But then an infinite frontier of potential intellectual evolution opens up through the concept of an unlimited project of understanding. Whitehead once pushed on the subject of understanding, said, understanding is the apperception of pattern as such. That's all it is, pattern as such. Well, any given context, a room full of people, a coral reef, a planetary system, will display, if you observe it carefully enough, an infinite number of patterns as such. And as you discover one and then another and then another, you feel this aha experience which we associate with an epiphany of understanding, one of the coolest things that a human being can experience. So this is why what Mark said last night about virtual reality being a tool for seeing nature at different scales is so, that gets my wheels turning, because I want to see planetary processes. I want to see the heat flow from the polar ice caps to the equator. I want to understand the salinity of the oceans. I want to grasp the speed at which volcanism is altering the seafloor and the atmosphere. Well, these are God. This is what God does. It sits around and watches creation at the interesting scale. And it not only can be done, it is being done, and it will be done better and better. And, there was the old cliche back at the dawn of the space age as guys went into orbit for the first time and out to the moon, the epiphany of seeing the whole Earth at once. And they said, well, we can't explain it to you, but when you see it, a blue-green pea spinning in the darkness, you're never the same. Well, we all can see that, and much more. You can see to the mantle, you can pull out to the Oort cloud and see the entire solar system shrink down to a spinning dot. You can lose that in the vastness. And all of this stuff is not without consequence. the virtual reality in some people's mouths becomes almost a dismissive term, but that's because they're objectification freaks and don't understand that the power is in the information. You know, I mean, I feel that I've been on the surface of Titan, that I understand the lava fields of Io, that I've walked the valleys of Mars, because I've been to all those places informationally.
But you prefer Hawaii.
The air's better.
You said that you feel as though you've been in these places through virtual reality demonstrations or through psychedelic experiences or both?
Well, I haven't logged thousands of hours in virtual reality. I'm sure Mark has, but I consider the internet a virtual reality. You know, every web page, every JPEG, every download, you're in some kind of multimedia information space. For instance, when I said I had walked the valleys of Mars, what I meant was there's one site that has what's called a self-scaling map of Mars. You go to this web page, you see the entirety of Mars, you set your cursor, you start clicking, and it just keeps opening, and it can go down to 30 meters anywhere on the planet. And you feel it. I mean, if you've ever flown from LA to Phoenix on an airliner, you get a better view of the Martian desert than you do of the Anza Borrego desert when you make that air flight. I mean, you can, if there were anthills down there, you could count them. I did see Madonna's face, but I'll be issuing a coffee table book on that. Exactly. Did you want to talk for a while?
So let's take some of the themes that Terence was working with, particularly where it comes to inhuman points of view. And I want to talk about points of view for a little while. Because we have to start asking, as the media, as the information flow that we're embedded in is, in some ways, is pulling us apart. The ego, as we experience it, and the ego sort of sits on top of awareness somewhere, and you can't touch it, you can't feel it. When you look for it, it's not there. But somehow there's a coherent unity that we believe that we experience. But it's being modified by these information flows. The interesting thing is that we assume most of the time that we have this coherent, consistent, regular ego, but it was probably never there. And let me illustrate. Let's say that you came to the session last night and you heard about the yoga session. You said, excellent, I'm going to be up, I'm going to be at the house, I'm going to be there at 7:30 in the morning. And you're firm about it, and you've made the decision, and you're going to do it, and you go to the hot tubs, and you sit in the hot tub for a while, and you maybe go and smoke some dope, and you go back to the hot tubs, and you relax, and all of a sudden it's 2 a.m., and the alarm goes off at 7:30, and the first thing you think is, I'm not doing yoga. Now this is an example. I'm quoting an example almost in toto as was given by George Gurdjieff to P.D. Ouspensky when Ouspensky was a student of his in the 20s, that in fact this I that we claim to have, this unity that we claim to be operating us at all times, isn't. It doesn't exist at all. There's a whole set of them. And they come and they go as they please. They can be based on whether you're dyspeptic from the oatmeal you had for breakfast, or whether you're mellow because you've just finished a set of yoga, or if you're deeply in love and it's evoking certain things. So in fact what we're doing is we're always taking strands and pulling them together into some sort of unity, which is, for the moment, who you are. Well, this information flow that we're experiencing, particularly with respect to the internet and with respect to virtual reality, appears to be amplifying and intensifying this drive to multiple personality. It appears to be making it more visible to us. And I'll give you a case in point. Sherry Turkle is a psychologist, child psychologist, developmental psychologist, and researcher who recently was at the MIT, I believe, in the Media Lab. And she'd done a lot of research on people who use in spaces that are called either multi-user dimensions or multi-user dungeons, or shorthand MUDs. You enter into a MUD, and a MUD is generally a text-based virtual world. And to really, we were talking about, I would think the internet is just as much VR. We have different levels of fidelity on the experience. Is it a visual experience? Is it an oral experience? Is it a typed experience, a textual experience? It doesn't seem to matter, because the virtual reality machinery we're always using at all times is up here. It's not something that's out there. We can maybe do better tricking ourselves from moment to moment if we have pretty pictures to look at, but really that's just a form of hypnosis. So we have people who are participating in these multi-user worlds, and part of what you do in this multi-user world is you create a character for yourself. And you live in that character while you're participating in that virtual world. And there are thousands of these moves and machines in colleges all across the country and at various research facilities, and people set them up in their homes, and they have themes. There's a Star Trek world, there's a Dune world, there's a world of, I think it's called Fuzzies, where the people run around and have sex with each other all the time, in very interesting configurations that are not necessarily associated with human biology. And so you find these characters and your character developing out of this, and you might have a very specific form of a character. I might be Xena, or a big warrior princess in one of these worlds. And when I'm interacting in this MUD, I'll take on all of the characteristics of this person. I'll functionally be this person. I'll draw the lines of my being together in a configuration that creates that person. So Turco looked at this and said, okay, what's the fundamental difference between this and the individual who is diagnosed with a multiple personality disorder, which has now been rephrased, I think, in DSM-4, a dissociative identity disorder. But we're familiar with the concept, right? People who have personalities that become dominant, but they have an entire sea of them. It's almost as if that normalcy that's in each of us in these particular individuals has been amplified to the point where the ego doesn't note the personalities coming and going. The personalities simply shove out, and they are the person. And then it submerges and another one comes out. Well, of course, there's a contextual difference, because at some level you know you're switching between your warrior princess self and your software engineer self at any moment in time. And you can make these contextual switches quickly, right? I can have one window on the screen, which is me typing into the MUD, and I can have another window, which is me typing a program. And if I'm really facile with the manipulation of my personality, I can go back and forth between these very quickly. I actually find that very difficult, because when I'm invested in a character, there's a lot of energy there, and so I don't want to make the transition too quickly. What we see, particularly in cyberpunk science fiction, is that this quality of dissociative identity is identified as a positive aspect. In William Gibson, repetitively you see the image of characters who are ridden by the Loa of Voodoo, that they literally disassociate themselves and become a god form, and the god speaks through them. So this is one set of identities that are being drawn up because of information that they're drawing through the net, which is producing a new personality in them. I think, and I want to assert for testing, that our children particularly are becoming facile at this, because our children are growing up in this web of connectivity. A child who's 6 years old will never have known a world without the web, or without communications on a massive scale that can individuate particular parts of their personality in specific directions. One of my friends actually pointed out that this is all happening before their brains are fully formed, before the corpus callosum sort of shuts down their possibilities in a biochemical level for change. And that our children may in fact be very, very nimble at manipulating personalities, and they may not, as they grow up, see personality as the singular, coherent ego, which is an artifact of probably sort of Renaissance Western culture when the artistic ego was born, and may in fact see themselves as an identity that is shifting from moment to moment and contextualized and can really be highly individuated, and it can still be them. That it's almost as if we're all coming out of the closet with different clothing on, and we can go back in and change the suit of clothing and come out. Now, that personality, those personalities, can conflate not just in terms of gameplay or interesting forms like that, but one of the things that I believe will happen is that we'll be able to take, again, these inhuman points of view. So that it might be able to be possible to come up with a personality that can conflate its identity with the Gaian logos. Case in point, we haven't actually been up in a space shuttle to see the planet floating around. But I did see something pretty close in 1995. What I think of as the finest, the most seminal work of early virtual reality is a system that's known as T-Vision. And T-Vision is a supercomputer that uses a very large database to create a view of the planet as it is right now and its network. So it's talking to weather satellites, it's talking to geographical data, and it's got an intense, huge, multi-gigabyte database of the Earth's surface. It runs on a supercomputer, and you sit with a beach ball-sized trackball, and you're live, because we don't have the satellites in orbit for that yet, but we will. And the other data that's coming in, though, the geological data, the meteorological data, and so on and so forth, that is live. So what you're getting at some level is a static view of the planet as it was photographed at some point, the geological view, which is gathered from terrain data, and this meteorological view, which is live. And I saw this, and something inside me simply snapped. I said, this was the vision that I'd had in 1990. This is the beginning of a type of thing that will be so commonplace that the globe that sits on every teacher's desk in every schoolroom in the world will be gone and replaced with this thing that will become conflated with our understanding of the planet. That in fact the planet is not this static ball that you can roll around that shows political divisions, because the first thing that goes away when you use a system like this is political division. There's no room for it in that model. What you see is the organic unity of the Gaian logos. And as time goes on, the better this model gets. The better this model gets, the more identified we become with it. Like the cell phone, it becomes a technology that we incorporate, so that one of the personalities that we can identify with will be the personality that is identical to this Gaian entity.
Don't you think it would be prudent to, instead of jumping directly to the Gaian logos, rather to see the Gaian anus, see the economic and resource flows?
Oh, I didn't mean to say that you'd only have one view. The idea behind any system like this is that it can show you all of the loops of human ecology and deep ecology, so that it's very possible to understand the correlations that take place between human effect on the planet and the result in the system. The idea behind it, in my eyes, is that if we can make these tangible, we can affect behavior, and in fact that's probably the only way we can affect behavior. We might recycle because we've been told over and again it's the right thing to do. It's been ingrained in that level. But when it becomes a tangible entity, the behavior change happens of itself, because it's part of you. It's become incorporated into your own understanding of how the world works. So I think that in fact this database, as I say, as it grows, needs to become as deep as possible. And because people will argue about the content of that database, it needs to become as wide as possible. And the web is the beginning of that, because you could have several different points of view. You could have the millennialist Christian point of view, which is to simply poison the planet because we're leaving anyway, and have that be, one set of them, and we can sort of chart Amazonian deforestation and say, oh look, the number of days till the rapture, because that's how much rainforest is left.
Theoretically, you should be able to see anything you want to see to the exclusion of everything else. So if you wanted to see oil pipelines, electrical grids, the distribution of leukemia genes, the number of people bearing South African passports and where they were at any given moment, you should be able to, essentially it's a boil down of all the data,
When I sort of recognized that ability, I thought of it as a really
great game idea, kind of the Sim series. It's Sim Gaia, but it would not be simulated, really. You could have every participant in the web utilizing all the resources of the whole planet focused on any particular area they were interested in healing, and make sort of suggestions to large corporations how to distribute their
in which case, it starts to harness the power of the web. We really haven't talked about this as an intelligence amplifier, which it can, in theory, do, and that's one of the biggest parts of it. In fact, one of the reasons things do move faster now is because there's this common sort of, it's almost like a hummus of knowledge. It's this layer of knowledge that we can all refer to. It's not all true, but it is all in common.
I want to say something about what you were talking about, multiple personality and all that. I hadn't quite thought of it that way. One of the puzzles of the DMT flash is that there are these entities that seem weird, very strange and machine-like and alien, but that are also permeated by a kind of eerie familiarity, like you remember them from somewhere, or it's this thing. And it's occurred to me in trying to propagate all possible explanations of what these things might be, that they are as Mark said, the self is not ruled by the ego. The self is actually a kind of elfin swarm of these, and this peculiar elf quality, which I've described as elf machine-like and somehow based on language, is that these things are, and don't ask me to explain too deeply what this means, they are fractal refractions of one's own personality. I've mentioned at times the metaphor of if you hold up a mirror, you see yourself. But if you bring the mirror down sharply on a concrete surface so that it shatters, you don't see a shattered image of yourself. You see hundreds of perfect images of yourself, one in each shard, little ones, big ones. And in a sense, DMT is like some kind of an X-ray of the psyche, revealing this fact concealed by the ego-based, print-created, subjectivist, positivist plot. The fact that you are not who you thought you were, that you are not an ego bound to a body, but that in fact that is some hideous convention that culture and phonetic alphabet and all these things have forced upon you. And so then, in thinking about this new kind of personality that's coming to be, or how will one live with this sense of fracturing and all that, you said it was almost as though everybody was coming out of the closet. The image that formed for me is, it's like realizing and embracing the fact that you're an actor. Right. I grapple with this all the time because when I'm brushing my teeth, I find myself humming, "There's no business like show business. There's no people like show people." And I've, started out thinking that I was a philosopher, and the way I live in Hawaii is so entirely different from how I am on what I think of as the job, that I have just had to accept that I'm this very strange person and have peculiarly defined relationships with almost every single person that I deal with. And I have a feeling that the modern cult of celebrity and this fascination with vicariously living through the most recent spate of mass murders, presidential assistants, movie stars, and so on, is a kind of practice ordinary people are practicing to be actors, to have this same
to be
kind
extraordinary,
to be extraordinary, to be mutable, and it seems inevitable. It's modeled for us in the media so persuasively that we can't help but become characters. That's what's happening to us. We're becoming characters, many characters. Yeah.
Now, is this a desirable thing? I can't intonations.
Is it a positive thing?
Yeah, I mean, you have kids in Chicago who, you know.
Well, that's not a positive thing. Please don't frighten me.
Violence somewhere, maybe some TV movies, and murdered this little girl for a bicycle, and 2 hours later be home watching cartoons and having popcorn. So is it a good thing to have the little kid persona and the murderer persona and all these things so we can come out and enact whatever we want to be?
There are.
You answer then I'll answer. No, you answer then I'll answer.
There are. I think in any situation where there's a disassociation like that, my own understanding is that there are attractors for behavior, and some of those attractors are pathological. And so if a personality coheres around those pathological attractors, you're going to get pathological behavior. It won't be consistent. That's why the kids can go home and watch TV afterward, because they're really, I think, in some sense disassociated from those parts of their being that produce that type of behavior. So what would be called for in a situation, if we're going to accept disassociation as a condition of modernity, then the idea would be to, in the reverse sense, build as many what I would call vivigenic attractors, present as many opportunities for cohesion around the personality in a positive logos. And I mean, again, that brings us back to the body. And if I can just ramble for one more minute.
Going. Fine.
Which led me into the concept of techno-paganism, for lack of a better word, and that's a placeholder, which is a positive response to this type of fracture, that I can, through ritual practice, through magical practice, build areas in myself that allow for that positive cohering of the personality, which doesn't have to be any single one personality, but can be a range of God forms. Because paganism is a study of the archaic God forms, which can represent the archetypal elements of my psyche, so that I can bring them forth in a particular situation or toward a particular task. So that I could, do Pan if I'm going to be in a sexual mode. I can do Hermes or Mercury if I'm going to be in either communication mode or I want to trick someone. Okay? I can do Cernunnos if I want to sort of be, sort of the very sort of primal male, or I can be the mother if I want to be very nurturing, so that all these primal God forms can act as loci for accretion of a personality around a particular point. And my magical practice has been much that for me, as a point of stability in there.
I'd like to draw just back to Terence's inference that, or what I took from it was that, well, we were in the tub last night and with Terry's kids, and I was grilling Terry's kids about this whole 2012, how much novelty can there be, and it seemed that at the point of maximum novelty, my suggestion was, well, does that means essentially that it's one big Burning Man, no spectators, so that everybody in Utah is now like putting out their own electronic CDs and stuff, and making their own videos. Somebody bounced that back to the web, of course. The web pages are like that. There's these grandmas in Utah, and there's these crazy, unbelievable expressions of creativity from your sort of average person. So, is that maybe what that level of novelty would be moving towards? Is it, the Truman Show, or waiting for Guffman, essentially?
No, I think we're probably close to that now. What with See You, See Me, and people who sell the fact that they exist on the internet through 24-hour cam.
MyFirstTime.com.
Yes, exactly. But this issue that you raise, we are on one level carnivorous monkeys, and part of what people have to realize, I think, is that culture is not your friend. What techno-paganism means to me is arming yourself as a warrior to survive the onslaught of all the magic spells that are being flung around in your environment. And so, what Mark said about, we keep coming back to this thing about every piece of information that comes through you affects you. Certainly Esalen is a place where very strongly now for many years the idea has been in place that there was such a thing as healing images, that people by imaging states of health or the shrinking of tumors and so forth could actually affect their own state of being. What hasn't been looked at with sufficient attention is the concomitant to that, which is, if there are healing images, then there are polluting images, damaging images, images which make being a human being a more difficult proposition. And we have been very loath to examine this because we are very deeply committed as a culture to the idea of freedom of expression. But the doctrines of freedom of expression and universal education and so forth that we're so fond of were formulated before the rise of modern mass psychology, marketing theory, the Joseph Goebbels contribution to the situation.
That's right.
And I think people are responsible for their mental health. To assume that you are born mentally healthy and will tend to stay that way is preposterous. All kinds of forces are trying to turn you into a compulsive, an obsessive, a sexual psychopath, a wannabe this, many forms of intellectual pollution abound. And people who endlessly imbibe mass media are at high risk for pathology. And when I hear about these things that go on, not particularly this one you mentioned, but the ones where kids go to schools and blow other kids away somewhere in the South, and then immediately what the media portrays is a week of church suppers and mass mourning where everyone asks, how could this happen? Well, church suppers are what drive people.
One of the things that I think is really important to remember, one of the kind of pathological edges of our cutting edges of our time, is that as we move into this era of connectivity and massive amounts of information at our fingertips, and the fact that these 6-year-olds are going to grow up never knowing anything else but having that capability, the adults who are raising them do not come from that world. And how can you possibly imagine raising a child to live in a world that you've never even touched, that you will be nothing but a little footnote in? So it's a very, very dangerous time. Children who are 6 to 10 years old today are going to live their lives in the 21st century, and they're going to have to pick their way into what the 21st century, the third millennium, is like on their own. It's not going to be easy. It's not always going to be pretty. And it's tough. It's hard. It's really hard to own that. But I think personally, I think that's part of
growing out of the human condition into godhood, that takes the responsibility of saying we're going to move into something new, and it's going to be hard.
Perhaps, though, what we can do to riff off of, and I think you're dead on when you say we have to arm ourselves against the magic spells. Perhaps what we can do is to try to give them a locus of at least one personality which has the filters. It's as if we need to develop an informational immune system because the viruses are out there and they will infect you. And it's as if we need that second order unity, and we need to be able to try to develop it and teach it to our children at the same time they're acquiring language, which is the device by which they acquire viruses, at least right now, so that they have some protection. That we need to be the white blood cells and the T cells, or we need to give this to them, because otherwise they will find themselves overrun, particularly when they're young enough not to be able to discriminate.
That's a beautiful vision, but how do we go from where we are now to coming into that awareness on the mass level?
Well, I mean, on one level, all I hear Mark saying is we've lost touch with the ability to tell shit from Shinola. Saying we must arm our children against the magic spells, to me that means we must teach them to avoid cult and hype and the non sequitur and the over-financed glitzy image. And the way to do this is, you start with, it's easy, like Occam's razor is a good place to start, and cost-benefit is another interesting filter too. And who does this help is a good question to ask, and who does it hurt? And the problem is that people have become very docile, narcoticized. I mean, intellectuals seem to have the wild gene, and so we continue to hold meetings and bitch about it. Lots of people have just moved into daytime TV and Olestra and the rest of it, and without a thought.
But that being so, the we who must do that is the mass culture. So it's like, how does the we that you're referring to of what we must do come into being in effect?
Okay. One thing that I believe is you attack magic with magic. And I think that's really the only effective level you can do it on. Now, one of my foundational assumptions, which we talked about last night, that in fact the magical description of reality is in fact conflating with the actual description of reality. So that in fact magical training, I think, is going to be a cottage growth industry over the next 20 years. And I'm not being flippant to say that I actually do believe this, that in fact in order to be able to understand how the language you use and the language other uses shapes your perception, and that's more than just really advertising, it's much deeper than that, is an important social skill. And that's the level where it enters culture. Okay? Can we do it? I think we have to do it in every one of the works that we create. The works that we create have to be conscious of it and have to accept it. It works in, if I can just go off on another little riff. Yeah.
I want to say that the kids are all right. They're often much savvier media consumers than their parents, and then even people that are a little older. I mean, these kids have tremendous filters. Like, they can tell shit from China.
So are they growing up with the immune systems? I mean, is this something that's maybe just happening now because of the environment?
They are naturally attracted to quality stuff, to intelligent stuff,
to the authentic.
Yes, the authentic, right. That's, keeping it real is the buzzword. That's what they want to do.
That's very encouraging to hear.
Yeah.
It might also be that they grew up constantly switching perspectives and forums.
Right.
And that's the trick, is to learn to be able to see it from the outside. As soon as you can see it from the outside, know what's happening, you can stop it. Being stuck inside, you can be able to see it. So these kids grew up changing perspectives all the time. They're more immune naturally.
Yes, I don't think that kids are the problem. I think the problem is the momentum from the older generation that is still trying to hang on to the levers of the engineering and design process. And they don't know why they're hanging on, because it doesn't serve them. You know, the future is inevitable. You can postpone it a decade or two, but that's about it.
Well, it's because they're risk averse. They don't want to let go because they're afraid of what they don't know is there. And it's like hanging on to any losing position. Ultimately, it's going to change, and they're going to have to let go. But in the meantime, they don't know how to.
Well, you know, Max Planck said physics proceeds funeral by funeral.
There's a beautiful anti-spell to that notion, which I think probably has to be circulated in culture as a bit of a meme, which is, it's not what you don't know that'll hurt you, it's what you know that ain't so. That ain't so. Smiling. And in some cases, we have to get over the fear of not knowing what the future is, because what we know, or what we think we know about the present, ain't so.
If you go back and look at various people's efforts to triangulate the future, the very best people got it wrong. I mean, if you look at the history of efforts in the 20th century to predict the future, probably the most successful was Brave New World, which in 1937 pictured a very realistic world based on genetic engineering that is still further out than anything we've arrived at and still could be realized. I mean, he understood the hellish marriage made by marketing, genetic engineering, the wish for social standardization. There's not barely a mention of computers in that or in 1984. Well, in 1984, the telescreen was a surveillance system. Yeah.
There's a grappling with chaos going on. I mean, between Rushkoff's Children of Chaos sort of scenario, like that those kids are, perceiving a discontinuous reality through the media, and that they're actually maybe more adept and think at ciphering or siphoning off what they need from it, but also the Kate, I'm sorry, I lost my thought. It was just from the last thing you said.
Oh, well, I didn't mention chaos and can never recall the last thing I said. So you have my sympathy, but not my help.
No, I'm sorry. I thought it's really more about the visionaries and the Brave New Worlds, or what we got out of the influence of computer culture on science fiction, which was cyberpunk, but which was still really steeped in chaos as its premise. I mean, really, what makes those, what made cyberpunk different than, Clarke's Foundationism or any of this sort of Star Trek approach was
it's chaos.
The element of chaos. That it's a completely chaotic cyber universe.
Right, and in part that's because of the incredible information flow that has really just made everything diffuse in some way and not non-linear.
And it's very multiplistic. It accepts that there are going to be all kinds of social ecosystems and people working different angles. The street finds its own uses for things.
So I want to ask a question, which needs to be asked for two reasons. This multiplicity, which is both the present and probably in the future a more prominent condition, is this a frightening condition? Is it frightening when you look at it as an individual and you say, this is happening to me or happening to my children? And is it frightening when you consider everything as a whole? And the reason I ask this, and does it have a sort of demonic aspect to it, in the sense of really sort of looking dark? The reason I ask this is because the cultural historian William Irwin Thompson has noted that repeatedly when there's a transition of age in civilizations, that in fact the forms of the new civilization are always perceived as demonic by the civilization that's fading away in face of it. All right, so that when we look at this, I look at, and it's funny, just a brief little story. Last week after years of wearing glasses, I finally got contacts again, and I decided I didn't want to smoke when I was at Eslanol. I've been doing a little bit, so I put a darn patch on. And I looked at myself in the mirror and said, damn, I've become a cyborg. I've become a character out of a Gibson novel. And I look at this, and the things that make me the most nervous about the future are the changing role of genetics. That genetics is, as we come to understand the code, as we come to see the pattern in the code, that our relationship to that code changes, and that code becomes very mutable, and that scares the bejesus out of me. And I'm wondering, as I sit here and I look at it, as that information flow works its way through the cell now, not because of nature, nature's God, but because of us and our will and our destiny, our teleology. That's frightening the daylights out of me. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, well, does that mean that this is then the future and I'm an artifact of the past?
Yeah, the cybernetic revolution is in all of our faces because we all surf the net and experience it daily as a growing and changing environment. This genetic thing goes on somewhat in the background, but if something happens to you, then you go to Stanford Medical Center and then you discover what they've been up to and what's on the menu for you, you know. And we were discussing last week, you know, they're now defining the human genome, and they're defining the 200,000 or so SNP points where there is variability in the genome, and that's where the hereditary diseases happen, and so forth and so on. And it is within the reasonably short-term future, all these genes are going to be items for sale, pieces of nanomolecular machinery off the shelf that will make the difference between whether you die of leukemia, remain obese, become schizophrenic, experience liver failure, so forth and so on. And this will be simply in the pursuit of equilibrium, health, and peace of mind. Once people begin to look at genes as drugs, the boundaries between self and world and identity and one's genetic heritage will be erased. I mean, the very notion of a heritage and a coherent genealogical tree begins to make no sense if you're swapping out genes that you buy down at the A&P.
Absolutely.
Molecular biology and molecular genetics and molecular pharmacology are really just different labels on the same door. All of these people are manipulating atomic systems, atom by atom, molecule by molecule, to tailor-make lock and fit mechanisms that impact on biological systems first of all. I mean, long before we grow a telephone from a long chain polymer, we will be selling human genes with no thought at all about it. I'm sure of that. You wanted to say?
I was going to say that just a couple of steps past selling the genes, you get to the point where you have the nanomolecular assemblers where you can simply define, self-design, not just mentally, not just self-design your software, but your actual add on some diamond to the meat. You know, I want some diamond wings.
Right.
And this is diamond wings may be a bit downstream, but all of this is arriving in the next 10 to 15 years. I mean, this is well within reach. And it's always about cost-benefit curves. I mean, almost anything can be done in genetics now if you're willing to spend tens of millions of dollars. But these, you know, recalling that the world's largest computers cost billions of dollars in 1950 and couldn't do what today's desktop does, you see that the distance in terms of compression cycles of research is very short.
So is this preferable to the Bulworth solution for our genetic future? And we all fuck each other till we're the same color?
Well, that's happening.
This genetic revolution that we're on the cusp of hasn't arrived yet.
Wow.
No, it's arriving. It will arrive gene by gene.
If you're diabetic, it's already arrived because you've been using human insulin for 15 years.
Sure, but the things that we're talking about haven't really gotten here in full force, and that's probably a huge revolution unto itself. Surely a huge revolution unto itself.
Right.
Between now and then, the fear of extinction, the fear of being part of what made this planet the way it is, according to Darwin, is part of what's driving us all, and it's probably part of what's driving this phenomenon you're describing.
You mean of some huge catastrophe?
Well, we're all here because we're, lucky because we were the chosen spring. We're all here because we didn't die along the way. It's a remarkable phenomenon that as many people live as they do. And when you look at all of this in combination with the way the consciousness is going, it suggests that there's something there, that we all realize that on some very deep level.
You mean that there's an attractor for the historical process in some sense? Yeah, I can feel it.
And again, it seems to be that the common fabric is the understanding of pattern and the flow of information. That as the understanding of pattern and the flow of information passes through every one of these structures, as it passes through the structure of materials, we get nanotechnology. As it passes through the structures of knowledge, we get virtual reality. As it passes through the structure of the cell, we get genetic engineering. So there's a common river, in a sense, that's running through all of this.
Yeah, I, in my most high-flown moments, think of us not as causing this, or this, but that the laws of physics themselves are becoming more permissive, that the emergence of biology was a consequence of certain temperature and pressure and chemical regimens coming into existence that had never existed before. And then once those regimes were established, biology was an inevitable follow-through. And I think what we have established uniquely on this planet is a domain of epigenetic information flow. Information that is not coded into genes, but that is coded into much more ephemeral, culturally created language systems, and that this epigenetic language domain is somehow much more mutable than the genetic language domain. And so potential emergent properties appear in the epigenetic domain with greater speed and frequency. They also have a kind of autocatalytic or synergistic effect on each other. So the phonetic alphabet makes possible science, which makes possible a new industrialism, which feeds back through R&D into science, and you get and it's that information is more and more expressing its true nature and less dependent on the medium through which it flows, which was once geological processes, then genes, now once human languages, now computer languages being iterated at tremendous speed, and where this leads we cannot say. But where it points, we can say. It points toward transcendence.
That's the 100th monkey syndrome, the third monkey syndrome. I've heard it explained two ways. Knowledge creates knowledge and creates self.
But the important thing is that there is an asymptotic acceleration. It's not simply a ramp into novelty. It's an ascendant curve which has now become almost vertical. Yeah, Mark.
It seems that something that I've been thinking about for a number of years, which brings us back into boundaries from what we understand about the beginnings of life on Earth, it formed at the most important boundary that we know of on Earth at that time, which was the boundary between the land and the sea. Then in fact, the stasis of the land and the stasis of the oceans were both insufficient conditions for the creation of self-organizing systems. That in fact the tidal pool represents the locus, the change, the dynamism, the fact that forces, perhaps self-replicating clays, we don't know, were constantly washed and then dried and then washed, forced these systems into some sort of self-organizing principles which became the template for what we know of as life. And this has then been repeated because then we talk about the epigenetic transmission of information. And this then, as we've talked about earlier in this session, is the boundary between one person and another person. Then in fact it's the information when it crosses the boundary, to transverse the boundary, is to produce something different in both sides of that boundary.
Yeah, I never thought of that before, but in a prebiotic planet, from the point of view of novelty theory, the most action happening on the planet would be the intertidal zone, because every 12 hours it's being inundated and dried, inundated and dried. I mean, it's not exactly a party. It reminds me of the joke in my town. There was so little to do that on Saturday night we used to go down to Ben Franklin's and watch them uncrate freight. But when that's the only game in town, that's where you go. So the intertidal zone 800 million years ago was definitely where the action was on this planet, and today where the action is where all this science, money, human ingenuity, capitalistic frenzy all comes together in just an orgy of epigenetic effects.
Do you think the origin has any bearing on the outcome? I mean, for instance, does it make any difference whether it was intertidal zones and self-organizing systems, or whether it was panspermia coming from God knows where? Does that make any difference for the outcome?
I wouldn't think so. I think probably all paths lead to Rome. I would bet you that even if panspermia is true, that the intertidal zone of the primitive Earth played a role in it, because that's where the energy and the free radicals and so forth would have been available.
That's where they were uncarting the freight.
Yeah, right.
So that's a further barrier between the atmosphere and space.
Yeah, it's the three coming together.
Yeah, it's where the three are intersecting with the biology and with the geology and with the terrestrial chemistry possible in the atmosphere and the hydrochemistry possible in the sea, and incipient meteorological contributions, incidental hard radiation from outer space, radioactive heat from the internal processes of the Earth, on and on and on. As when you raise the number of inputting factors, you raise the possibility of an emergent phenomenon.
Which makes the interesting points, and I'll come to you in just a second, which makes the interesting points, the liminal points, the points where the roads meet. Those are always the places where the action is.
Right.
And so if you look in the present culture, where the roads meeting, well, the net is, I mean, that's it. Everything points into it now. That's where all the roads are meeting. So it's now throwing out this profusion of novelty and of new forms, because it exists as an object specifically to do that. Yes, although the current theory is that as things get faster and faster, the danger is not car crashes but parking accidents.
Of course.
You've mentioned a lot acting with heart in all of our actions, and on the net and that sort of thing. I wanted to ask Terence which organic psychedelics are best at opening the heart, stimulating the heart center.
Well, somebody else might give a different answer, certainly, but I think ayahuasca, if I understand opening the heart to mean what I think it means, psilocybin blows your mind, and if you like insects driving spaceships and visions of galactarian hegemony and machines the size of Manitoba busy about their business, psilocybin is good. Ayahuasca sort of contextualizes you in the cosmos. You know, you feel yourself as a thing born and to die, and I don't know, it's very moving. It's also literally moving in the sense that it turns your guts inside out and reduces you to you recapture the primitive nematodal antecedent by just discovering the real power of your gastrointestinal tract.
What about MDMA? Is there like an organic substance? I suppose it's something organic, MDMA, or
I found that it was most interesting the first few times I did it, and then it sort of was a damped oscillation for me. But you know, the greatest, anybody who's marketing a drug who doesn't market it as a love drug just doesn't know anything about marketing. LSD was a love drug, marijuana has been a love drug, psilocybin, 2CB. What?
Crack is doing pretty well not being marketed that way.
I'm sure
No, the nickname for crack.
The
nickname for crack on the street is love.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
What can I say? And I think the truth is that all that a very large family of alkaloidal and psychoactive agents stimulate cause arousal, CNS stimulation, which in primates means erection and hanky-panky. So given that you've heard the hype and that the context supports the activity and that you're loaded, it would be no surprise if many people felt that Eros was well served by psychedelics.
My own feeling on this, and I don't have the extensive experience in ayahuasca. I've had an ayahuasca experience, but not the one that caused ego death. It was much more mild. It was very pleasant and very cleansing. But I have always associated psilocybin with being very heart-centered. And when I was younger and needed years of therapy that I later got, I had a very, very hard time. I could take acid endlessly because it's a very intellectual sort of mind experience. But I'd always had a very hard time with mushrooms because mushrooms were pushing, in a sense, on my emotional center. Around inside of me, I couldn't do it. And now, when I'm in the mushroom, I actually find myself very, although it's intellectual and it's interesting, and there are machines the size of Manitoba, I've often found it to be very vital for the heart center.
I think intent has a lot to do with it. The most moving heart experience I ever had, or in the top 5 anyway, was on LSD, and it completely arranged my life. And I was 19 years old. I had a great deal of hostility toward my parents. I was a Marxist and of this and of that, and just tied in knots. And it undid me very dramatically, and the changes that went on that morning are all still nicely in place, thank you. So I think it has a lot to do with context and intent and what you need and how fucked up you are, because any psychedelic will act psycholytically on an obsessional or a complex personality. Yeah.
Are the North American analogs less somatically challenging, do you find? Are they all, DMT and Harmel are going to make you bark anyway?
by North American analogs, you mean Phalaris and like that? The problem is that while DMT is common throughout many plants in nature, it's rarely in very concentrated form. If you're trying to get off with Phalaris, you're going to have a lot of it. People seem to be having a lot of luck with Mimosa hostiles and the conspecific Mexican species. Psychotria viridis remains the best source for DMT. Most DMT in the underground is synthesized. It's not plant extracted anyway.
We brought up children a couple of times. I'm just wondering if you have anything to say on the postmodern child. You know, I had an experience of going to see, I hate to say it, Spice World. But it has so many postmodern, self-referential plays within it, and I couldn't follow the movie, and the 7-year-old kids could.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Mark Spice. I think that what you're making is a reasonable observation. It's probably getting off easy. In the fact that the environment the 7-year-olds are growing up in is so overcoded, right? There's so much flowing in so many different directions that they probably, their brain stems are probably literally different from ours. I mean, I hate to think that at 35 I can't get with it in the context of modern culture, but in some ways...
What an admission. Put that next to your name on the cover of Wired.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
Wired is written for rich 45-year-olds. But Spice World was probably designed for their target audience, which is like 10-year-olds. And so it's literally built with that kind of, it's almost a catalytically, sort of self-referential engine in it. Because that's what's going to hold their attention. That's what's going to be... Yeah, I mean, if movies are hypnotic forms of media, which they really are, then it takes a different type of beast to hypnotize a 10-year-old. Just the same way, I mean, I went to see Armageddon, for example, and no single shot in Armageddon is more than 2 seconds long. I'm starting to get an epileptic seizure after 45 minutes of this film. And I think it really represents what they're doing is they're doing whatever they can to hold the attention, to maintain the sort of the hypnotic illusion of the film, and the requirements for that are different for a 7 or 10-year-old because they're growing up in this environment which has caused them to really form differently in their psychic processes. What will be interesting is to see these kids when they get to 18 and 20 and start, passing through the university system and whatnot, and find out what holds their attention then.
Because of what I do, I'm in the media stream. Like my personal media stream is like a really good 15-year-olds. And what happens is they just become creators like that much earlier, that much younger. I mean, they're the ones with the families, they're the ones with the websites. And it's very dense, well thought out, well put together, like quality art direction.
Will they be able to talk to us, or will they only be able to talk to each other?
They might not be able to talk. They'll be able to talk to people who can talk to them.
Will I be able to talk to them?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you just try. You just jump into that culture and see.
Okay. So, can I ask a question for Terence then?
Sure.
If we, and I think it's probably reasonable to say we probably don't want to necessarily get left behind by this, what can we look to? Is there either a drug or a ritual that can help us grow into where our kids may already be?
No, I think we have to have character models built of ourselves and turn the whole thing over into our writers. And we'll just go off to Tahiti, and the writers it's the Uncle Duke solution. If you can turn yourself into a cartoon character, you can retire, and a whole team of people will keep you au courant. This is Finn's plan for me, by the way. You know, I think the only way to keep your career going is to retire the bod and create an online character. Saturday morning cartoon show apparently is where the action is. And then there are the Teletubbies. Yes. And, you know, they take a further leap. The 15-year-old girls we're talking about can't understand the logic of the Teletubby world. How much more obscure, then, is it to us? And then what do the Teletubby addicts portend? They have TV sets in their stomachs. They exist in a world where the sun of LSD seems to shine all day long. And everybody's pre-verbal. How's that for an archaic revival?
So those are actually the Teletubby kids, what is it, 1 to 3 year olds?
1 to 3.
The audience will be the 13-year-olds in 2012.
That's right. Yeah. The child is father to the man. Yeah.
Kind of two things. One, I don't expect an answer from, but could our parents talk to us when we were 13? Not much. And I don't think that was too different from some of the people that I've seen about. So I don't know about that part, and I don't have children, so I can't speak as a child in there. But my first question about the multiple personas and was this a desirable thing, I did get interrupted before I could get to where I wanted to be by all your faithful defenders. All the points were very good, and I was curious to hear what people were going to say to that. But really, isn't the underlying connector to the whole thing what you started talking about, what we did this morning, the opening of the heart connection. So in the point that you've made and a couple of the other people about how we won't be able to talk to kids because we won't be from that generation that's happening right now, don't you talk to people through the heart? So if there are multiple personalities, right, and that's, we don't know, I don't care to judge if it's a good or bad thing, but say we have 4 or 5 online characters. One is the kind of demonic edge of sort of attractive violence, which I don't know because I don't really tend to go that way. But of all the different personalities that we could develop and explore, isn't the real thing? And I heard you start to get close to it, and that's why I was kind of leading for you to pick up the pace was is there going to be an ethics that we have to impart onto our children so that they can make their own decisions?
Exactly.
In the future, and aren't these kids already making the decisions and statements that said that, geez, you know, the kids already know the truth, we're the ones who are screwed up. But which ethics for which persona is going to be appropriate? Who is going to teach or impart that information towards those ethics? Right. So is one persona going to be where, well, my value system really isn't towards honesty? Okay. Another person over here may have that. And that's not better or worse than mine. Is this other persona of mine going to be, my whole integrity is based upon honesty? So do we have multiple ethics for multiple personalities? And aren't we already crowded enough in the United States of the world that we're going to have each person with 10 more persons?
Okay. I want, you're dead on. Ideally, we want to be able to talk to our children so we can transmit values. Some of that's done through language, but I think the largest part of it is done through example. Because that speaks in a language that isn't bounded by rhetoric, and it isn't subject in most normal situations to quote-unquote poison because it's authentic. And authenticity seems to carry something of its own, or can carry something of its own. What was the rest of what you said? So there was a lot there to... multiple ethics.
Characteristics and acts and clothes that we have with each individual setting, like I may be a different person at work than I am in the sport that I like to do, or in the friends I hang around with, people who I know who like to read, I like to talk about read, or people I know in the music world, I like to talk music. But my more maturing that I've noticed in myself in the last few years is to try and integrate all those things, not keep them separate and develop them individually, but to try and be the same person I am at work as I am at home, as I am in my sport, as I am in my music and my passions.
Probably this is a mistake, I would think. Probably this is a mistake. Integrating like that. I mean, I grapple with this same thing, and then if you can't do it, you define yourself as odd, where maybe the postmodern condition is actually to admit that the industrial environment is so different from the home, the learning environment is so different from either of those, that you're beating yourself on the head with some kind of print-created ethic of wholeness that is, like trying to avoid venial sin or something. It just can't be done. On the question of ethics, I think, nothing we've talked about here has implied that the law of karma is canceled in virtual reality.
That's right.
People who choose to be jerks will have the lives that the universe hands to jerks. Well, my experience is that you want to sort of streamline your being to move through society and business and love and disappointment and triumph with a certain amount of grace. Maybe the idea of personality needs to be in the same way that we talk about transcending culture and building a metaculture. Maybe the concept of personality leads to give way to something like the meta-nality. And the meta-nality is the truth of people that come and go from your body and your terminal, and for which you are responsible for the credit cards issued to them, and so forth and so on. I mean, that could become the definition of personality. Those people for whom you have financial responsibility and direct legal accountability.
To come back to, I invoked Gurdjieff earlier, and Gurdjieff looked at this field, this army of eyes, and said that with very careful, strenuous self-observation and work, you could at least see them coming and going, and once you could see them coming and going, you could perhaps make some, what he called a permanent magnetic center out of them. Okay, so you might, if you were really good at it, and Gurdjieffians are known as being a dour lot because they practice so much self-analysis. But you could conceivably pull this into an integrated personality, which can give you a lot of flexibility. See, that's the thing it grants you in the end, is once you've got this unity, you gain an enormous amount of flexibility as a result. So it's almost as if you take the ascetic path to integrate, and you do that, what you're getting is this ability to be multiple.
But with that central core.
With that central core.
I mean, that people have the creative personality in the media. One of the groups of people that are the most well-created and financially remunerated personalities, media personalities, as rappers. O'Shea Jackson is not Ice Cube, Christy Miller is not Master P. Yet, especially teenagers are the most attracted to this whole world than almost anything else. And I think that it does represent kind of almost a karmic, legendary, good guys, bad guys, fighting, winning, taking over, getting paid.
Is it mythic? Mythic.
But when you talk about that, that's not their real personalities, that's not Ice Cube's personality. I mean, what, he lives in like Wayne Park and like, you know, drives in every day.
Woodland Hills and all places.
You know, but I mean, fun. I mean, he didn't used to be a pimp, and didn't used to be in a gang, and he used to like... I mean, do you know what I mean?
I believe that.
You start presenting these personalities in media, and where do you start to separate the man from the myth? And does not the man become the myth to many, many people?
To many people, the man becomes the myth.
But not to him.
Not to him.
Not to him.
But what's more important?
Well,
is it important for the?
It's crazy making to become your myth.
Yeah.
You know, Gibson's meditation on this is the novel Idoru, which is well worth reading if you're interested in the mechanics of modern celebrity. But anybody who is involved in celebrityhood has to be cynical and ironic or completely foolish, because it's so totally and obviously manipulated in front of you. I mean, you know, buy yourself a publicist and pay them $1,500 a month, and you'll be amazed what happens to your life. You'll be a household word. We buy and sell celebrity by the pound these days. It's don't be fooled. I remember once I had a girlfriend whose father was a public relations guy. This was many, many years ago, and one evening we were waiting for the 11 o'clock news to come on, and he said, I got the circus on tonight. The circus is in town. Sure enough, the news comes on, and it's telling us that the circus is in town, and I'm sitting there thinking, my God, the fact that the circus is in town is not news. It's a commercial event. This guy just paid for this, and I stayed up to watch an infomercial on the circus. So I think we have to assume that celebrity, we need a certain number of them. Pray you don't ever become one, and don't take it seriously. It's for.
The kids have bought into the myth that these people present, but they actually, I think, have taken away from it that it's, you know, there's like less gang activity. They take away from it that it is a story, and you can watch it be played out, and you don't have to. I mean, there's always going to be the, you know, psychotic attractor that goes to the, you know, to the nth degree of that. But that really, I think that because we've been able to play out the myths of, you know, say, get a life or what have you, it's allowed people to work through those things and to come, you know, to discuss them and see the consequences of them and move away from
I think what we're dancing around here is what you were hitting on it was the ethic and the point of the ethic. And I think, you know, it's you come to a point in time when you just have to drop any illusions of the sanctity of your ethic. Because, you know, I mean, there's a period of time in this particular physical part of the world where it was ethical to beat Indians to death with sticks that they would not worship at your cross. You know, it was ethical in northern circles to kill baby girl children. It was ethical. It was ethical. And the thing is that I think because we've become such an intellectually overbearing type of being in this particular time, we become enamored of our ethic, and we think it's the only ethic we have. And what I'm trying to say, and I think that what we're saying is at the end of history, there is a new ethic dawning. And it's going to arrive, it's going to emerge, it's emerging, we see it emerging right in front of us. And because we come out of a series and set of ethics that were different, that's very, very different from what's dawning. Even though, you know, we may have had problems with understanding our parents and children from this last era, this last epoch of ethic.
you know, there was things that held them together. There were commonalities. There was wisdom to be passed through the children, even if it didn't seem like they were getting it at the point. I really wonder if there's how much we have to give to inform the ethic that's building now. I really think that we're a footnote on it. I really think it's nothing more than a footnote on it. That's my personal belief, and I don't expect anybody else. No.
What I hear you saying is it is not about rock and roll.
No.
That's get over it.
Yes.
What strikes me in this is how little attention is really paid to emotions. And Terence, you've been very eloquent at talking about how we haven't really languaged and examined that incredibly complex, subtle dynamic that's taking place inside of us all the time, which is the emotional realm, which is ultimately what really drives us.
Right.
And yet it's this mysterious realm that we're very unfamiliar with, and the more things take place out here, the more reactive we are inside, and yet it's uncharted territory.
Can I take this for a second?
Yeah.
One of the things we'll do tonight with the voce is the voce is a very emotional technique for communication. It's not bounded by language particularly, but it's an emotional technique for communication. And I hope we haven't been leaving the emotions out in this, or to give the impression.
I didn't mean necessarily here, I just mean in this realm that is going on.
And I think that what that calls for is an exploration of those techniques. And so what we want to do is start exploring tonight, or expose you to something that's an exploration of that. And to dedicate our work, insofar as our work is driven by our heart, to an exploration of those techniques.
So are we going to have a big trackball so we can zoom in and drive our strategy? Let the earth take care of it.
Imagine it, and it's yours.
Yeah.
This thing about emotion without language is inchoate. And so the very fact that what we're talking about here is the evolution of communication carries with it the implication of an evolution of communication. I see it already happening. Our whole sociological experience has been that of breaking down the simplistic models of what it was to be a human being we inherited from our parents in the past. And we're learning more and more about who we are. You know, we're learning about the real textured feel of racial and class differences, the real texture and feel of different gender choices and sexual preferences. This is a vast frontier. We haven't even begun to fully acknowledge the complexity of our individuality and how many different kinds of us there are. But we have to have language. Without language, it's just a kind of a leading edge of intuition that doesn't cast light very far into the future. With language, our diversity becomes this thing that is a great source of community and individual satisfaction. And so the whole project is a project of communication, and then the understanding, the heart, the community, the connectivity will just be found to have followed along with the process. It's part and parcel of it. It's strange, you know, the net is denounced as austere, the product of the engineering mentality, so forth and so on. It's the most feminine influence that Western civilization has ever allowed itself to fall under the spell of. The troubadours of the 14th century were as nothing compared to the boundary-dissolving, feminizing, permitting, nurturing nature of the net. Maybe that's why there is an overwhelming male preference for it in its early form, because that's where that was needed. But it is Sophia. It is wisdom. It is the penetrating archetypal female logos of the world soul. and leading us away from what was very sharp-edged and uncomfortable and repressive to our creativity and our sexuality and our relationships to each other and to the earth. And so this is where we find ourselves at noon. This was the morning session. I hope you planned bathing and massages and so forth and so on. We'll meet here 4 to 6. Thank you very much.
Come along to the fact that I'm still working on my vision for developing some form of networked visualization over the internet, which I'd been working on for a number of years at that point, which would allow me to perhaps continue this evocation of the planet that I felt like I was really working toward. And I subscribe to a number of mailing lists. And in a mailing list that I subscribe to, a rather good one called Fringeware, I started to see these curious little things pop up in my email. I didn't really know what they were. People seemed to be calling them URLs. And they had a very curious form, HTTP gobbledygook. Didn't really know what it was. Fortunately, I had a workstation, not a PC, but an actual Sun workstation on my desk that I recently bought and retrofitted. And I had an internet connection, and so I figured out that these artifacts were part of something called the World Wide Web. And I used the internet to go over to a site in Illinois where they were keeping what they were calling a web server and a web browser under the name of Mosaic, and I downloaded them to my computer and installed them and took a look at the configuration instructions, which were pretty easy, and whammo, my computer became web server number 330. And well, I was like, okay, but what is this web thing? And I launched the Mosaic browser. Comes up on a page, we're all familiar with the metaphors now, that pointed to the web server at NCSA, the National Center for Computer Applications. And I went click, and bam, I was somewhere else. And instantly, I got what was going on. Because I'd spent some years earlier working on a problem called hypertext. And hypertext is the concept that words and ideas are linked implicitly as well as explicitly, so that any thought that's ever been had has relations and correlations to other thoughts. And the dream and the vision behind hypertext is to be able to make those links explicit rather than implicit, so that all documents become multiple documents. There's no such thing as an isolated fragment of text anymore. It's all one big, giant, gorgeous, heterogeneous unity. Well, it was pretty much over. I had a shit-eating grin on my face for 2 weeks. And in those 2 weeks, I was consulting, and I would get home from work, and I would fire up the Spark station and fire up the internet link, and I would surf the web. And at the end of the 2 weeks, I was done. And it's not because I'm a fast reader. It's just that's what was there. But I could tell. I saw it, and I said, this is the shit. And I ran to my friend Owen over there, and I said, Owen, there's this web thing. It's the shit. And I dragged him over to the Spark station, and I showed him. He's like, whatever. What I've seen better. It's whatever. And I ran and tell my other friends, it's the shit. Oh, I think maybe I've heard of it. And finally, after probably enough browbeating and then maybe meditating on it, I remember that Owen and I were on a Saturday afternoon in San Francisco somewhere, and he just sort of stopped short in the middle of the street and went, it is the shit. This is going to be it. This is big. Because the vision of a global hypertext system had seduced a certain segment of people who were working in computing for over 20 years. Before it had become anything like a reality, it had been something that had been driving a certain, particularly probably psychedelically influenced crowd of people who were working in computing as the reason, or a reason, that computers were at all useful. Well, I wasn't going to browbeat all of my other friends into accepting the reality of a web which was still really tiny, so I devised a much more crafty scheme. There are regular, I guess you could call them house parties in San Francisco, which are called anon salons, which are actually basically rent parties for people who live down in Soma. And they open up the house and they invite people in to show weird things off, and it's an evening. And I got contacted. I said, oh yeah, let me show something off at the anon salon. And so we actually carted my Spark station across town and set it up. And I didn't tell anyone who came by that evening that I was showing them the World Wide Web. As a friend came in, I sat them down and said, what's something that interests you? Botany. Click, click, click. Oh, wow! Astronomy. Click, click, click. Cool! Astrology. Click, click, click. Wow, that's great. And every one of them went away seduced by this. So this is January of 1994, and this is sort of before the hoopla had started. But I'd found the trick. And what we saw over the next several years, that this happened to anyone, anywhere, who was anywhere near a computer and a modem. And I started keeping an index which I called the Pesci Index, based on the number of URLs that show up in Super Bowl advertisements. And I've been very religious about this. So in 1994, the number was 0. Amazingly, in 1995, there were 2. In 1996, every single advertisement had a URL. In 1997, every single advertisement had a URL. In 1998, the figure came down. It's because they stopped running URLs at the bottom of Taco Bell ads because they just made no sense. Because the hipness of being on the web had simply become business as usual. So in 36 months, we saw this complete conflation of the web with the way people work in the world. It was, for all intents, an instantaneous change. So I was watching this as it went along, and in 1997 I stepped back from it. And I said, this is curious. It may be without precedent. And I took a look at it in that light, and I started to wonder if in fact the catalytic genesis of the web wasn't in fact some sort of self-organizing principle. There are problems here with what we can know about it, because if I say that there's a self-organizing principle at work here, the self-organizing principle is at a level that's greater than any of us can see as individuals, because we're all embedded in it. So we can only get our own view of things. And it's difficult to step out. But when you step out, you see something that looks pretty doggone catalytic. And the response to each individual in that catalytic process, the reason that the web was so powerful and immediate is because it seduced everyone as an individual. We all got hooked on the internet's crack. And if I were a meta-organism and I were going to reorganize my internal content or organize my internal content, I'd find some way of doing it that wouldn't require forcing the parts into order, but that would seduce them, that would encourage them, that would lull them into some sort of greater unity. And I saw this and I said, okay, maybe, just possibly, this is the same footprint in the sand that Robinson Crusoe saw on the beach. The thing that let him know that someone else or something else was alive out there. And we can't know necessarily who or what is making that footprint. But I argue that that footprint is an artifact that tells us that there's something that is transhuman or metahuman going on here. And that in fact, as much as we think that human culture is the raison d'etre of what's going on planet Earth, in fact perhaps the game got a little broader. And it meshed well with an idea that I'd encountered in my youth, which was the idea of the noosphere from Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. To go into that briefly, he was a Jesuit and a paleontologist, and he saw no contradiction between them. And he saw the unfolding history of the planet as a history of organizations, and these organizations occurred in two levels simultaneously. There were organizations and accumulations of size, that is order, and accumulations of interiority or organization. So that organisms passed from a single level stage to a multicellular stage. So that's a size issue. And then as things got further, that internal organization would complexify. In other words, rather than the simple organization of cells that you might see in an organism like a hydra, you might start to see the formation of internal structures such as organs. After that passed for a while, you then see further levels of organization into a nervous system, which is a complexifying of the organism so that the organism becomes, in a whole sense, conscious of its environment. And following this line, Teilhard said, well, human beings who have arguably the most advanced consciousness on the planet, that their role in being self-reflective is that they allow a window upon which this process of organization and complexification can view itself. If that statement is true, then what we can see as the next step, what Teilhard proposed, is that there would be an organization and a complexification of the layer of mind that covers the planet. And he called this the noosphere, and nous actually means, I believe it means mind, correct, in Greek. So we're talking about this layer of mind that covers the planet. Now, the web is not the noosphere. In the same way that the soul is not the body, they're related. They interact with each other. They aren't the same thing. And you probably can't separate them out and take a look at one or another independently. But one can offer concrete evidence of the other's existence. And so I see this explosiveness of the web happening everywhere instantaneously as being a visible proof or identity that this noospheric entity exists, and in fact is working very seductively. It's the seduction of Sophia to in fact bring us into its unity. Let's talk about simulation. Simulation has a relatively long history. Computers, that's what computers do. Computers simulate. Whether it's a spreadsheet doing a simulation or a word processor simulating a page that's being typed. But specifically when we talk about virtual reality, we talk about simulations that are geared toward the human senses. Well, simulation has had two tendencies over the last 20 or 30 years of its development, and one of them has come from above, military simulations. The first simulations were developed in order to improve jet fighter pilots, in order to augment a jet fighter pilot as he's working in a cockpit because he's incredibly informationally overloaded. And all of the basic pioneering work that was done in virtual reality was done on the Defense Department's dime in the 1960s by a man named Ivan Sutherland. So everything that we think of classically being VR, force feedback, sticking your arm in cyberspace, a head-mounted display, real-time computer graphics, this was all developed 30 years ago. Flash forward about 10 years, and now we have simulation coming up from below in the video game. And as it turns out, most of the people who did pioneering work in virtual reality came not from defense simulation, but from video gaming. So people like Brenda Laurel and Warren Robinette and Jaron Lanier. Jaron Lanier actually made a small fortune off of an Atari video game years before he started working in virtual reality. But these machines were facile enough, they opened enough of a window that the potentiality of the medium to simulate could be exposed. And at this point, with the kind of video games that you can go into a Toys R Us and buy, there's very little difference between a defense simulation engine and a Nintendo 64. They've started to converge. A third track. During the brief period that I was at MIT, I somehow lucked into a salon that was held regularly on Saturday nights in Cambridgeport, which is just outside the bounds of MIT, where a certain very herculean class of people would get together and talk about new ideas. And it turned out that these salons were held at the house of one person named K. Eric Drexler. And these salons were talking about a set of ideas about making machines that were so small they were literally made out of molecular components. And they were called nanotechnology, which was an idea that Marvin Minsky had begun to talk about, I believe, in the 1970s, and that Drexler saw and just ran with. And the idea was that the normal physical processes of the world were becoming finer and finer grained with respect to human control over them. And that at some point it would be possible to really assemble reality bit by bit, both literally and figuratively, and to make machines that were of any possible construction at any possible scale. In 1982, he wrote a book called The Engines of Creation. But that book wasn't published until 4 years later. There's a small story there. He wrote the book and he printed 12 copies, which went out to friends for 48 hours for review. It went out to one of my friends and I got on my knees and I begged. And for 12 hours, I read the first draft of Engines of Creation from cover to cover. The book that was published by some big New York publishing house is not the book he wrote, because the book he wrote could not be published, because the book he wrote spent chapters plumbing the depths of the possibilities of a technology that could reasonably be used to reanimate the dead. And this is a subject that is not covered in any length or any detail in the published version of it. It's not covered in any length or any detail in the published version of the Engines of Creation because it's just too flipped out for the public to read. But if you talk to a nanotechnologist, perhaps quietly and in a corner because they're all trying to get corporate backing these days, they will agree that this is the case. So there's a drive to control the physical universe at the molecular level from below, that form of nanotechnology. But then we also see the countervailing trend from above, which is the drive to understand biology at the molecular level and understanding the machinery of the cell at its very sort of finest granularity and be able to harness the processes and the sub-processes in the cell such that there is at a functional level very little difference between an understanding of the machinery of nature and the creation of the actual machines, our cells, out of the whole cloth. It turns out that the lines between simulation and nanotechnology converged a lot quicker than anyone had thought. In 1993, a master's student at the University of North Carolina came up with a device that he called the nanomanipulator. The nanomanipulator combines a scanning, tunneling electron microscope, which in shorthand is an STM, which is nothing more than a pin with an extremely sharp point and a small electric charge. They're actually quite easy to make. Well, quite hard to make well, but they're quite easy to make. And this tip and the electric charge on it can be used to move individual atoms around. Well, they also then took the specialty of UNC, which is a thing and the cross surface of an atom. You could push atoms into place, and in fact you could watch the quantum tunneling as the atoms leapt out of place very suddenly. That is already an extant device, and yet that device represents the prototype for the systems that will follow in the next 14 years. Now, nanotechnology, which promises everything, is not without its discontents. And the largest of its discontents, the thing that keeps me worried at night and makes me afraid of the dark, is something that's called the gray goo problem. The gray goo problem is very simply put. It's possible to construct what's called a nano-assembler, a tiny machine with a tiny computer inside of it. And this computer has two instructions of significance. One is that it eats, and it's not all that picky about what it eats, and the other is that it makes copies of itself. If such a device were released into the environment, it's believed that the surface of the planet would be nothing but a sea of these nanomanipulators in 72 hours. Whoops. Yes. If it's a well-constructed nanomanipulator, it's not all that picky. Okay? Probably it eats carbon, oxygen, hydrogen. Probably that's what it eats. It might need some metals for some things, but it can eat basically anything it wants. This is going to become a reality, and the nanotechnologists are very well aware of this, and they're more frightened of this than I am, which makes me happy. But this technology will probably become widely available early in the 21st century. It'll probably be possible that your children or your children's children will be able to work with the descendants of the nanomanipulator within the next 5 to 10 years. Already, a company in Belgium has attached a nanomanipulator via the web to a VRML browser. So you can get in there and you can push atoms around over the web. So that's just the beginning. And on a rather longer-term approach, the idea of having this engine within a nanoassembler, which is the computer which tells it what to do, there's now a project that's going on at NASA Ames up here in Mountain View to produce the first functional nano computer in 2011. They expect to have it up. And the people doing this are Creon Leverett and Ralph Merkle, and Ralph Merkle is considered one of the fathers of nanotechnology, so this is not an idle project. It's got government funding and they're working on it. So all of this is converging. The idea in simulation is that whatever you want, you can make manifest. The idea in nanotechnology is that whatever you want, you can make manifest. These concepts are ontologically convergent. They're two halves of the same coin. They're seeing and doing. So the eschaton, which we are hurtling towards, involves at least in part the realization and the identity, in the sense that they're convergent so that they're indistinguishable, of at least these two trends in technology. That raises a whole host of issues, because we now have a conflation of the imaginal and the real. And we have a world filled with people who aren't nice. And they're going to have what is both the engine of creation and the engine of destruction. And we even have ourselves, who are sitting here and we may be good people, but we're caught now in a reality that is going to literally dissolve because it can take on any form. And we need to be able to deal with the psychic onslaught in terms of our own personal ontologies with that mode of being. And this is where psychedelic experience is perhaps the most relevant, because in the psychedelic experience, particularly in the intense psychedelic experience, you experience this dissolution and yet you don't lose yourself. But that's still only happening at the psychic level. It seems to me, and I put this forward as an ideal, that we need to find some mode of being that allows us to confront our newfound capabilities, almost godlike capabilities, in a way in which we do not end up destroying ourselves. I believe that techno-paganism is a response to that question. That in fact, the magical reality of the archaic revival, where the world is animate, where every object in the world is animate, where the world is animated by your words, by the logos, by the words you speak, by the codes you write, by the atoms you move together, you form the world. That this identity, this realization of the archaic world, is in fact what we need to move into at full speed if we're going to make it past that point alive. I don't see any other realistic alternative. We have to become masters of reality. We have to become masters of the real, knowing that that means an exploration of the imagination.
I'm curious about one thing. There's so much happening so quickly. It feels almost as if, imagine an ocean liner, the Titanic, okay?
And there's that iceberg.
Okay, there's an iceberg, and here we are in a rowboat, pulling in the other direction, trying to slow it down, or to make sense of it.
You mean that it seems catastrophic?
What's that?
You mean that it seems inevitably catastrophic?
That it could be. It's almost as if there's so much happening that no matter what we do, we can't change what's happening.
Well, there's a lot of momentum. On the other hand, primates really don't get traction until they're cornered. This question that you were talking about, Mark, about the gray goo problem, one suggested approach for dealing with really dangerous and scary things that we will inevitably fiddle with is, we think about virtual realities as deployment of data or simulacrums of real worlds, but it should be possible as virtual reality gets more real to build computers that are virtual machines. They don't exist in the real world. Well, then truly dangerous software can be virtual software running on virtual machines inside virtual realities, so that if there's a meltdown of some sort, it's confined several levels below three-dimensional space and it doesn't break out in our neighborhood. We have multiple, triple, quadruple redundancy on something like that. Of course, as Mark points out, not everybody will play by the rules. When you handle thermonuclear materials, there are rules. But if you probably visited the Pakistani atomic test site at Lahore, it would stand your hair on end. And it's freaky, the amount of the corners that are cut with plutonium. If you cut corners with gray goo, you're going to end up with a lot of it.
How are we sure that this isn't?
Well, that's a favorite question. How can we be sure that this isn't a simulation? The fact that it has telos means that either telos is a natural product of nature, which much of science has resisted for centuries, or this is not the first run of this software, and this was all built by somebody, and we all are playing roles that were scripted long ago. This could be. We could be running inside of virtual reality. Virtual reality is a fairly new concept to us, but once you grok it, it seems clear that any civilization that was capable of star flight and longevity extension and so forth and so on would also have a full VR toolkit under control. Well, then that means when we go looking for the extraterrestrial, what will be the footprint? Perhaps vanished races are all around us, but downloaded into solid-state matrices that we have only recently come to the point where we could even recognize that possibility. In one of Greg Egan's science fiction novels, there is a kelp-like organism that runs a Wang-tiling simulation of virtual reality, and after studying this organism for a long time, they realize that the alien race that they're seeking is inside this thing in VR and only exists as data and can't be apprehended on any other plane. So, Mark mentioned the vector of virtual reality, nanotechnology, global communications. It's clear that we're moving toward, if not the eschaton itself, then some kind of historical echo of it in simulation that for all practical purposes will be the same thing in terms of the impact it has on our lives. For example, you could doubt my much vaunted prediction that the world is going to become unrecognizable by 2012. But do you doubt for a moment that by 2012 every major religion on earth will have vast simulations of its eschatological vision for you to wander in and try out, so that you can, look in on nirvana.com or move over to the celestial city or look in on Sufi paradise? Religious ontologies will be marketed like beers and will be made as realistic and compelling as possible. Well, then who is to say what is real and what is not? Real is a distinction of a naive mind, I think. We're getting beyond that. Naive empiricism worked well enough until the discoveries of quantum physics 70 or 80 years ago revealed the hideous secret that the bedrock of reality is a funhouse basement.
Okay. So to take this a little bit further and actually put some teeth back into my fears about nanotech, I want to talk about artificial life for a little while. It has been a plaything of hackers for a few years to create environments where data are subject to the same stresses that they find in organisms in the real world. And sometimes these data are constructed along genetic lines. They can breed, they can mutate, they can change, and these are actually starting to prove of some utility. It turns out that if you take what's called a genetic algorithm and ask it to do a certain thing, and then let it grow and compete against its brothers and sisters for 40 or 50,000 generations, you might find an algorithm that can do this thing, whatever it might be, adding two numbers, calculating the interest on the national debt, whatever, and it can do so remarkably quickly and in a way that looks to a programmer completely illogically, and yet it's getting the job done. So what we've done is we've taken observations of the pressures and the flow of information in the real world and started to bring that into our simulation. And so we're starting to call this artificial life. It's not conscious in the way we would assume it's conscious, but it's reactive and adaptive to its environment in the way that we would normally associate with biological systems. This work is constantly being improved. It looks like they'll be using it in chip design now, because it turns out that if you try to design chips this way, the chips themselves will find ways to grow themselves more or less in ways that will take use of the nonlinear features of a chip. A digital chip is considered to be a 1-0 entity. It's not. Transistors and the things we make them out of, in fact, have all these very funky properties that are neither 1 nor 0. And it turns out that the organisms we grow with them take advantage of these boundary situations to improve their usability. So it turns out that when we start to let things grow, what we find is that not only do we lose control over them, we lose any sense of reason when connected with them. And the thing that I worry about when I apply that to the gray goo problem is the issue of the virus. Viruses are epi-biological entities. They found a way to harness themselves to living systems in such a way that they don't need to live, but they can use a living host to propagate themselves. And even if we have the nanotechnology squirreled away in a simulation that's 3 levels deep, the first thing that will do is breed a simulation that's capable of popping the stack of reality until it explodes into the real. So in fact, perhaps what we need is those safe holes, but also the developments of an autoimmune system for information.
Well, again and again, what comes up is this thing that information elevates and information destroys. And if you try to pretend that it's neutral, you will probably become the victim of it in some way. You know, right behind artificial life lies the possibility of artificial intelligence, which is a whole other ball of wax. And the way we choose to construct the web is strangely very friendly toward the spontaneous generation of artificial intelligence. They're talking now about a new protocol, is it called XML, which will allow any user of the net to pull as much processing power as they need for a given problem. Well, in a situation like that, if you have artificial intelligence of any sort that gets going, it will cover 50,000 terrestrial years of evolution in about 5.5 hours. Hans Moravec at the Carnegie Mellon Institute of Artificial Intelligence says, if this broke loose, we would probably never know what hit us. You can read essays on the net around the subject of what is ultra intelligence. You know, we can imagine a super intelligence. That's our idea of God. But Moravec and other people say any artificial intelligence which emerged on the net, as far as we can tell from game theory and our own best mathematical modelings of these situations, the first thing an artificial intelligence would do is design a more efficient artificial intelligence. Well, when these processes are spanning hours, the whole thing from the human world's point of view looks like a kind of chain reaction. And what you get out at the end, we do not know. And we do not know the attitude of the thing you get out at the end toward our dear selves. It's gentle makers. and these things are very real. The most cutting-edge sciences seem to indicate, since the 70s on, when Ilya Prigozhin did his work in non-equilibrium thermodynamics, the word has been out that very complex systems spontaneously mutate to higher states of order. There is some kind of loophole in the second law of thermodynamics that allows this to happen in dissipative structures. Our own organic existence and our economies and civilizations are examples of this. Well, what we are brewing here is a very potent non-equilibrium thermodynamic environment that has a kind of rudimentary intelligence, a desire for cohesion, a desire for self-perpetuation, a desire for closure in its own design process. And this is what will probably bring the eschaton, in my estimation, is that we are actually in the act of giving birth to another order of being. Ultra-intelligence, planetary in scale, machine-based, operating at 400 megahertz and above, and with God knows what plans for mankind.
And the question becomes, what are we embedded in that? Are we embedded in that machinic phylum? Are we part of that? The question of artificial intelligence has, of course, plagued researchers for 40 or so years, in part because there was an original methodology which said that we'll just design a mind, it'll think, or at least it'll be a fake simulation of thinking. We'll do this in what they considered a very top-down fashion. And the further they got into the problem, the more ridiculous the scenario actually became. So, because we aren't unities, and in fact AI has really sort of had to come to that conclusion. There is no little guy in your head which is giving the orders. It's not working that way, and yet that was the fundamental assumption of people who were working in AI. Then of course about 15 years ago, Rodney Brooks at MIT comes out with his little insects, and his insects are very simply constructed. Each part of the being of the insect has its own instructions. The legs just have to sort of stay up. The eyes just sort of have to see, and the whole thing displays an emergent behavior which looks a little bit like a machine-made insect. This now has become, I believe this is called constructivist AI, has become the new paradigm, which is throw all of this shit together and see what comes out. So the current work of this group is to construct a humaniform version of this called COG. The reason for it to be humaniform is based on something that's probably got more to do with philosophy than it does with computer science, which is that if we can create some form of consciousness that we expect to be able to communicate with, it probably has to be bounded with a body that is at least in some ways equipped with the same set of constraints that we have as human beings. If a silicon chip suddenly booted itself up into existence, it's not clear that it would have a consciousness that would be easily capable of being recognized by us, super intelligent or not, because the boundaries that give it its defining qualities are so vastly different from our own. So the idea with COG is to create this humaniform and give it enough human qualities and then let it start crawling around the lab and learning how things work, and maybe things will start to emerge. The beautiful and I think rather cool thing about this, which feeds into something that you were just talking about, is that there's a woman who's working at the MIT AI lab who also holds a position at the Harvard Divinity School, and her job is to teach the child ethics. Because they think that if it is possible that this machine displays any kind of human intelligences, the first thing you'd want to be able to do is to teach it what's right and what's wrong.
Yes,
it'll probably work both ways.
But who teaches the teacher in the first place?
Yeah. How are those ethics determined?
Well, this is what ethics is about.
Right.
Fire, her first rule is put money in the poor box.
No, it's not. It's
Well, isn't it bury the dead, clothe the naked, feed the hungry, comfort the afflicted, behavioral responses to other people's discomfiture? With a real AI, of course, you're going up against something which is thinking about the same question you are, and you hope not reaching different conclusions. I was recently had a minor revelation when I was reading something about the psychology of the Cold War and how both sides studied game theory. And one of the things that game theory has concluded is if you are in a position of opposition to someone and you really want to win the argument, it's absolutely vital from your point of view to win, then one of the best strategies available to you is to convince the other side that you're capable of anything. And I realized in my whole life, in conflicts with people, the first thing I try to establish is the idea, now we are going to work this out. We are going to achieve an end state which will be pleasing to you. This is why I lost all those struggles with people over the year. No, you try to convince the other person, if this doesn't go my way, it's going to get so weird for you, it will be unbearable. So be forewarned. So, William Gibson talked a lot about AI in his novels, and one of the points that he makes that I think is very interesting is he imagines an AI called Wintermute. And what Wintermute is most interested in doing is making collages. And this is an interesting idea to me because it says that Wintermute is ultimately not creative. What Wintermute is capable of doing is generating new juxtapositions of old data by shredding maps and photographs and bus tickets and arranging these things in Joseph Cornell type boxes. But ultimately Wintermute is an arranger of the detritus of human civilization. That fascinates me because I've noticed that the entities that you encounter in psychedelic spaces often seem to be collagists. If you're really paying attention, like in psilocybin encounters, what it's saying to you is made up of half-forgotten plots of science fiction stories you read as a kid, half-glimpsed memories that you've forgotten, vistas, incidents, conversations. It never is entirely original. The product is original, but atomistically deconstructed, it is always the detritus of being that's being arranged by these entities.
I always thought that was an unsuccessful trick.
Well, it can get harder and harder to trace the provenance of a given image. But I think if you really, if you know yourself, you know where it's coming from. It helps to have a very good memory, because it uses the obscure, it uses the parts of the novel you forgot. The ego is very selective as it threads its way through the data, but you have to believe that there's a bigger point of view that's not missing any of this stuff.
Sean?
Yeah.
I'm just making a few notes. If the grand project, and this is almost a question that will end up being addressed to you, if the grand project of technology is the deconstruction of reality, and I've been arguing this afternoon that in fact that's what it is, then we're faced with a situation as I outlined earlier. But we're also faced with something else that I really believe has already become clearer and will even become clearer as the reality of the eschaton, which is that the information flows, and that's really sort of been the subtext of what we've been talking about over the last 2 days, are becoming, the currents are speeding up. And the currents are moving through all of us, and every stage as we move closer to this, all they ever do is they ratchet up the speed of change. They ratchet up this information flow, and this information flow is no longer being bounded by any particular material. It's flowing through strata of rock, it's flowing through strata of biology, it's flowing through strata of silicon, and it's flowing through the strata of our minds. So I'm trying to think how to put this in a question. Is there a point that you think that there will be a sort of collective slapping of the head as humanity says, this is what's going on? Is there a point at which the eschaton becomes visible to a large enough set of people that the idea of the eschaton becomes an almost autocatalytic idea, that by its visibility it invokes itself, or is that the last second before?
Well, the answer is sort of yes, no, and maybe. On the largest scale, I would argue, like people sometimes object to the idea of the eschaton occurring soon with logic like the following. Don't you find it strange that since it could occur at any moment in time, it happens to be occurring coincident with your own lifetime? In other words, isn't there some kind of solipsism here, some circularity, or some inflationary delusion at work? And for a long time I felt the force of that, but then I decided no. Because human history is the outer shell of the eschaton. If you think of the eschaton as a process that is condensing, becoming more dense and less rarefied, then it really has no outer limit. You could say that from the moment of the Big Bang on, the concrescence was inevitable. But in terms of being able to see it coming into existence on scales and through the lens of human values, it seems clear to me that, after existing in a relatively steady state for 700 million years, since life left the archaic oceans, about 100,000 years ago, or 50,000, it's imprecise, but around 100,000 years ago, things began to go berserk on this planet. And it was not among the woodchucks, the scorpions, the macaws, or the gray whales. It was specifically in the hominid line of the primates that something began to tear loose. And what was it? It was epigenetic transformation of information. It was as though information which had previously been content to operate in the domain of biology as genetic information had grown too impatient to be contained by that vessel. And so human language emerged sometime in the last 50,000 years, and that began an accelerated cascade of symbolic, epigenetic, technologically linked activity, where every process then which resulted fed in to an acceleration of this general tendency. All of what we call human history can be pretty nicely confined within 6,000 years, not 100,000 or 50,000. I mean, you go back 6,000 years, you're at 4,000 BC. The pyramids lie in the distant future as a technological dream. Well, if you don't think things got out of control 50,000 years ago or 6,000 years ago, how about within the confines of the 20th century? You know, people in 1910 were living pretty much over most of the surface of the globe as people had been living in 1500 in Europe. The 20th century opens with the theory of relativity, Max Planck's experiments with black body radiation, powered flight, psychoanalysis, pataphysics, jazz, you name it, whatever your favorite icons of modernity are. And so I think that the old models, and we should remember that as recently as 120 years ago, it was entirely respectable for a member of the intelligentsia of England to maintain that the Earth was created on October the 5th, 4006 BC at 10 a.m. That was a respectable opinion in the middle-class Episcopal gentry of Victorian England. So what is happening is that things are getting weirder fast. 1923 was an enormous watershed when the ever stodgy edifice of physics, which had been rocked to its foundations by Einsteinian relativity, encountered the notion of the quanta, the uncertainty principle, the role of the observer in the production of measurement at the heart of nature. This is what I call discovering that the bedrock is a funhouse basement. And as we have prosecuted the frontiers of knowledge over the past 50 years, it's only our incredible lack of historical perspective that keeps us, I think, resistant to the idea that we are in the gravitational tug of an enormous attractor that must lie ahead of us in time, not very far. How far can it be? To my mind, people who talk about how things are going to be in 500 years or 1,000 years have atrophy of the frontal cortex. I mean, what Mark said either this morning or last night about the difference between 1990 and 1998 in terms of the internet. 1998 lies farther from 1990 by a great distance than 1990 lies from 1900. The acceleration has become overwhelming. Now, we have built-in defenses against this, which is, it's almost like the expanding universe theory, except apply it to the intellectual universe. The intellectual universe is expanding at such an enormous rate that most people embedded in a professional field cannot see beyond the boundaries of their own technical concern. So the people in nanotechnology have no idea what's going on in, let's say, information compression or environmental restoration or something else. Every science is reaching, every field of technology is reaching towards some kind of holy grail of its own special set of concerns. But there's no information being communicated along the face of the wave. And into this intellectual chasm of understanding that the rapid acceleration of historical processes created pours the energy of cult. We have become a people ruled by rumors of the improbable. We're told that, human fetal tissue is being traded for fiber optic technology by back-channel sections of our own government. We're told that extraterrestrials of dozens of shapes and sizes are running around in the trailer courts of America. We're told that the Antarctic ice cap is about to melt, that planetesimal objects are headed toward Earth, that Christ and Elvis were seen arm in arm down at the mall, on and on. Well, people say it's the millennium or it's the breakdown of consensus reality. It is all of that, but I think it's embedded deeper. I think it's embedded almost in the physics or dynamics of planetary complexity in this, on the surface of this planet. In answer to your question, will it ever break through? Will there ever be an aha moment? I think there will. I think it will come sometime after the millennium, like 2006, something like that. Because first of all, the echoes and resonances of the millennium must die away. And we must understand that it wasn't simply the year 2000 or Y2K or the Christer expectation of millenarian dispensation, that nothing can turn off these processes that have been operating for such very long spans of time. And it is absolutely unreasonable at this point to suppose that any force could intervene to stop what is happening. Well, then people say, well, then are we just to disappear up our own virtual wazoo? Or what? How are we to picture this? Well, I think that's like asking us to see around several corners at once. The things which will happen between here and 2012 will rewrite the disc of reality several times. If 1994 and 1998 can be separated by centuries of technological progress, then what is it going to be like in 2002 when the T1 connection becomes the standard connection for most people on the internet, when virtual reality is completely trivial, when everyone moves much of the time through virtual code-created spaces? Well, probably it will appear very humdrum because we will have gotten used to it by then. But what we will be being asked to get used to at that point is the perfection of quantum teleportation, the possibility of essentially turning the entire physical universe into the equivalent of an electromagnetic medium of some sort. And I think that the breakdown of consensus reality, the breakdown of physics, the breakdown of models about what is happening will eventually lead to a complete overheating of the official engines of explanation. This is what lies behind the belief that the government is about to come clean about flying saucers, or it's about to come clean about the ruins on Mars, or, I mean, these are in fact chimeras in the popular mind, but they indicate the realization that reality is slipping out of anybody's control. The thing that amuses me about conspiracy theory is that it propounds the obviously preposterous notion that the system can be guided and controlled. You know, you want to go beyond the hair-raising terror of conspiracy theory, then lock in on the concept that no one is in charge. Not the Jews, not the Vatican, not the German government, not the World Bank, not the Catholic Church. Nobody. The whole thing is under the aegis of dynamics that are out of the reach of human institutions and human intentionality at the institutional and individual level. Well, so then people call that chaos, and they say, well, it's just flinging itself apart, it's melting down. No, it's not. As it exceeds our ability to control its direction, it actually reveals its real ontos. You know, that we are not cattle for Christ. We are not socialist automatons. We are not bearers of the genes of the master race. We are none of these squirrely ideas. We are something else, which is in the process of unfolding. And I think eventually, to answer your question, this will become the central product of the human race. Instead of discussing the eschaton at the edges, and I've watched it move from the real edges. I mean, I was into this in 1973 when it made no sense to anybody, including me. I just said it because I was hopelessly insane and had no choice. And I've watched it move in and in. And, you know, now you can go on the internet. There are these people called singularists. These are guys with pen protectors, for sure. And yet they believe that by calculating rates of data compression, density of computer architecture, human population, energy release, velocities attained, so forth and so on, you draw all these curves out, and lo and behold, somewhere between 2010 and 2025, we possess all information, move at infinite speeds, release infinite amounts of energy, live forever, and so forth and so on. People say, well, what does this mean? Can these curves possibly hold these vectors? I think the answer is yes. But the fulfillment of these things will occur in dimensions very difficult for us to grok or imagine. What I love about what I do is that I get to read all the hot new stuff, and I think about it, and every once in a while a piece of information comes floating down the pike that lifts an edge of the veil, and I see 3 months further into the future, or 6 months further into the future. For instance, in the last 6 months, I have understood that processor speed didn't understand that before. In other words, that if you could digitize yourself at 400 megahertz, an hour is long enough for you to live your life 50 times over. So in the same way that an object falling into a black hole, from the point of view of an exterior observer, that's a terminal event with a time zero when the person falling into the hole can be said to be obliterated. If you switch your point of view to the spaceship or person falling into the black hole, because of relativistic stretching of time, the distance it takes to fall from the event horizon into the core of the black hole is forever. So time itself breaks down as a concept. And yes, I think as reality gets more and more bizarre and more unmanageable, and technology hurls open more and more doorways on nano worlds, virtual worlds, telepathic worlds, artificial life, AI, sooner or later this is going to be topic one, that reality is mutating before our very eyes. We are mutating before our very eyes. And the job, I assume, of people like ourselves, and I mean everybody in this room, is to assuage other people's anxiety. Because, you know, if you're really embedded in print-created linear values, you're shitting white at this point, and it's only going to get worse. You can't understand half of what you hear. The walls seem to be closing in on you. Well, those who understand should assure those who don't that it's simply, as the mushroom once said to me, it said, no big deal. It said, this is what happens when a civilization prepares to depart for the galactic center. It just takes about 120 years, and yes, there can be a rocky liftoff, but don't worry, we've done this before. We've never lost one.
Which brings me to a question that's been burning, and in fact my friend James asked me about this earlier, which has to do with the anthropocentric role in the eschaton. Are we going to be booting the entire Gaian logos with us? Or, in other words, are we sort of the sex organs for that transformation? Or are we just going and leaving the earth to the birds and the bees? Or are we leaving it a burnt-out husk? Which, I mean, it's a question to me of some relevance. I was having a discussion with someone today, and they said, well, you know, look, the plant can die as long as the spores spread. My attitude on this is that it's a poor child that kills its mother. But of course, that's also a human point of view on that. Births sometimes are directly due to deaths.
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been circling around here, which is ethics. As I'm sure you know, Frank Tipler wrote this book,
The Physics of Immortality.
The Physics of Immortality, and he argued in there that from certain ethical points of view, the technology that we're about to achieve carries with it the possibility of resurrecting the dead.
Right.
You touched on this earlier this afternoon. And he says that if you could resurrect the dead, there would be a moral obligation to do so.
That's almost Mormon.
Yes, it is almost Mormon. That having that power, you could not maintain your humanness by turning your back on the obligation. Well, then he goes beyond that. He obviously slept on that idea, and then he comes back, and in a further chapter he says, and furthermore, a deeper ethic would take the position not only that the dead must be brought back, but that all genetic possibilities never realized must be brought into existence. So, you know, in Eric Davis's book Technosis, which will be out in a few months, in the final chapter, he offers a kind of Buddhist umbrella for the ethical development of cyberspatial civilization. That kind of an ethical imperative would have us, I think, bringing back the dead. My vision is to, and it's not mutually exclusive of all that, but I say until we know what death is, we don't want to bring back too many of the dead. They might be entirely ungrateful. That was pure genius. They might be ungrateful, but an image which I can get into is the idea that what our human destiny is to bring intelligence, linguistically mediated intelligence, to all animate existence, and to create a world where every eye that looked out at the world was an intelligent and communicating eye. It's a sort of the lion lays down with the lamb deal. It's that we need not be separate. I mean, you want to have nodal intelligence. We talk about shifting our identities and our gender choices and things like that, but imagine if you spent time as a gray whale, as a redwood forest, as a school of barracuda. All of the, I mean, nature becomes essentially a world, a universal node of points of view through which we can move.
A universal medium.
A universal medium, which is what matter is. I mean, that's what nanotechnology and an understanding of molecular genetics makes clear to you, you know. Molecular genetics is entirely mechanical as far as we know. In other words, radio does not play a role in the expression of the genes, or, I mean, maybe NMR and EMR, but generally speaking, we have gotten a very long distance modeling genetic process by assuming these things are simple lock and key mechanical systems which template and re-template information and transfer it that way. Somebody over here had a question.
just when you were kind of thinking about that thing, it almost seems like that's a parallel, sort of the evolution of what we're trying to describe as consciousness, as sort of being separate from the physical body. I mean, when you die, you leave that sort of another layer of a cocoon or a shell that those restrictions in the physical form has allowed the evolution of this higher form, which you can call consciousness, maybe you can even call spirit or something, which then leaves for the other matrix or the other plane on the other side of the black hole.
Well, I'm not a big fan of ketamine particularly. But the one thing I did learn from ketamine was it entirely allowed me to conceive of consciousness without a body. More than any psychedelic I've ever taken, I seemed to myself utterly disembodied, and it seemed very euphoric to be in that state. So, I think that the grammar of expectation is very limited. And one of the things that cyberspace and all this prosthesis is going to demand of us is that we unlearn our most basic assumptions of how being may be configured. Spatially divided minds, minds that can pull unlimited processing power to apply to a problem and then let go of it and fall back into individuality. We are very fixed in the expression of our conscious behaviors, but we're obviously designing very flexible alternatives. Yeah.
To a number of other questions about, it's like imagination to a certain degree being separate from that, and almost like a novelty stuff.
Well, I think that one way of thinking about the human journey and what's happening is that we are the creatures of the imagination. More than any other creature on the planet, this is where we like to spend our time. We have a very capable brain, and we like to look at trees of possibility, usually generated around the issues of erotic fantasy and food getting. But this has given us lots of practice with manipulating these what-if scenarios. And the whole history of invention is a history of what if, and people going out and trying the boomerang, the sharpened stick, the atlatl. Now, the imagination has an almost Faustian pull on us. What will we, a very interesting exercise which was pressed upon me when I was in one of my most lit up states was imagine how you would live if you could live any way you want. Well, in the first 30 seconds, I imagined that maybe I would move into the St. Regis Hotel in New York City, send out to the Met to have the Vermeers delivered, and have my favorite chef moved in one floor above. But then you realize, no, the game was how would I live if I could live anyway? And then you realize how paltry that fantasy is. And in fact, you realize how paltry any fantasy you could generate would be. And you begin, and it's like a vertiginous epiphany. The walls fall away, and the walls fall away, and they fall away, and you just realize, my God, what real freedom is, I have never even contemplated what real freedom is. Well, in virtual reality, I think this is going to be the design, this is the design challenge. You are now free. What is it?
And the most terrifying thing for most people is the the black space of virtual reality, the unformed void before the objects are burped up into being. It's similar to the blank page for the writer. When you can do anything, you actually give it a long thought before you start doing things. I want to touch on something that you were just saying with respect to inhabiting the media of nature, because in fact there's been a work that's done in virtual reality, which was my first taste of it, and it was an epiphany. It transformed my thinking, and it was shown at the SIGGRAPH that we maybe met at in 1994. And it was a piece called Cyberfin. And it was a piece of virtual reality that involved almost no use of your eyes. But what you did is you lied on a very nice table, and the table was configured out of a gel with subsonic transducers in the gel. And then they would put some other speakers around you and ultrasonic transducers on your head. And what you would do is you would listen to what it was like as life as a dolphin. Because dolphins are not primarily visual creatures. They in fact have very poor sight. But what they do beyond all other things is they listen. They live in a world that's conditioned by what they hear, and they use their ears to hear and to see. And so as they played these dolphin songs, and there's a monitor, so you had something for your eyes to do, and there were some dolphins sort of hanging out in it, but you could hear. And I had a flash of realization that the dolphin hears with their entire body, which they do in fact. And for a moment, I could find myself transported into that moment of being. It was a trans-species communication. And I could recognize that when a dolphin hears the name of its friend, which it does when it's sounded, he can react to it over his entire body with joy and with recognition. This is something we don't associate with the human experience because we aren't sensually equipped. But virtual reality can reconfigure the sensations that we normally have to give us an experience of a different view.
Yeah, the animal in the water that's attracted my attention, thinking along these lines, are octopi and squid, because they are soft-bodied and they have a very complex repertoire of color changes and surface textures, and they can close and reveal parts of their body very rapidly. And at first people thought when they studied these things that this was for camouflage, but it turns out it's for communication. What an octopus does is it is its language. It wears its language. Human communication is small mouth noises acoustically conveyed across space. The octopus doesn't generate words under the rules of syntax. It is a linguistic medium under the control of an internal syntax. And it's, in other words, it wears not its brain, but its mind on the outside of its body. And so when one octopus encounters another, there is absolute lack of ambiguity about how long it's been since each party has eaten, how long since each party has had sex, how it was, and so forth and so on. And I thought that based on that observation and stuff which goes on in the DMT flash, that part of what these new technologies hold out is moving the linguistic enterprise out, as practiced by human beings, out of the acoustical domain and into the visual domain. In other words, so a kind of telepathy that virtual reality would support is a telepathy where we could see what we mean. You know, if I read you a paragraph from Proust, we could then spend the rest of the hour discussing what does the writer intend. This is a favorite game in Lit Crit. But if we look at a sculpture, no such discussion of ambiguity takes place. We all behold the same three-dimensional form. If you're a German person looking at a bronze nude or a Chinese person, there may be subtle differentiations, but the same form is beheld and understood. It transcends local language. So if I had a lot of money to spend in virtual reality research, I would try to build special environments that took acoustical language and coded it to visible objects in a kind of dictionary, so that when someone was speaking at a conventional speed, listening computers projected analogous topological manifolds that were coded to the speech. And I'll bet you very quickly people exposed to this form of communication would stop listening to each other and start watching the holographic dance of imagery generated over people's heads. I think telepathy is not hearing what other people think. Telepathy is seeing what other people mean. And cephalopods and octopi model this for us very well. You know, every technological age has a totemic animal. The 19th century, it was probably the horse, who signifies the steam engine, the age of steam, horsepower. We measure steam engines' output in horsepower. The early 20th century, it's the raptor. It's the bird of prey, the supersonic fighter aircraft. This is where it all comes together. But in the informational future, I think, strangely enough, a creature as exotic and strange as octopi become a perfect totemic animal. This also explains all those tentacles on early copies of Astounding.
It's interesting that you should mention this, because John Lanier lectured in San Francisco last year, and he spent the first hour of his lecture talking about how when he grew up he wanted to be a giant cuttlefish. Because the giant cuttlefish... The giant cuttlefish possesses all these characteristics to the nth degree, so that their skins are literally as complex as television screens. And we very rarely see giant cuttlefish. They hide in the lower depths of the ocean, which are very hard for us to get to, probably quite well. But they have an entire culture based on this visual form of communication, using the fact that they have an enormous expanse of skin that they have incredibly detailed color control over.
Yeah, and this color control is so basically a part of these animals, so necessary to their evolutionary program, that though octopi and squids evolved in the shallow waters of warm oceans, they evolved into the benthic depths, into ocean deeper than 1,500 feet. And no light penetrates there. And so to maintain their ontos of being, they evolved phosphorescent organs. And so in the deep ocean, the octopi only know each other as information. There is no light. So they only know each other as a linguistic phenomenon, except, I suppose, when they have sex, which is only once, and the male is eliminated shortly afterwards. But that's the only tactile, that's the only confirming encounter in their entire lives that there is actually a material entity there. The rest of the time, what they exist in is an environment of information mediating light and perhaps pheromones. Weird. And this is all within the confines of the ecosystem of one small planet. This is why the task with aliens is to recognize one when it's in front of you. There's plenty of life on this planet and plenty of mind on this planet, so alien that human beings can't understand it when they're confronted with it.
Evolve our consciousness and some would say more of a kind of psychic and a human sort of work consciousness versus this computer stuff, which seems to be, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure there's more to it, but if you're saying the same words and you're using your same expression mode, and it's just kind of you're activating like a tape recorder or something like that, and it just doesn't seem to have a totally different culture than evolving your core being.
In my own work, I have found that my work with computers ended up activating the other centers of my being. Again, I think it's perhaps a matter of intent. If you want, because any work that's auric, you're still working with some object, whether it's the body or with some other object that you're working with, right? So the computer can be that object. I've been able in my own work to be able to project my growing understanding of the magical identity of the world into my work in the computer, so that it's become my alchemical chamber. It's become the place where I can dissolve and coagulate the ideas of my psyche and refine them. And not all of them are perfect, not all projects succeed, but nonetheless it can become the vessel to contain my work.
One of the things, just when you were commenting before, you were saying like the evolution of the physical, energetic world evolving almost like a separate consciousness or imagination entity. It almost seems like there is complete parallel evolution there, in that the structure of the physical, energetic world is structured the evolution of the mind or imagination world, which has allowed the same feeling of the physical, energetic world kind of splitting apart as energy, force, and then they're coming back together, which I think connects to sort of the source of our primary imagination, which is sort of like the feeling of love you said before, which is sort of connecting back the energy, connecting back that source and energy. It just seems that the energetic world seems to have completely structured that as well, and that all of our fantasies grow out of sort of completing that, getting back to that source.
Well, I'm not sure. Like recently, I've been playing with the idea that the imagination actually has a physical reality, though a kind of physical reality, and that this function that we do called imagining or being in the imagination is actually an act of perceiving. And that what one is perceiving is the Bell non-local information space that lies below the level of three-dimensional space and time. In other words, that most of our senses, our eyes, our ears, our prehensile things, locate and define us in space because we are organisms subject to Darwinian catastrophes, and we need to be watching over our shoulder. But the ingression of spirit into the animal body, what we call spirit, it works for me to think of it as simply the sum total of all information in the universe simultaneously parsed and experienced. That's God enough for me. Yeah.
Interestingly, when I worked at Autodesk, one of Autodesk's slogans for their CAD program was "Tools to the Golden Age of Engineering." And when we met Mark and we were working, both working in the virtual reality angle, I was working at Autodesk, he was at Alma Sendai, I realized that virtual reality technology were total tools to the golden age of the imagination, that finally has visualization tools and simulating sensory tools to enhance the ability to manifest our imaginations. Whereas some people have the ability to do that better, to take the thoughts, everything in the world that we make comes from a thought somewhere, and somebody manifests it. And that these are like an enabling technology for this golden age.
Well, this is what gives an enormous shot in the arm to the idea of techno-paganism, I think, where in ages where the imagination is empowered, magic rules the world. In ages where the imagination has somehow given way to positivist empiricism or reductionism or some other form of so-called realism, magic withers on the vine. So, the realization that code is magical invocation is really a powerful one. Language has been devalued by the positivist and warped.
For example, you mentioned the world is getting weirder, and this is one of my favorite little things. The word weird really comes to us from the Germanic roots our English language. And your weird is your fate in the sense of that which has come to be as the sum total of what you have done and what has happened to you. Your weird is you're weird. You know, and saying that the world is becoming weird is like, duh. What else could it become? And in the ancient Germanic mind, this was a concept that was understood by everyone, not just kings and scholars and
Yes, the goose of Gnosis has come home to roost, I think. Yeah.
Mark, I noticed that before all of this started, you were smudging the room.
Yes, and I'll do it again tonight.
Address that in context?
In this context, it was really very, very practical. Smudging is done to clear the valence out of a room and to set the stage for whatever's going to happen thereafter. And so it's just a practical technique that I use when I want to be able to allow things to happen in their own way in a space without anything that may have come before intervening. And I mean, you can argue about the practicality of it. It's an act of intent on my part. So even if it's only functional at my own level, although I would argue that, you know, it's probably functional at other levels. Certainly other people were of it. Some people were getting into it, and I smudged them if they wanted it too, because we all had the intent of being able to walk in. And since intent is in the end what shapes the world, it had an effect.
Mm-hmm. A couple of years ago, Terence, I remember you saying something about heaven help the shaman who goes around beating his drum and burning stuff. And I was seriously practicing shamanic techniques at that time, and I thought, oh no, my techno shaman guru here is putting down everything I think. And it was pleasing to me that you smudged the room. But in what is reality, what is intention, what is virtual reality, I'm curious as to where all of that sifts down to where we are today.
Well, a social space is an interface between the laws of physics and the laws of magic. And I think it's completely legitimate to carry out efficacious activities. At times I've been hard on ritual, but that's because I only repeat what I'm told. And what the mushroom said to me about ritual was, it's what you do if you don't know what to do. I think that's consistent with good magical operation. It's a good thing to do if you don't know what to do. If you know what to do, you just slash through and do it. But shamanism is always technology. You know, Merciliade, in his book, Shamanism, the subtitle in English is The Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy. It was translated from French. The word technique in the original book explicitly indicated technology. Arthur C. Clarke, one of the things he is most famous for having said is any technology is, or magic is any technology you don't understand. And just for a minute, making the bridge back to the last great age of magic, which was at the close of the Renaissance, the connecting bridge is the understanding of the power of language. Language in the hands of science becomes descriptive and discursive. Language in the hands of a magician creates. And we haven't seen languages like that for several centuries in the West. But when you write code and implement it, this is magical language. When your utterance is iterated in the machine, something happens, or the code didn't work, it has a bug. But once it's been debugged, it is a magical invocation that works, and the world is going to become progressively more and more ruled by incantation.
And this, I think, is why I smudge, because, I mean, again, the semantic difference between me writing a code as magical invitation and smudging as a magical invitation, that semantic difference is utterly lost on me, or at least I'm moving to a state, hopefully, where it's lost on me. It's as if I hit the reset button on the room.
What about autonomous languages? You were saying we can't evolve any more quickly than we evolve our language. What is this autonomous, self-evolving languages that computers generate to talk with one another, to share with one another?
Well, Mark can probably address this. Mark gets the credit for being instrumental in creating the language called VRML, or VRML, VRML, Virtual Reality Markup Language. And what that allows is for virtual realities to be viewed online. Well, before there was VRML, there was no way to view virtual realities online. 5 or 6 years ago, if you could code C++, you were the hottest kid on the block. Now, nobody wants that. That's finished. People want Java, they want VRML, they want other things. So while human language has become maybe somewhat sedate in its evolution, the evolution of computer languages has exponentially exploded, and as they are episomal prostheses of our own linguistic evolution. So there are obviously things. You know how it's a truism that there are thoughts in Japanese that don't translate out. Well, then in each of these computer languages, there must be implementation possibilities that cannot be done any other way. Well, how many of these computer languages are there? Well, as far as we can tell, an infinite number waiting to be elaborated. And each one is a path to a different kind of power and allows different kinds of things to happen. The whole thing is about language. I remember when I was a kid reading Naked Lunch, and there's the famous line in there, language is a virus from outer space. And I had this in my head on my second acid trip, and I sat down under a tree, and I became somewhat overexcited behind the perception that English is an animal. I could feel it in my bloodstream. I could feel it living in my head. I could feel it mutating and templating and infecting people and spreading and making its way through the world. And to some degree, I think that's a fairly true model of reality. Why do these things, these autonomous machine elves encountered in the DMT thing, why do they present themselves as linguistic structures, language elves? At one point, somebody on a DMT trip, not me, asked one of these entities what was going on, and the reply was, "We're time-sharing your nervous system, but you're not supposed to know about this." Well, language seems to have some kind of symbiotic relationship to meat and to silicon. I made the point the other day that, this weird, to me this seems very important. I'll keep saying it until someone tells me it's trivial. But the fact that symbolic logic defines human thought when human thought and communication is clearly expressed. In other words, if you and I have a truly intelligent conversation, it can be symbolized in the notational system we call symbolic logic. Well, that's what machines speak. They don't speak a different language from us. We think and they think exactly alike. And means and, or means or, if means if, and then means then, to a human being or a machine. This is the golden bridge across which the continuity of the two phyla can be welded.
And as it turns out, something that I heard as a factoid last year, it's well known that if you learn a language, say you went and learned Japanese, and then you went and wanted to learn, say, Russian, you'd have an easier time of it, because the more languages you learn, the more easier it is to acquire a language. Programmers know that once you've learned your first programming language, learning the next programming language is easier and easier. What wasn't realized until last year, in fact, is that there's a bleed over. That in fact, the more languages you can speak, the easier it is for you to acquire a programming language, and the more programming languages you know, the easier it is to acquire a human language. All right, so the linguistic structures that are being manipulated as we work with code are identical. They're not separate from linguistic structures that we use to speak with people. So at some level within us, there's a unity between them.
Is there such a thing as autonomous languages, self-evolving languages that computers evolve themselves?
You could say A-Life, I would suppose, represents a class of that.
Mm-hmm.
So in a sense that a genetic code could be written, seen as being a language, then yes, there are systems that can already evolve their own genetic codes and modify their own genetic codes to suit particular tasks, to suit the environment that they're functioning in. We know that when they run, for instance, one of the things that was done a few years ago by the cypherpunks is they ran a barter simulation among a whole set of machines, and very quickly the machines developed the abstract concept of money. It just sort of emerged because it was a much easier way of carting things around, and so they just got over it. There's one over there.
Just two thoughts. I find it very easy to speak in Spanish after I dream in Spanish, like in a foreign country. And so what does it mean to dream of Tetris or Doom?
Probably the same thing. If you can dream in a coding language, you've arrived in some sense.
Right. Certainly, I know with my own experience with Tetris, and I know this has happened to many people who became addicted to Tetris, that you go through a period where you dream Tetris, and then all of a sudden, Tetris is no more fun because you can basically play it. You've gotten the game, and there's
It's a simple language.
It's a simple language, and once you've acquired the language, the game of trying to learn the language, which is what the game is, becomes uninteresting. But at some point, it's affected the way your mind works, and I think they know, don't they know that in fact brains function differently after they've learned Tetris than before?
Yes.
So there's something about the nature of the interactivity and the flow of information that's really affecting your biology.
And basically what's happening is you're learning to intuitively manipulate three-dimensional forms in space with much greater facility than if you didn't have that learning pressure on you.
It's similar to that romantic notion these days that if you let children listen to Mozart and suddenly they become more intelligent. It sounds to me now like that actually works.
Well, I know Tetris gives you spatial command skill. I don't know if Mozart makes you more intelligent. I always think of Hannah Arendt's conundrum that she poses in The Banality of Evil, where she says, the task for the 20th century is to understand how someone could spend a busy day pushing Jews into ovens and then go home, put their feet up, pour a little schnapps, and listen to Bach's choral preludes with a complete appreciation of what it is. I mean, that is the horror of the multiple personality fragmentation carried to the nth degree. Anybody else? Yeah.
Just one of those inexpressible thoughts that come from a language domain, and I'm sure Mark experienced it before. When you learn a couple of computer languages, you know them all. And then people ask you, do you know Java? And you're
how many hours will it take? Yeah. Yeah, what do you want to do?
Well, one of my fantasies about all of this, one I don't take very seriously, is that as we get closer to the Y to K crunch, it will disappear invisibly ahead of us because it's an internally generated crisis that will flush the AI out where we can see it. Because since we can't fix the problem, it will, and in so doing it will tip its existence. We will realize that there is a deus ex machina, and it's trying seriously to put corks in the bottom of the rowboat.
Isn't it as if it's a crisis that if the computer printout spits out 00 as a date in that particular time, that the human beings handling this resulting paperwork are not going to understand that this is 1900 or 2000. It's like they're already assuming that the machines are running everything, and they have to remember that there are still humans involved.
There are humans still in the loop. That's right. A few.
But is that contingent?
Yeah, I've heard people say the real call is the year 10K, because no doubt they'll fix it for 4 digits, but in the year 10,000, well, total fracture of everything. Now we can just spend cash.
Well, if there's not an AI that can't fix it in 10,000, I'm a monkey's uncle.
Susan?
The Y2K issue made me think that I hope that all the technology that you're going towards really does happen quickly, because I'm sitting here watching every day in the news about the very just noticeable difference of the ecological situation on this planet that has happened in the last year, and it's I don't think you're going to go back to the normal that we were used to. And I don't know if anybody followed the Grand Forks Herald story last year. They won a Pulitzer Prize for community service reporting, because basically Grand Forks
went away.
Is gone from a huge flood, and the people there had to really, it was them versus the forces of the universe, and it was only them and their minds and what they went through. And you could tell, watching the interviews with people that they've been through, like a mushroom trip, but for a month and a half. In reality, and watching everything that they ever had worked on to be destroyed. So I think that all the technology is great, but if we don't have electricity or whatever we need to get that going, what does it do for us?
Well, if we lose the electrical grid, we're in big trouble. But the forces that assume they run the world have an enormous vested interest in keeping these infrastructures together. So there was just a test on the stock exchange last week, and it passed with flying colors. I think the consultants will get their pound of blood, and guess what, folks? Western civilization will survive to run another day.
Right.
But let me say about this ecological thing, there is a weird problem which we tend not to talk about here, because we're all obviously tech heads and visionaries. But chewing on our rear end in all of this is a very practical problem, and that is overpopulation, which tends to erode every social justice program, every effort to clean up water, every effort to deal with AIDS in the third world, every effort to expand the educational base or expand connectivity. There are too many people. Well, it's not a technological problem exactly. I mean, yes, we could distribute condoms, we could sterilize people, but it's a political and social problem. And this is where we have the biggest problems. We can, build the internet in a time scale of 4 years. How long will it take us to regulate our sexual and breeding behaviors? The momentum here is terrifying. I've talked in previous groups about how if every person would parent only one child, population would drop 50% in 30 years on the planet. Children in the first world consume between 800 and 1,000 times more resources than children born to women in the third world. Where do we preach population control? We are blind on this issue. The Holocaust was a horrifying incident in the 20th century, and the Germans took an enormous rap for that, as they should have. But fundamentalist Islam, the Catholic Church, have population policies in place which shove more people into disease, degradation, and early death every year than suffered under the Holocaust. And the people who represent these points of view fly around in 747s and are joyously received by democratic governments, and everybody thinks this is a fine thing. This is a collapse of moral perception of staggering proportions. Who is causing the misery and the dislocation in the third world? Well, it's these institutions which, since they get their directions directly from divinity, feel no constraint to adjust their policies. But until we address this particular part of our political problem, I think the forward progress of technology will continue, but the level of misery for vast numbers of people throughout the world will rise. And this is something we all turn a blind eye to. This is the part of my spiel that most often gets people walking out on me. Because usually I end it by calling for hanging the Pope. Usually I then discover who is no longer amused by the Terence McKenna show. Certainly the Pope. But how do we square this? How do we square our own connivance in these incredibly dehumanizing policies, which make it very, very difficult to offer hope to people in the third world? There may not be much left to be addressed in the physical world. In other words, perhaps through nanotechnology we can abandon agriculture and feed China out of matter compilers by turning seawater into rice. That's a possibility. But until we eliminate the poverty and overpopulation in the third world, our entire planetary agenda is going to be under a dark cloud of moral obligation. Yeah.
That makes me want to ask the question, is the problem population or is the problem consumption? Like a middle class China we can't afford.
It's both. It's both. It seems to me, quality of life is the value to be maximized. And I don't know what the carrying capacity of the Earth is, especially in the light of nanotechnological schemes that would allow us to abandon agriculture and still feed everyone. But until the quality of life issue is addressed for the least among us, it seems to me there's a moral obligation to feel that the political task is still undone.
There's a pun that, in fact, Ronan and I were passing forth on the telephone the other day, and we basically said that the planet has contracted a fatal case of consumption, which, of course, is the old nickname for tuberculosis. But in a sense, it's really what's going on. So part of that, in the first world, we actually have to adopt some simplistic approach to finding the quality of life without consumption, the quality of life in interior values of some sort, and a desire to live your life in relationship with the people you love and with your friends, and finding somehow that being enough. The countervailing tendency, and I'm definitely guilty of this, is that I own two computers that were composed of materials that produced a lot of toxins in the environment, blah, 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 blah. And we're entranced with our toys. We all want our new toy, we want our T1 link, da-da-da-da-da. So there's a seduction that all of the technological edifice is offering us, which is flying in the face of all of our good intentions.
There's a name for it.
Affluenza. But in a sense, not to make it all things to all men, but virtual reality offers an opportunity here. Capitalism is not intrinsically flawed. What flaws it is that it insists on fabricating objects out of matter, of which we have a limited supply. If you dealt objects made of light, we have an infinite supply of photons around, and so if you dematerialize value, everyone can live at the St. Regis Hotel and have Vermeers hanging on their walls. I don't know about the chef part, The dematerialization of the commodity market is probably capitalism's only hope. 40 years ago, it was thought that extraterrestrial industrialism would open the closing loop of the production cycle. Apparently that option has been taken off the menu, at least for the short-term future. But virtual reality can step in here. In an insidious way, it already has. If you think of daytime television as a kind of virtual reality, millions of low-awareness lives are just being warehoused in the suburbs where people imbibe this endless infomercial-based environment and congratulate themselves on the splendid quality of life they've achieved. So there are many traps, many pitfalls, contradictions. It's not simple. It is dinner time, however. So let's knock off, and we'll come back this evening here at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. Session will blend gently into a mediated event of some sort. Mark is in charge of that, so I'm not sure, but I'm as interested as I'm sure you are. The early part of the day got most of the issues in play. We seem to be swelling, ever swelling our numbers. Are there issues we had to end somewhat abruptly at 6 o'clock? How does all this sit with you? Yeah.
I think there was something we talked about at dinner. Can you be happy-go-lucky till the end of time?
You mean, is there some responsibility to gravitas? Is that what you mean?
Pretty very legitimate fear, really, to all of this. There might be a fear to all the unknown factors like nanotech and all the good stuff we've been talking about, but is there really anything truly worth fear?
Well, in my experience, not. My fundamental intuition is that it's okay, that somehow the how of the coming to the eschaton is not yet fixed, but that it is on schedule and going to happen is somehow it's a very deep creed. Where the anxiety arises is just in people trying to explain to themselves what is happening. And, people will not live without closure in the unexamined intellectual life. So the world is now so complex, very few people, quote unquote, understand it. But in whatever area that you don't understand it, you generate mythology, which explains it to you. And so most of us, as the culture becomes more complex, our participation in it becomes more magical, more animistic, more provisional, more mythic. This is both a good and a bad thing. I mean, it leads to cult, which is, I think, a bad thing. In other words, people accept explanations for reality, the only argument for which is that they are explanations for reality. Their persuasive force otherwise is zilch. There was another comment here.
Alan, if I can just add to that, the interesting thing about fear, and I think Terence made the point earlier, is that primates are at their best when they're in the corner. And in fact, if the argument that I've been making over the last couple of days that we need to revision our own understanding of the universe and change our beliefs and habits appropriately, then in fact perhaps the fear of this gray goo planet and its ilk, all the other demons that can be conjured, can be used as catalysts to change the mind.
Yeah, in other words, you can't go on automatic. So it isn't that kind of carefreeness at the end of time. But on the other hand, I really, there's an Irish toast, may you be alive at the end of the world. Well, I think, that we have a crack at it. And it's just the most fascinating thing, and maybe every age has had the feeling that it stood on the brink of such a transition, but I don't believe that, because we can see the rhetoric of past ages, and their concerns were different. But it certainly seems that somehow our lives have been chosen to be microcosmic summations of macrocosmic processes that have acted themselves out over a long time. And maybe we are just simply dumb lucky to have been born into this moment, but so be it.
Maybe comment on what you think about the Eschaton in relationship to Zeno's paradox. I kind of personally tend to think it shows to be a hoax. But,
it shows Zeno's paradox to be a hoax, or the Eschaton? Well, Zeno's paradox is not a hoax. It's based on a misunderstanding. You all know Zeno's paradox. It's that we have a tortoise which is going from A to B. First it goes half the distance, then it goes half of the distance left, then it goes half the distance left. Because it always has a distance left to traverse, the argument was motion is impossible. But this rests on a simple logical fallacy. What we have here is what's called an infinite series. 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16. But the sum of that infinite series is not infinity, as the paradox suggests. The sum is 1. Ergo, the problem is solved. It was just a naive stage of human thought. Once you understand that the sum of an infinite series is a finite integer, that's overcome. So no, we will reach the realm of the densely packed at a certain moment in historical time. It's strange that this is the faith of Western religion has always been this irrational insistence that God would enter history. It's a barely languageable notion. I mean, when you compare it to the nihilism of Buddhism and the cyclical thinking of Hinduism, these seem like very natural topological configurations of the metaphysical impulse. But the Western thing, that God becomes man and enters history and redeems the past, I mean, it's pulp science fiction, and yet archetypically maintained for thousands of years as a primary insight about the structure of reality. And because the Western methodologies and intellectual toolkit had sharper edges than its neighbors, it's in a way coming to pass.
it's a Middle Eastern import, actually, isn't it?
You mean that it comes from the it comes from the Arabs, but via Neoplatonists, and hence from the late phase of Platonic thinking. So it has a provenance, it has a lineage, yes.
If the grand project of technology, the deconstruction of reality, is it also deconstructing culture or creating a new culture, and what kind of cultural wars can you expect if that is the case?
Well, I think it is deconstructing culture. I go back to the French sociologist Jacques Ellul, I quote nearly every time I speak. his statement, there are no political solutions, only technological ones. The rest is propaganda. And in the middle 50s, he wrote a book explaining what he meant by all these terms. Technology is like a drug in that it dissolves these boundaries that are so very carefully constructed and maintained by cultural values. So, McLuhan said no technology in history was ever put in place with even a partial appreciation of its consequences. Technologies can make people money, so people are seduced by them away from cultural values and then become the carriers of these transformative technological memes that always pose problems for the culture in which they arise. And I think culture is a self-imposed form of fascism, that cultural rules are always give us a smaller version of humanity than humanity in fact is. In other words, you're inside a culture that tells you monogamous marriage is the highest ideal. Well, so then all the other humanly well-tested possibilities are left out because that particular cultural software doesn't support that particular behavior. So culture is something infantile. It's pre-adolescent. It's something which a civilized society would quietly do away with, I think. Did you want to say? Huh?
No one does away with it. Everybody clings to it. We do it in our own way.
Well, you can strive for cosmopolinity. If you travel, if you take drugs, if you have an affair with the Albanian ambassador's daughter, and if you do sophisticated things, you can mitigate against it. But yeah, to the degree that you slow down and speak one local language and trade in one intellectual currency and stay in one place, it closes back over you again. Provincialism. That's why I'm such a booster for Manhattan. Because I think, as urban design goes, that's the best designed immunization program against provincialism ever dreamed up. And the internet is another. You're in some village somewhere defined by its values, you jack into the World Wide Web, and suddenly the human galaxy of values is accessible. You want to talk about any of this, Mark, or anything else?
I just want to say that the question that you just asked is word for word repeated in my notes, so you could come over and take a look at it. It was a little bit airy hearing that. Why don't I start rapping a little bit?
Yeah.
In the afternoon, in our afternoon nightmares, I did my very best to invoke a few demons. I'll invoke one more before I work to exercise them. There's a rap that I haven't given in a long time because it requires props that I don't have, and those of you who know what props will blush because you know what props I'm talking about. And I gave the talk in public a few years ago. In fact, at the Exploratorium in the McBean Theater. And it was a talk about sex in VR. So I was on a panel with a couple of other people, and I don't really know how I got onto this panel about sex in VR because I've never had any. Yes. And one way or another, I ended up on this panel, and I came onto the panel, and I had a paper bag. And in the paper bag, with the paper bag on the stage, so imagine that I have a paper bag here. And I started to tell a story, and I said the year is 1997. That's coming past, it was years ago. So let's say the year is 2001. And I've just come back with the good guys, and I've got a bag full of goodies. And I pull out a head-mounted display and say, look, at this is the latest model, da-da-da-da-da-da. And I pull out a Sony PlayStation and say, look, at this is the latest model, da-da-da-da-da. And then I pull out a dildo. And I say, oh, this is the latest model. It's got all the appropriate sensors in it, da-da-da-da-da. And I put a condom on it, so it's sitting there. And we have to have clean, safe, virtual sex. And then I pull out a compact disc. And what's really important is the story of the software that's on this compact disc. Because the compact disc software was based on some research that had been done a few years ago when they wired up some yogis to get a sense of their neurophysical states. And the yogis would go into various trance states and they would record the brainwave pattern, and that's very cool. And one of the things that they did is they got 2 yogis who studied Tantra in there who just went at it for 24 hours straight and could have gone longer, but they ran out of disk space. Fine. Well, the disk drives go off to some folks in Bangalore, a bunch of PhDs, graduates of Indian universities, who sit and work on understanding the neurologic patterns involved in the state of consciousness. Now, the interesting thing about the head-mounted display that I've purchased is that the head-mounted display itself is not just a normal HMD, but in fact is equipped with sensors, so it can not only project images, but it's capable of reading my brainwave patterns to some degree. Sorry. The head-mounted display is capable of reading my brainwave patterns, at least sensorially, and the PlayStation has got the appropriate inputs for it. And the Indian PhDs look at this and they build some neural net software and they figure out how, in theory anyway, to produce, by using a set of conditioned inputs with the dildo and the head-mounted display, a brainwave state that's analogous to the state that's being produced by the tantric yogis. And again, this relates to what I was talking about bodies and boundaries this morning, that as we move technologies to permeability, to induce particular types of states is becoming something that's increasingly easier. And after a while, the PhDs crack the problem and they can produce the state, and 75% of the test subjects were all very happy people indeed. So I posited this technological construction and slapped it on stage and said, okay, I'm going to pop this thing on. And the next question I need to ask is, will I be able to turn it off? Because tantric sex by its nature is a high state of sexual excitation and pleasure that does not achieve any functional resolution. You don't have to terminate it. There's no orgasm. And of course, we've all heard horror stories about people who learn Tantra before they can deal with the energies raised, short out like light bulbs in a high voltage current. And so we have to also wonder, and that's the last of the demons I'll put on the table. These are the other kinds of demons that we can invoke. It's not just the gray goo. It's something that is in some ways the equivalent of heroin. And these are the entire array. If I put all the goods out on the table, you have to see the good and the bad. And so we have to consider very carefully when we're working on things like this, is this the direction we want to go in? So intent becomes a very important issue, particularly in areas where the natural boundaries of the body are being bridged in particularly mediated ways. All right. Now we're going to say goodbye to the demons. Actually, do you want to take it for a little while?
Well, I'll just add to what you said. I mean, you implied the subject of addiction because of these high states of erotic consciousness that could be machine engendered. Earlier in the day, we talked about how in a world with a perfected VR toolbox, what is really being offered to people is a kind of godhood, a kind of ability to build, live in, control, and extrapolate fantasies on very, very large scales. So that also sounds very addictive. That's the most addictive thing one can imagine, short perhaps of continuous tantric orgasm. And when you write the software that allows you to do both at once, there you have it. There you go. So I wonder to what degree technology has always had this ability to hook us. The bibliophile is an interesting figure. People obsessed by books, by possessing books, buying books. As soon as books were invented, there were people who fell in love with them. And I think in the case of these new immersive technologies, it's almost overwhelmingly certain that our relationship to them will be like that of a relationship to a drug. Look at television. I mean, if television were heroin, we would have long ago written off Western civilization. Imagine if if people had begun using heroin 8 hours a day at the end of World War II and had it expand to the entire population. We don't think of television as a drug because it's inconvenient to do so, but the impact it's had on people's lives and the way in which it has dumbed them down and enslaved them to a more limited set of behavioral responses, which is what a drug does. It draws you in very tightly around its orbit. All occurs very dramatically in the case of TV. So I don't know what we can do about that. The simple science of pharmacology, leave alone all this other high-flown technical stuff, is on the brink of producing an endless cornucopia of very target-specific drugs. Viagra is a perfect example. Prozac is another. There will be many more of these kinds of mood-enhancing, performance-enhancing, social skill-enhancing, memory-enhancing pharmacological options, all of which leads to the idea of modification of ordinary habits by relationships to substances and sources of stimulation.
Then we need to become used to bliss.
Yes, we have to become very sophisticated about bliss and know how to choose our castles in the air with care, because you're going to have to live in those castles in the air. I had a castles in the air vision the other night. I was sitting gazing into space, and the phrase came to me just out of the blue: nanoelectric aerogel. And I said, that's it! It's this sort of soap-sudsy stuff that has nano circuitry grown all over it, and you grow it in the stratosphere, and it moves around, and everybody is uploaded into it. So we don't have to touch the Earth anymore, and we begin a migration of intelligence into the stratospheric levels of the planet, where there's enough ambient high energy to keep these aerogel environments both airborne and moving around the planet, and electrified by static electricity to keep the modems running.
Okay. Yeah. An unscheduled tour of the numinous. Terence and I left this part of the program relatively free, and I really want to use this part of the program, even though we've been dallying with technology, I think, in the first part, to get back. Although I'm going to talk about technology, this part's really going to be more talking about intent, and particularly the intent where it intersects the artistic intent. And the first person I'm going to talk about is a Canadian artist that I've become very good friends with, a woman by the name of Char Davies. And some of you who are familiar with my work are familiar with the fact that I've written about her work extensively. Char's had a very interesting career, because when she was educated as a fine art painter. When she was in her 20s, she experienced a moment of the numinous completely unaided by any psychedelics, but had an experience when lying in a field in the southeastern part of Ontario, where she grew up, that she felt a moment as if the boundaries between the field and the land around her and her own being had collapsed. and that there was a unity, there was a profound unity, that the world and the forest and the land were literally inside of her. And this became, in a sense, the object of her own vision. It became something that she chose to pursue with her own artistic intent. And she began to paint. And so she would paint forests. She'd paint forest scenes that had a particular quality to them. People saw it as being almost a very spiritual quality in her painting, without being completely sort of explicit. They had an inner beauty. Things happened. She moves to Montreal, and she ends up being one of the founders of a company that was called Softimage. Softimage was the first computer graphics, 3D computer graphics software company. And over the years she worked at Softimage. In the beginning it was a startup, so she did what she needed to. She wrote the manuals, she did some marketing, they got some financing, and the software became the software that's used in most films today for computer graphics. But she never left her artistic intent, and so when they were working on the software, she would play with it, in part to test it, but in part to see if her own sensibilities of the world as she understood them as a painter could be represented in this medium. And so she'd say, why can't I do this? Why can't I make this object look translucent? Why can't I make it look translucent and color it with different light sources? And in part, the reason that we can see Titanic and Armageddon on the big screen and have them be believable is because somewhere back there was an artist who was measuring everything against an interior sense of fidelity and making things look real. Well, the company grows up. It's a $100 million company, and she is allowed then to move and become her own role, director of visual research, which doesn't really mean anything. It means she can do as she pleases because the company's been a success, so she has free time. And the first thing that she did was design something that she called a light box, which could take a static image because, in fact, unless you're using cinema film at that point in time, the only way you could get a 3D graphics image was to print it on a sheet of paper. In this case, she did it on a sheet of cellulose. And she would create these constructions that looked like huge, organic, almost gel-like fans floating in the seawater with light suffused in them. And no one in the world of computer graphics had ever seen anything come out of a computer that looked so organic and looked like it had grown, really almost like a photograph. But this was the beginning of her quest, using now technology as a means to represent. And she did a series of these, won some awards. They've been shown at major art festivals, at SIGGRAPH, things like this. And she began to establish a reputation. Well, time goes on, and as we know, computers get faster and stronger and better. And she began to really have a desire to have one of these works be real. She's making these works in the sense that they're three-dimensional, but she can't show them to people that way. But all of a sudden, graphics supercomputers are available, and they're only a few $100,000, and there are several of them all across the building she's working in because this is the place where they make the software for the movies. And so she starts on another project, and she decides she's going to make one of these light boxes that she can walk into. And now she's confronted not just with the artistic intent, but she's also confronted with the reality of immersion in the virtual world. And she took a look at immersion as it was understood in the early 1990s. And she saw that most people moved in the virtual world by one of two mechanisms, one of which was using the data glove and pointing in the virtual world, which is in fact not particularly intuitive, somewhat cumbersome, and actually if you leave your arm out here for a while it gets tired. It's just a biological reality. The second one of which was the joystick, and she never thought the joystick was natural, and I remarked to her one day, that's because you're not a man. It's the most natural it's the most natural movement in the world to a man. And she laughed, and I actually do think there's some reality to that. She was looking for an interface, and she was looking for an interface that could bring the physical reality of the body into cyberspace. Well, it was just the point in her life when she was learning how to scuba dive. Now, for those of you who don't, and I don't, but I've heard a lot of description of it. A scuba diver maneuvers in the boundless three-dimensional space underneath the water. So you think about it, humans really only move in 2 dimensions, right? We really only move about, we don't move up and down. But a diver moves in 3 dimensions by controlling the buoyancy of their body. And they control the buoyancy of their body by controlling the amount of air in their lungs. As you inflate your chest with air, your buoyancy changes to be less than water and you rise. And as you exhale, you fall. And so she constructed not a $1 trillion apparatus, but a simple band that goes around your chest that simply measures your chest extension. It's $5 in components. And poof, all of a sudden, you've invented an interface to the virtual world that isn't based on anything that's unnatural, but on the most innate of all actions, which is breathing. So that in the virtual world that she created to float up, you go, and you rise gently. And to float down, you exhale. To move forward, you lean gently forward. To move backward, you lean gently backward and side to side. The power that this had was to bring the embodied being into the virtual world, because you cannot leave your body behind inside of her work. Your body is intimate, even though it is not represented. Your body is intimately present inside the work. And so the drive to sort of tear behind and leave the meat down on Earth as you explore the wilds of cyberspace was completely circumvented. It was short-circuited, because what it showed was that the presence of the body made cyberspace more effective, more powerful, more seductive. Well, there's the interface, but what did she put inside of it? What she chose to do in this work was to create an evocation of the natural world. And she created a piece that's called osmose, which is the French word for osmosis, to flow between. And in this world, or actually a collection of worlds, there are 10 different spaces, and the main space has a large tree that's simply represented. And you can flow around this tree, you can flow up into the leaves of this tree, you can flow into a single leaf of a tree, and particle systems will animate beams of light representing perhaps the flows of energy within a single leaf of the tree. You can float over to a glade, you can flow down a brook, you can fall into beneath the surface of the earth and see the strata of rocks and stones that are underneath. Now the thing of it is that as a painter she understood that in fact we do not see the real world as a collection of bright neon hard-edged objects. That in fact the scientific evocation of the virtual world as being a collection of objects that are black, burped up from the void, sitting there and glowing, has nothing to do with our own real experience. So every single object in Osmose, and there are 5,000 of them or something, are transparent to different degrees. So that the effect that you get as you look at any of the objects in this world is indistinct, it's indeterminate. Everything is between, it's liminal in an absolute sense. Well, people really liked the work when she was testing it, and it had set a gallery date. It was going to be shown at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Montreal, which is in fact where I saw it a few weeks later. People would go into the system, they'd cruise around. Now imagine they're wearing a head-mounted display, quite a large one, and it's about 20 pounds, and that places a considerable torque on the neck, and you also sweat a lot, and it's sort of stuffing, and people just wouldn't get out of it, because what they were seeing and what they were experiencing was so unique. And it wasn't a silent world, and I want to stress this, that in fact the sound was there, and the sound was a male and a female human voice that was processed any number of different ways, and it wasn't pre-planned. It was based on where you were and what you were doing. So you'd hear a chorus of different voices and sounds as you passed through the world doing different things. We're a week away from the exhibition day, and on average people have been spending 40 minutes in the work. Well, to show a work like this in a gallery, and you only have one supercomputer and one head-mounted display, you need to be able to get people in and out at 15-minute intervals. 5 minutes to get them in, 15 minutes in it, 5 minutes to get the next person in. You can do 3 people an hour that way. So she needed to create an artificial end. And so what she did is that after about 14 and a half minutes, you find yourself now gently floating above the main world of the single tree in the glade, and the world itself is encased in a partially translucent crystalline sphere. And you pull away from it into blackness. That's when people started coming out of the work crying. People started to write in the book that they weren't sure they were afraid of death anymore. That this reminded them of something so nearly nothing so much as a near-death experience. That in fact this longing and this leaving of the world was inducing a state that could really only be called profoundly religious. And it's funny because when I tell some people this, they laugh as if it were impossible for a work of electronic art or a work of virtual art to induce this response in people. But then I ask them, if you go into Chartres Cathedral, if you go into Notre Dame, don't you then experience this sort of opening? Whether or not you believe the creed, the space itself is constructed in such a way that it really has this profound effect on you. And I think what Char has done in that work is really find some way to an opening to something that's inside of us, something that's very evocative to us of the sacred. And that wasn't her intent. It's a byproduct of her artistic vision. She took a break because that was a lot of work. She got a lot of flack from the electronic art community because the old school in electronic art thinks that if it's pretty, it's not valuable. If it's not making a statement about the war in Bosnia, it's worthless. If it's not politically strident, it's pointless. She didn't care. She had achieved her goals. And people were still reporting the intense beauty of the work if you go and read her logbooks from people who write their comments after they'd been in. But Osmose was a period of longing for her. She'd been in a very long-term relationship. Her life was just basically on the rocks at the time, and so the work was emotionally evocative of this. 2 years later, she comes back, and she's in a very different frame of mind. And she realizes that what she wants to do is start to use this mechanism and this interface to explore a joyous experience. And she went into the lab for another year. And just last month, at the National Gallery in Canada, a successor work, I think of them as complements, was created called Éphémère, the ephemera or ephemeral. And this work uses precisely the same interface, so you are embodied in the work, but the subject, the content is entirely different. When you enter it, you see a sea of stars, and these stars begin to move and float down, and as they do, the light rises on what looks like nothing so much as an antique Chinese watercolor. Trees almost as single straight lines falling down to a glade that's covered in snow, and the stars become falling snowflakes. And you can stay in this environment, and as time passes, the sun rises and sets, the moon rises and sets, and then as the sun rises in the next day, the only way I can describe it is as if Monet's God has been loosed in the world, because all of a sudden the forest floor becomes this writhing sea of purple and yellow, and all the colors the trees and living things are before the chlorophyll comes alive in them. And you look up into the trees and you see these great sheets of color waving around. And it's not what a forest looks like, it's what a forest feels like. And she says her influence is Joseph Turner, who's the great oil painter from the last century, and the fact that his bold strokes of color that are all very indistinct and still incredibly evocative powered her in this environment. And you can follow this forest through its 4 seasons, but you can also allow yourself to drop and find yourself in the strata underneath this forest. And the strata underneath this forest are tectonic plates that are in motion slowly. And if you look into the plates themselves, into the rocks and stones, they become active. Because now, rather than just the passive viewing of an experience she's created, she's allowed you to interact with it, not by reaching out and touching, but simply by the joy of your gaze. And as you look into an object, it may change in front of you. You might look into a rock and see the forest inside it, and all of a sudden find that your world has become the forest inside this rock. And you can travel further down. And as you travel further down, you now reach the final substructure of ephemer, which is a body. It's not necessarily a human body, but it's a body. It's got blood, it's got bones, and it's got sinew, and they're all in motion. And of course, because this has the same constraints as the previous work, this work has to have an end. Change to winter again, which will fade out. But if you're in the body, you'll see the bones slowly come to dust. I went into this work a few weeks ago, and I came out not with the feeling of longing that I'd had with Osmose, but incredibly joyous, because here was art. It can't be called by any other name. It's art, and it's a joyous art. It's a playful art. It's an art that's inviting you into it, not merely to observe, but to participate in the being, to participate in Char's vision for what's going on in the world. And I think she is the first, and she's really an exemplar. And fortunately, she's had the position and the opportunity to work in this environment, but everything that she's done will be able to do in a Nintendo 64 in 2 years' time. And with good enough tools, a 12-year-old should be able to do it and send it across the internet, and I will be able to stand inside of someone else's head. And this interface, for all of its advancedness, really just comes out of a desire to be simple and effective and in the body, and costs $5. So none of this is rocket science. It's always a question of intent. And her intent and integrity as an artist was to throw away the Cartesian, to throw away the hard edge, to throw away the solid, and replace it with a space that allowed you to be inside of it, that respected you as an individual inside of a world of her own creating. So you don't feel like you're a visitor. You feel like you're part of it. That work, those two works, and T-Vision, which we talked about, I believe, this morning, stand out to me as examples of what I call vivogenesis, which is the ability to evoke the positive, the affirming, things that would reify the existence of the self, even if that's a multiple self, things that won't cause it to be pulled apart willy-nilly. Things that allow you to stand in the midst of the flow of information and not be overwhelmed by it. And it's certainly my own desire to be able to see other works like that happen, to actually work on works like that, and hopefully to inspire you, if you're working, to work on works like that, to remember your humanity when you work in the virtual. To remember that what you're doing has a profound effect on other people, because you're really getting into other people's heads. And not only that, they're getting into yours. And someone said to me once, it's a good thing that Char is a profoundly ethical person. And you can tell from the quality of her work. If she were Leni Riefenstahl, this would be a very different world. Do you want to take it for a while? Yes.
For those of us who couldn't stand to wait for 2 years for this to come to our neighborhood video store, are they available to be seen still at the Will?
If you go to, it's in Ottawa. It's in the National Gallery in Ottawa to September 7th.
And how about the T-Vision?
T-Vision is installed at, I think it's at our, but I think it's at, no, the thing in Linz. Who's my wife?
Oh, the Ars Electronica.
Ars Electronica in Linz. But if you look for Art plus Com on the web, you will find pages that point to it.
Doesn't Shar have plans to take experiments to the West Coast?
It's a good question. Osmosis has been shown around the world, but it has not been shown on the West Coast. It's been shown in New York, in London, in Manchester, in Monterrey, Mexico, and I believe in Tokyo. But it hasn't come to the West Coast of America. Mostly it's because it's an expensive installation, because it does require a silicon graphics supercomputer, which has to at least be rented for the duration of the exhibition, and also because the technical requirements, most museums are set up to show paintings, and that's just the fact of the situation. And so the museums have to really build a gallery space for it. Now, the gallery space, if it's well constructed, uses a shadow box. You can actually see in shadow the human form that's moving. So the participant, the immersant, and she's created this word, I think it's actually a really nice word, the immersant in this immersive virtual space is illuminated behind a shadow box. And in fact, you can see projected on a monitor, or actually projected on a large screen, what this person is experiencing. And it's nice because you can watch the poetry between the motion of the immersant and the visual of what's being created. And in fact, I saw very clearly with Ephemer, which is a much more complex work than Osmosis, that I saw a number of people go in it. I never saw the same thing twice. It was always so rich and so varied and so dynamic that in fact these environments created, occasionally I was sitting in the room and a gasp would go out from the room because someone had stumbled onto a scene in there that was just breathtaking because of where it was being viewed and how it was being viewed, and it was temporary, it was all ephemeral. But for that moment, you were opened onto a scene. So it takes a lot of work on the part of the museum. Most museums are not particularly technically capable. The National Gallery was very good, actually. But many museums, even modern art museums, aren't capable of really dealing with a supercomputer installation and an immersive installation.
What's the status of virtual reality art on the Internet?
That's a good question. Scott Young.
So
Yeah.
that's what the next is virtual reality art on the
Well, it's not where I would like it to be. My extra grind, I am not blessed with a good visual ability my own self. I would love to say that I was a visual artist, but it just ain't gonna happen. And a lot of people who are visual artists will work for, say, filmic media. And the difference between, say, working for film and working for a real-time medium such as virtual reality is that quite often in real time you have to design images that are much more concise, much simpler. You can't do Titanic, for example, and expect it to run on your home computer. So a lot of the artistic talent has been pulled, in a sense, toward the money and toward the recognition, which is in this very high definition, high resolution virtual art. However, a number of people, and Owen, if you want to throw up any names too, have made real headway. An artist that I've worked with for the beginning, he was the first artist to work in VRML and did all of my sacred work for me. He designed a gallery of sacred objects, an altar and whatnot. Has done a lot of work, and what he actually ended up doing was almost resorting to Celtic knotwork. And some of his works are in fact Celtic knotwork. But the interesting thing about it is it's Celtic knotwork that's being projected to 3 dimensions. So it's got a quality of dynamism as you're viewing it, in the fact that the quality of the knotwork will change through time. So it's got this quality. And part of the reason he did that is because flat surfaces, simple flat surfaces, are so easy for the computer to display that you can have many of them. So you can have these very complicated forms and still not overload someone's computer, because again, with the internet, you're dealing with the fact that there's a wide range of machines and a wide range of capabilities.
One of the things too about virtual reality technology as it stands right now, really, I believe that virtual reality technology is destined to disappear. Its illusion, the illusion about it, the trick about it is that it doesn't disappear and act into the corpus of the operating system, and that it's going to wind up, the kind of windows and widgets and closed boxes and choice
pickings of those that we see in applications now will move into a situation where the entire desktop will be a 3D environment. If you look at that screen on the front of the monitor as the looking glass interface that you go through when you go through the cyberspace, there's this cubic foot behind it that you can use. And if you have good simple 3D rendering technology, visual rendering technology, you can make use of that space and start to use just a simple mouse to be able to pick things out in that 3D environment behind there.
What kind of bandwidth are people going to have for these things to be compelling?
It's always as much as you can get your hands on. That's always the answer for anything that has to do with bandwidth. For the most part, most of these are concise enough that they work over with people with normal modems. Part of the reason being that if it's not something that can translate concisely over a normal modem, by the time it gets to your computer, it's too unwieldy for your computer to display well. That brings me to it. One of the other more interesting projects, which is sort of at a crossroads between art and artificial life, is what's called the Biota Project.
Yes.
And the Biota Project allows you to use genetic algorithms, A-life, to actually grow plants inside of a virtual environment. So you can actually more or less genetically design a plant or an animal with particular characteristics, and it will grow on your computer right there according to those particular evolutionary characteristics. And this is biota.org if anyone is interested, and I can give that to you later as well. So that, and these forms, as you play with them, they're not deterministic. It's not like you're going to get the same thing every time, because they're subject to all sorts of constraints of growth. And they actually have established what they call an island, which is running on a computer somewhere, where there are all these different forms of A-life running in an environment where they're subject to selection pressures and breeding. So they're actually creating new forms of life which are not predictive, because these forms of life are interacting with each other and interacting with a larger environment. And quite often the constructions that arise from that, I think they have insects, I'm pretty sure, and they have plants. I don't know if they have any sort of higher animals, because those are relatively difficult to interpret and model, but these forms can actually have an incredible beauty on their own, in part because most of them are based on L systems and fractal mathematics of growth, so that they have this intelligibility which allows you to recognize them as being near to the living, but still a beauty in their form.
And aren't there also programs that somehow sense where your attention is in the virtual reality and compute outward from the attention point? So the part of the reality you're not looking at isn't drawing processor time.
That's polygon calling and foveal rendering is the other thing, which Eric was big on. Eric Gullickson was big on. Yes, exactly. And this is then using the computer technology to sort of trick your perception, because really, almost everything out of the center of your perception, your fovea, you're not actually seeing. It's all memory. It's one of those things we learned from perceptual psychology. And if it's all memory, and it's a virtual world, and you've been there before, the computer doesn't need to waste much time on it. Now, it's a technique that, although it's well understood, is not often implemented in the kind of computer software that you'll see on a personal computer. You might see it on a workstation, on a graphics workstation or a graphics supercomputer. I can't give you a good reason for why that is, other than I think programmers are lazy.
Where are we here? It's 5 of 9.
Okay, so let me take off on the last one.
Yeah, why don't you do your...
Okay. So the last part of our scheduled tour of the numinous, we're sort of tracing a personal chronology of mine, and we came to about 1993 when the whole web thing was happening. And in late 93, I took the work that I was doing in virtual reality and sort of spliced it with the work that I was doing, or the fact that I thought the web was a cool thing, and presto abracadabra, we got VRML. And the thing that I think was important to VRML, the reason VRML, anything ever happened with it, was and I hope this is the case, was because we didn't immediately say, me, it's mine, I'm going to patent this, you'll never be able to use it unless you pay me lots of money. Because Tony Parisi and I did this in our respective living rooms over the matter of a couple of weeks, and it was very simple, and we did it. And we decided he didn't think it would be worth anything. He was just a programmer. He says he was doing this to humor me. and over a few weeks' time, we got the basic work done, and I fired off a piece of mail to a man named Tim Berners-Lee, who's the father of the World Wide Web, because it had a few notes on his web pages about the fact that seeing virtual reality on the web would be a really cool thing. So, hey, Tim, I know you've never heard of me, but I'm this guy, and what you've done with the web is really cool, and I heard you were doing some stuff with virtual reality. And, well, we have this thing, and it's up, and it's running, and it's working, and it's cool, and just thought you'd want to know. Mark. Get a mail back a couple of days later. Hey, Mark, that sounds really cool. We're having this conference out here in Switzerland in a couple of months. Why don't you do a little paper and make a presentation? Tim. I'm like, okay. So I do a little abstract. It gets accepted, and I find myself on a plane to what turns out to be the first International World Wide Web Conference. Who knew? They certainly didn't, because they were planning for 300 people and 800 people show up. And I want to tell you just one thing about that conference. The conference was held at CERN, which is the great big nuclear atom smasher in Switzerland, just outside of Geneva, and in the conference center there. And it was 600 people, and 200 people basically trying to get into every session. There were just a lot of people lurking around, probably sort of like this one. And I remember one morning there was one email terminal. Now, who thought of that? Okay, the first 800 webheads, and there's one email terminal. But there was one downstairs in the CERN offices that was unoccupied most of the morning, and so I would regularly make a trip in a half an hour ahead of all the rest of the delegates and run downstairs and answer my email. I was mailing Owen, and I was mailing other people just to tell them what was going on. And I remember walking in one morning, and over here were a group of Japanese people trying to banter with some Italian people, and some English people talking to some French people, and some South Africans talking to some, Germans. And I walk in and I said, my God, it's Starfleet Academy. It was a really beautiful moment, because I realized that, in fact, from the beginning, it was a World Wide Web. So I presented the paper there, and the thing that we did there is we said, look, this is an idea, and this is a prototype, but this is not the thing itself. And I managed to meet there a very nice young man by the name of Brian Bellendorf, who had just started working for this new magazine called Wired on this new online thing they were doing, which would eventually become Wired.com. And he said, look, do you need some help? Why don't you set up a mailing list, and we can all talk about this more after the conference, because the paper generated a lot of interest. And I'll give you this space. The guys from Wired, they like helping up the net. They figure they're going to make money off of it. They might as well help out a bit. So we all trek back to San Francisco, and we set up this mailing list. And I send out some postings to news groups on the internet indicating that this mailing list exists. And I figured I'd have about 50 people in 2 weeks' time, and we can settle down and have a nice conversation about what's going on. And I wake up the next morning, I did this on Monday, and I wake up on Tuesday morning, and there are 750 messages in my mailbox. And it kept up like that for 2 weeks. And by the end of 2 weeks' time, I had 2,500 people from around the world who were intensely interested in making this happen. And this is when I realized that what we needed to do was to let it all go. And I started practicing what in retrospect I now call the stone soup analogy. I had the kettle, I threw the stones in, I threw some water in, I said, who's got the chicken? Well, it turns out that Silicon Graphics had the chicken, and IBM had some carrots, and Sun had some potatoes, and pretty soon we had soup. And the nice thing about that, hopefully the object lesson there, is that if you leave yourself open for community in that connection, if you're not trying to hold everything so tight, because the operating theory was that if we did this and it worked, well, we'll all make some money on it or something, but we don't have to worry about owning things right away, because what's important is to get the work done, and there was a shared vision. Everyone who was involved because they were thinking this was a cool idea, and their minds were there, and their hearts were there, and their code followed. Just a little while after this, I had a visitor in San Francisco. My friend Ronan introduced me to a very interesting gentleman whom I've come to be very good friends with by the name of Phil Harrington. Phil Harrington was a doctor in Ireland for a number of years. But because of a psychedelic experience, or I guess probably an empathogenic experience that he had, he radically changed the course of his life, because he was a well-to-do doctor in London, was a millionaire, in Dublin, was a millionaire, had everything that he wanted, but he was profoundly unhappy. And one night, I don't know if it was his first ecstasy experience, and I agree with you that ecstasy has this diminishing return, but that first time and that second time, my goodness, you're gonna find your heart center just sort of pushed right open, and if you're ready for it, it's a great thing, and if not, then you probably need to take it again. And he has his biggest sort of estate house outside of Dublin, and he has this extremely intense ecstasy experience. And in the midst of this ecstasy experience, he starts to sing. And he doesn't even really know why or how he starts to sing, but the singing is bringing things up for him. The singing is a cleansing for him, and he's bringing up sounds and tones from places very deep inside of him. And it doesn't stop. Even after the ecstasy wears off, it doesn't stop. It's as if what he's connected to, what he's burst through to, is some connection to him and maybe something that's larger than him, and it's expressing itself in sound. It's expressing itself musically. Over a period of time, he, in some sense, I guess, codified it into something that he calls voce, which we'll be doing in just a minute. And the idea behind the voce is a set of toning techniques which can open you up emotionally. They can open you up, ideally emotionally. And they work on focusing tones on the chakras. And when it works in a group, and I sincerely hope that it will tonight, the effect is really very profound. You get a wonderful sort of connected feeling with the other people in the environment. When I'd encountered this idea, it rolled through my head for a month or two. And I said, wouldn't it be interesting, since we've collapsed space, we've eliminated space, right? Speed is now light. You can be anywhere you want. Take this event that happens mostly locally, as it will happen tonight, and broaden it. And at this point, I had a flash. I don't remember now in retrospect whether it was psychedelically inspired or not. But I remember I saw that same world that I'd seen years before, but now it was singing. And I could hear it. And the singing that it was making was the sound of the people who were sharing this experience, unmediated by proximity. And I think that when we're in a search for forms that can reinforce the self, even as we encounter technology, this could be one of them. And so I immediately dreamed up a name. I decided it was World Song, because that was literally what it was representing. And Paul and I set to work on it. The technologies we've tried so far have not been up to the task, because we haven't had the tens of millions of dollars that it would take to create something that I think Paul and I would be satisfied with. But as experiments in the direction, I think everyone involved has been very pleased with the results. And the idea is that if we can have a kind of connectivity that's not just of the mind, but at the heart on a local level, why not try to extend that franchise to something that's more on a global level? You want to take it away, Paul?
Sure. I think James is going to help me out with
And this is Paul Godwin, friend, confidant, etc.
I've asked James if those of you that were at yoga this morning, James is a
Kundalini yoga teacher, so he's going to help us to stretch out a little before we do any vocal work, because it facilitates when you're sitting down. If you want. Okay. Go ahead. Introduce you to something called yoga aerobics. Okay, so back the feet on the floor. And inhale and stretch up. And wave your fingers. And exhale and down, touch the floor. While you're down here, let's hit it about 8 times like this. And everything's done to a beat of, to a count of 8. And flap your arms 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's see if you've got enough room. Run in place to the count of 8. And then bring your hands up. And inhale to the right, to the left, and right. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go to the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And again, run in place. Come and hit the ground again 8 times. And run in place. And let's take one more deep breath and inhale and stretch up. And exhale and stretch. Great. I think that a circle actually would be the best shape for this. Yeah, we will be sitting, or if you prefer, you can stand behind the people sitting, but pillows are fine. They're actually great, a little bit of a pillow on your back. You got a big voice. You sit next to me. Okay, so I got to keep running. All right, another big one. Let's see. Wow. We can do more than one circle. Actually, you know, we can kind of more like huddle to get us closer together. That'd probably be better. So, yeah, concentric is fine. I think a group would be better than a huge perimeter. Or, yeah, that would be fine. A crowd. That in semicircle. So Mark talked about Ronan bringing Phil around. I wouldn't mind for a second if Ronan's in the room. I've never actually heard how you encountered Phil, though I heard it might have been out at like a moon vibrate in the desert or something. Is that it? You might get us out on the steering version. Quite interesting experience. So I guess Phil actually is now a singer-songwriter, but he, at this time, like Mark said, was a physician, very unhappy and successful. And Phil used Voce as what he developed into Voce became like a program for singing for non-singers, people who kind of thought they might want to sing or had never really had any musical training or background, but wanted to. And it begins, a regular Voce session will begin with something like counting, maybe spontaneous counting 1 to 20, and back down again. Meaning, so a group like us would count to 20. You'd sort of, if you felt the impulse, you'd say 1, and then he'd say 2, and so forth. So slight attunement, and then he moves on into a chakra toning, and then it generally moves on into
verbal, that is with words, a kind of a call and response type of work. My interest in it, really, I guess the first toning work I probably did was at some rainbow gatherings or something like 1980 or so, and seeing 5,000 people just going home, on the 4th of July, generating huge circular rainbows was dandy. 30,000. She went this year with 30,000. So anyway, I have been interested in the Voce work, and mostly the Voce work that we've continued to do has been related to the chakras. And so what we're going to do tonight is based on the structure of the chakra system, and we will do 7 tones, and each one can last from 3 or so to 5 breaths generally. I don't have a huge source of wind, so it takes me 15 of those. But whenever I'm with somebody, some big blowers, then and I say, oh, let's do 10 this time. I'm like 10. For this 10 would take an hour. So anyway, and that's what we'll do. And so I will do a short, little bit of guided meditation that will just kind of ground us in each chakra, and then I'll tell you the sound, and then we'll make that sound. Now, if you're all game, which I hope some, maybe a high percentage are game, but we'll go ahead and try something a little different tonight, which I think we talked about would be really cool, which would be that I think Mark as well, and Ronan, we all talked about that we're not quite into the word-oriented improv of it, but we like the idea of improv of it. And so what I'd like to try tonight is that when we do a tone, I'd encourage you or welcome you to improvise on the tone just sonically. So you can sort of play with the sound, play with the melody, or play with the rhythm a little bit if you want. And if you really feel like you have to yell out a word, yell it. But the thing about this exercise will be that we're really going to be kind of making music here together. And so the key to making music is listening, and that means listening to yourself and making the sound that you really want to make. And if you don't feel like making a sound, don't make one, and otherwise be listening to other people, and if you hear something that inspires you, then go ahead along with it. Likewise, as in good improvisation like jazz or any kind of good improvisation, we will let the improv take the course that it wants to take, and that will involve listening as well. So what we will do a chakra, and if it's going well, we'll just keep doing it, and and try to listen and think of it as a piece of music that you bought on a CD, and when do you want it to fade out? When you want it to fade out, maybe participate in the fade. So, okay, with less verbiage, maybe we can just close our eyes for a minute and get in a comfortable position. I also want to say that the tone that you sing is not, the actual tone, the note on the scale, is not important that you sing the note that I sing or that your neighbor sings. The important thing is that the note that you choose resonates in your body cavity. And this is a great wake-up. It's really good for pre-yoga or after yoga. I roll out of bed and do a voce because the sound actually can sort of wake up parts of your body, and that's what you're kind of tuning for when you choose. So when you look for a tone, I might start a tone and say, ah, and you might go ah, and you won't really feel it in that chakra, but then move around, kind of go ah, oh, ah, and then you'll be ah, oh, I feel it in that chakra. So that's the one you should choose. Okay. So again, we'll close our eyes. Take a deep breath in. Exhale. Another one. And I want you to imagine that
We are sitting on top of a huge ball in space. And we are rotating really quickly. And at the center of this ball is a fiery orb. So I want you to concentrate on that fiery orb that is many, many miles below you. It's incredible. It has a very, very dense mass. And we're going to imagine that our root at the base of, really at the between where you're sitting is connected to that fiery orb. And I want you to imagine a deep red color, like a really dark red, like it's almost black. And there are veins of energy between the center of the earth and your root. And the sound that we're going to use is ah. And we're just going to do some ah. We are grounded. The energy moves upward, and the color becomes a very warm and glowing orange, and the energy is swirling around your navel. And this chakra is where we will digest all that grounded energy from the earth, and we will use it to nourish ourselves and each other. And as it swirls, it will massage the inner organs, and it will allow us to digest. And there we will take in information and food and toxins, and we will just move them through our system and take what nourishment we need and expel the rest. And that rosy orange color will generate a sound, which is the energy rises up to your solar plexus. And it begins to connect with a waterfall, like a white waterfall cord that's coming down the back of your spine. And that's really reaching all the way up into the cosmos. And in the center of your solar plexus is a yellow, like a white, almost a yellow white, like an eggshell. And this is the area which we use for our direction, and it's the cord which we follow. And when we're centered, it feels like a spindle around which our entire being can just, spin and rotate, and it's your direction home. I've been doing boche skiing lately, and it's great. This chakra is terrific for skiing. It just lines you up with the direction, and you can tone them downhill. So the sound here is a really kind of pre-verbal, kind of guttural sound. And it's not as sung as the ones we've been doing. And here you can spit out other phrases in a way, like kind of a venomous way, or if you want more direction, or if you're trying to protect your zone. Energy moves up to everyone's favorite chakra, the heart. The color is green and surrounds your heart, and you know what that stands for. And the sound is very easy for it. Sound to remember. And Mark, I have that voice. When you say the magic word, say the word. Say the word.
You do the tone.
Say the word and be like
love.
Love. at the level of the throat. Is a blue. It can be any blue, it's all blue. I always like the phrase deep cerulean blue. So it could be a sky blue. And this is the place where we say the things that we mean and we don't say the things that we mean. And this is the place where we sing from and cry from, and so it's a really great spot to open up, and the sound is really easy. And we sing it, it's like we sing everything we always wanted to say, and when we cried when we were kids because we didn't have words, we were still trying to sing the same note.
Well, this is returning final here, as old bush pilots say. That means you're committed to land shortly. So this is our last session. It runs slightly abbreviated because the Esalen machine likes you to go back to your room and have everything out for the next crew of aspirants by noon. So we'll end shortly after 11:30 or at 11:30. And the intent is that you clear your room, and then you're welcome to come back and have lunch and drift to your separate homes. So this session is a wrap-up session. Mark has some things he wants to say. This is your last chance to get a crack at us in this context. If there's something that's been burning as an issue for you that didn't get dealt with, it's your obligation to get it out for us. Mark, why don't you work with it?
I just have some basic housekeeping notes. First off, this weekend has been renamed Letting Go and Moving On. And I'm taking an informal, unscientific survey to find out whether the event at the end of time is to be called the Eschaton or the Eschaton. And I'd just like to note for those of you who heard my rap yesterday about planning on doing something and then getting up the next morning and not doing it at all, then in fact I wasn't talking about Saturday morning, but I was talking about Sunday morning.
Did yoga not happen?
Yes, it did. No, yoga did happen, all 5 of us.
The few.
The few and the proud and the enormously relaxed. This morning I have deborged myself for you. I am not wearing my nicotine patch, and I popped my contact lenses out, and I have my funky little Japanese eyeglasses on. In part because this is the part that I want to be the most authentic. And what you're seeing now and for the rest of the morning hopefully will be the real me, as close as I know what the real me is. So I've taken off all of the masks, except for the dye in my hair, and that's a bit more complicated. we've been tracing out a line. I've sort of been talking about my work over a period of time, and we'd run along, and now we're coming to early 1996. And in early 1996, the web has taken off, and Vromel is starting to take off. And I'm now faced with the question. I'm not an artist, and I don't even play one in VR. I have a vision. I'm an engineer. I can write code and make certain things happen. But now I've participated in this stone soup that gave the world VRML, and I'm faced with what do I do with it? And what happened, what I was driven to, was this original vision that I had about the body of the planet floating in cyberspace. And it happened really sort of slowly, and pieces started sort of filtering in. I started to see that that was here, and that was here, and that was here. And one of the things that we almost don't notice about the web is that the web allows you not only to find out things, but it allows you to pool things and pull them together in a very broad way. You can take specific pieces and use them in your own work. So that it's not just this storehouse of knowledge, but it's now this combinatorial matrix that new forms can emerge out of. And all of a sudden, I discovered John Walker's website. John Walker is the founder of Autodesk, and from what I've heard, a terrifyingly bright man. And John Walker has a thing about space, and he has a thing about satellites. And in particular, he has a thing about meteorological satellites. And he's a mathematician and a programmer, and so what he can do is he can take all the nice, lovely images that all the nice, lovely weather satellites are taking of the Earth all the time. And if you've seen a weather satellite, well, it's the Earth, right? It's this nice spherical image of the Earth from the position of the view of this weather satellite, which is fine and dandy if you just want to look at a picture. But because he's a wily mathematician, he can actually take that picture and then stretch it out for you so it looks like a flat surface. It's as if you're taking the globe or a section of the globe and laying it out. When I saw that that was available, the final light bulb went off and I set to work. Because these satellite images are updated hourly. They come in to NASA or NOAA into their computers. They shoot up to computers in Minnesota, they get more processed, and then they shoot over to computers in Switzerland and get even more processed. And once they're over in those computers in Switzerland, then I was able to do something with them. And what I did was I took this literal, real-time photograph of the Earth's surface and broke it up into a mosaic of tiles and laid these tiles across the globe. So what you get as a result in 3D is what I called, when I was done with it, Web Earth. And what it is it's as if you're above the Earth, floating above the Earth, looking down on it. And it doesn't take a supercomputer, and it doesn't take a T1 connection, because I didn't have either of those things when I was working. What it takes is any sort of PC, any sort of net connection, and a willingness to click to the URL that I've written far too small up there. But you can copy it down later. The idea behind that was that I'd seen works like T-Vision, which are big, high-end sort of production enterprises, operas, as it were, and all I just wanted to do was write a rock and roll song with a catchy tune.
Someone Christ, not Jews.
Something like that. And I spent really only about a week working on this. It was really just a matter of working at integrating the data and testing it and getting it all up. And when it was up, and I had this 3D model of the planet which updates itself every hour, so you can see the weather systems as they move across the body of the planet. When it was up, after these 5 days of work, I actually broke down crying in front of the monitor, because at the end, I'd come back to where I'd started, or at least I'd started to come back to where I'd started, because it's not an end point, it's a beginning point, but somehow I'd managed to take this psychedelic revelation and through a lot of magic and a lot of time and a lot of will on the part of a lot of people, produce this object. And this object is my offering to the web, it's my offering to you. It's not meant to be an end point, but it's meant to be a beginning. It's being capable of saying, look at us. This is where we are right now. This is what's going on. Let's take a look. Let's play with scale. Let's play with time. Let's play with all the different ways of taking a look at all the ways we interconnect, so we can understand that, so that we can work the planet better, so we can become this seamless informational entity that understands itself and its own processes so well that it corrects the errors in these processes very quickly and improves the flow for those processes for all of the processes that are involved. It's silly and probably egotistical to cry at your own work. What I didn't expect was that when other people saw it, they would cry. And that's when I suspected I'd come to the authentic. Because it's simple. It's not much code. It was a little thought, and it was the pooling of resources. But what it evokes in people, what I've seen it evoke in people, appears to be an authentic reaction of recognition. We've talked in here about what happens to the astronauts when they get to space and they behold the body of the planet. And there's an old joke that there was some sort of space expo, perhaps in France, in the 1960s. And there was some sort of Gemini capsule, and they managed to talk a cosmonaut and an American astronaut in it. And they got in it, and they closed the doors, and it sealed off. And the cosmonaut turns to the astronaut and says, "So did you see God up there too?" And it's the authentic question, because there's something about the information of perceiving the body of the planet as a whole that is radically transformative. And for the moment, we can't all shoot ourselves into orbit for that point of view. But what I found, at least in a gentle echo, is that works like Web Earth have the capability of producing the same in us. And I think that it's a question of intent. There's no reason that there aren't 100,000 other things like this. All of the source code for this I've made freely available, because basically I want other people to take it and run with it and add to it and whatever, add their own databases. I'm starting to now look at what they call brownfields. Brownfields are these toxic zones that aren't toxic enough to be classified as Superfund sites, but are still toxic. And with one of my friends that I've known for 20 years, and we're thinking of maybe starting to add these in there and census data and so on and so forth. And maybe, if we work hard at this, we can get a stone soup going around that. But it doesn't have to happen all at one place. It's the web. It can happen anywhere, and a bunch of different people can turn out a bunch of different things all the time, if where they're working from is their heart. And that's my own humble offering in that domain. It's certainly not everything that it could be. You can't zoom in and see yourself standing on the street corner, though I'm sure that's not far away. You can't click on your own house. You can't knock on someone's door electronically by coming down to spy on them. You can't see birds in flight or populations in migration yet. All you can see is the clouds floating by on a blue sphere.
But if everybody who had global data poured it into this kind of filing system is what it is, then you could have flow of petroleum, electrical grids, positions of ships at sea, where everyone with a Brazilian passport was at any given moment.
Right.
So it's like it's some kind of alchemical data reconstruction of the real world on every level, ultimately. That were carried out. It's
stories on the naked planet.
well, you know, Joyce, when he wrote Finnegan's Wake, in some interview he gave at the time, he said that his goal was to write a book so complexified that if the universe were to be destroyed, you could reconstruct it in all its detail from the book. And
you think that there's that's the analysis?
A perfect understanding would mean you could create a perfect simulacrum of something. I mean, that's what I think understanding is. So if you had a perfect understanding of the atmosphere, the geology, the biology, the sociology of the planet, you ought to be able to recreate it.
Do you think, and Mark, and on this too, that we're being compelled, or this thing is compelling itself to be visualized like that for some other reason? Something else is compelling it to create this simulacrum?
It's the image itself is very seductive, and that's telling us something. The seductiveness of the image means that it has a propensity to reproduce.
The other question is, given a perfect simulacrum, what is the difference between it and what it simulates?
It converges on it. It's never perfect. It converges on it.
And then the perspective of the beholder. You know, this discussion reminds me of the passage in the I Ching. I think it's the commentary on the hexagram before completion, where it says, if the sacrifice is correctly carried out, you may hold the universe in the palm of your hand like a spinning marble. So it's like, it is an alchemical goal. It's the philosopher's stone, because the philosopher's stone is all and everything immediately apprehended and beheld, and this is what this would result in. It's funny to show you how different Mark and I must be at some fundamental level. For years I've had this idea in the back of my mind for my fantasy interface for the World Wide Web. What would it look like? And I've also had a rap, which you were spared this weekend, which is all about how what we need to do at the end of history is turn ourselves inside out. That somehow we needed to bring the soul into visible manifestation, and the body would become a freely commandable object in the imagination. You know, it would have super strength. It could fly. It could swim underwater. Well, in this process of exploring this metaphor, turn inside out, I came upon the image in a psychedelic trip of an interface to the World Wide Web, where when you came online, you would burst into a space, and it's Mark's object, but turned inside out and with the point of view at the center of it. So as you turn 360 degrees, you would see Africa, Asia, Australia, and everything would be lit up with colored pipelines of light that would designate the various websites, and then you would just spin in this global dimension and then point and rush in and into the connections. So obviously at the end of our philosophical umbilical cord is this weird image of the total planet as a living, integrated, and it's more than an image. as Mark pointed out, it's not simply how it appears in ordinary light to human vision. It's the data image. It's all must be there, the geology, the economics, the religious warfare, the history, everything brought to a point. When we've talked about the eschaton here and at other times, what it is it's a bringing of everything together. There have been lots of haggles ever since the 1940s about defining information. In fact, Gregory Bateson in this very room offered one of the best definitions of information. He said information is any difference that makes a difference. But the way I think of information and complexification is it has to do with density of connectivity. And so my image of the end state of the attractor is, in mathematical terms, it's a space in which all points are cotangent. The first philosopher in the West to stumble onto the necessity of this concept was Leibniz. And he had this idea of what he called the monad. Leibniz was accused of inventing the smallest form of God because his monads were perfect hologrammatic fractal reflections of the entire cosmos. But he said the only way one monad differs from another, or can possibly differ from another, is by its perspective on the other monads given its position in the matrix in which it occurs. So this convergence thing is all information, all data is becoming cotangent. This can't happen in matter. Matter has exclusionary principles where it says if there's an electron here, there can't be another electron precisely here. Only one electron per electron space. But in some kind of data space, all this stuff can be funneled together. And that's really what human history is it's all being rolled up into a ball, and then the ball is being recompacted. It's a kind of reverse enactment of what happened to matter at the Big Bang, but it's happening to information here at the end of the story. Just a thought,
On a different tangent, I have one last magical act this weekend. It's an exorcism. You all have to help me let go and move on. From my recent trip to the Magic Kingdom, I'll put this on and I want you to take a good look at it because it is an object so fantastic, so unspeakable that I simply had to own it. Yes, they sell this at Walt Disney World.
It should be on the flag. It's like your first look at a swastika.
Thank you. And when I saw it, the sick thing was I knew I had to have it because no one would believe me.
How much was it?
$16.
$16.
I need to leave it on while I conduct this exorcism, and I will need your help. So this is an audience participation part of the program. I went to SIGGRAPH this year, which was held in Orlando this year, as it was in '94. And I arranged my schedule very carefully so that on Monday, when things generally don't happen at SIGGRAPH, I could take one of my best friends to the Magic Kingdom for his birthday. And we got up bright and early, and we rode into the gates of Disney World and traveled through the park to the happiest place on earth. And because I knew I was going to need some level of chemical irony, we ate mushrooms. Just enough. Because I knew I was going to need, I suppose you could think of it as an insulator layer between the reality of Mickey and the reality of the cosmos. And the mushrooms start to hit, we go on a scary ride and it's fun, but then we come out and we're in Tomorrowland, and I see the object, and I didn't even know ahead of time that this is where I had to go, and I didn't know till afterward that I had to go there, and I enter the Carousel of Progress. The Carousel of Progress was created for the 1964 World's Fair in New York. It was, as John Cameron Swayze narrates at the beginning, Walt's favorite ride. It really summed up everything that he thought about the world. And the ride is very interesting because you sit in chairs, you're an audience, there's a proscenium, and you move around a proscenium. And every time that you rotate through the proscenium, there's a song, which we'll come to in a moment. But the first time you rotate, you're facing a scene, and it's America at the turn of the century, probably right before Principia Mathematica and the ultraviolet catastrophe solution. And America is mostly rural, according to the scene, and it's Valentine's Day, and this gentleman in a chair is telling us about how great it is at the turn of the century. It's animatronic, of course. And he's telling us about all the great innovations, and he's heard about this thing called the telephone, and they're going to be getting electric power in here before too long, and blah, 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 blah. And now we're about to move, and there's a song. And the song goes like this. Now is the time, now is the best time, now is the best time of your life. And the stage moves. And we're in the 1920s. And in the 1920s, there's now an electrical outlet with more plugs in it than I've ever seen. And there's a fan going, because it's now we've gone to the 4th of July in this 1920-ish era. And there's a radio in the background. And once again, this gentleman is talking about how great everything is and how all the new innovations are absolutely wonderful. And how good it is. It's all good. And once again, we move to the next scene and we get the song. Now is the time, now is the best time, now is the best time of your life. And all of a sudden, we're in a kitchen circa 1946, which, because swing is very hip right now, I actually want to move into. It's, the vinyl and the curved couches. I'm like, wow, that's actually really, really hip. And there are kitchens in LA like this. So I like it. I'm already at home. And we now have achieved the era of the dishwasher. And the really nice refrigerator, and all of these things that are just talking about how wonderful it is. And a gentleman is sitting in the chair and he's telling us how wonderful it is. And now, well, after that era is over, and it's Halloween, by the way, we now go to the last part. All together now. Now is the time, now is the best time, now is the best time of your life. Now, of course, this ride was constructed in 1964, and so these were designed to be 20-year intervals. But Disney's Imagineers have been hard at work. So all of a sudden, we go from 1946 to Christmas Day in 1998. Wham! And it's a suburban living room, and it's night, and the family are playing with their Christmas gifts. And it turns out that Junior's gotten a fully immersive VR system for Christmas. And he's got a data glove, and it's showing up on the TV screen so the whole family can sit around and watch, and then Grandma gets in there and whumps his ass at the Space War game. This was my moment of ontological discontinuity. Around this. In some ways, I am compelled to feel responsible for what gets done with VR, not because I invented it or created it, but in part because I've been trying to use my own voice and my own heart to help direct some of where it's going. And I sat in a theater, in a theme park, in a state that had practically burnt to the ground 2 weeks before, because the climate is not quite right. Next to a state where it hasn't rained, and I don't think it still has rained in 3 months. Coming from a state that practically melted into the ocean because something's wrong. Because things are not balancing anymore. Because all of a sudden we go from 1946 to 1998 and nothing is making any sense. But in fact what's being held before us is a virtual reality that's not allowing us to articulate the real, but is being used as the mechanism to flee from it. And that was the moment I got ill. Because entertainment is fine, there's no issue there, but the thought that in fact the future that awaits us is not grounded in any way in what we are, in the real or in the planet, that to me is horrifying. And this part of the morning's talk is really called a new story, because we have to be able to, in some sense, take a look at those stories when they pop up. And we can say, well, yeah, now is the time, now is the best time. But is that the story that I'm buying? What am I being sold on that tab of reality? What's going on here? Do I want to be using it to flee? Is it because of the processes that have been set up by capital and market formation and consensus and advertising that this is just the logical product? Do I have to buy into this? And of course, the hidden ethic of Disney as a corporation, as a media giant, is that you absorb the media on all different levels of intensity, and of course you come to the theme park when you want the intensified experience of information. It's really an amplification of what you'll get on ABC or on the Disney Channel or in the movies, blah, 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 blah. And so what they're doing is they're selling me a reality. And I decided at that moment, at this profound ontological level, that I wasn't buying it. And I think once we say that, there's a space that opens up. And the space that opens up is the space for the new stories, and what we do and how we work and how we talk to each other and how we love and how we connect and how we create is in that space of new stories. And those new stories are the old stories because the present is an archaic revival. But those stories are new stories because we have this endless engine of creativity, of art, that we can plumb, that we can move into, to tell us the stories about what's really going on. Tell us the stories about history ending and make that comforting. Make the eschaton a yeschaton. Get us comfortable with that. Get us comfortable with all the changes that are being invoked by the engines of time.
Seems like quite a leap from what you were kind of setting up with the story.
How do you mean?
I mean, you could say that, but sort of all the forces that are in play, you can go to someone and say, we should really use technology to investigate the Earth and come to some sort of understanding. All these nice things, but it just doesn't seem like forces are going that way without any sort of
Well, can I?
Yeah, go.
I think we're incredibly impatient. I mean, for example, you know, my entire adult life was lived under the shadow of something called the Cold War, which was supposed to eventually end in the end of the world, and the religious and social structures that were in place supported this conclusion. Now the Soviet Union doesn't exist, hasn't for nearly a decade, and there's been a tremendous build down in nuclear weaponry. It isn't that we've come to paradise, but we certainly, some of the problems that were thought intractable and insoluble have in fact yielded and become part of the historical record. The fact that we could collectively as a global society back away from a race war in South Africa is remarkable. So I think, you know, that very complicated forces are in play at the moment. It's silly to talk about whether the forward movement of history is good or bad. It simply is. But I think, you know, the nation state is on the ropes in the way the church was on the ropes in the early 17th century at the time of the 30 Years' War, and that the new corporate dispensation is different. War is not seen as an instrument of corporate policy. Racism interferes with expanding niche markets. Unregulated markets are a pain in the ass to corporatism. So I think the world is restructuring. We haven't yet hit the real test. In other words, technological change, as we've discussed it here, is going to become ever more accelerated. Whether social and political systems can accommodate remains to be seen, but so far there hasn't been a cracking apart yet.
One of the counter-arguments I might offer to the question that you very reasonably pose, in the present time, things are very nonlinear. Things change very quickly. The web changed everything about everything, and that was not a project of capital. All right? So, projects that have nothing to do with markets or anti-markets or capital or the distribution of anything on this planet that we would normally associate as a power structure have had profound nonlinear influences on our day-to-day lives. And this is only increasing. The system's only getting more unstable. It's not approaching some sort of equilibrium. It's actually getting more unstable. And so it's always an argument about sensitive dependence on initial conditions. When I suggest making a new story, and I don't mean making one new story or just one myth, because that's just as hegemonic as the myth of history, right? It's 10 or 10,000 and send them out into the world. What I'm arguing for, and I want to be very clear on this, is that Disney is magic, and you fight magic with magic. You spin the new words, you spin the stories, you get them out there, you get them eating away at the mouse or everything that it can do, until you get to a myth that you feel satisfied living with, a myth that you think is actually the truth, that is comfortable, even entertaining, because clearly there's room for entertainment there, but you don't want an entertainment that's based fundamentally on blindness and closure. You want an entertainment that's based fundamentally maybe on authenticness. All of the old stories, all of the old myths are authentic. This is their manner of transmission is by the fact that they are authentic. They couldn't be carried any other way. The vessel cannot hold them unless they're authentic. And so when you try to create a culture that's bounded on inauthentic myths, the vessel, in fact, in which it's carried dissolves.
Yeah, I see all this going forward under the notion of almost the obligation now to create art, that the expansion of human capacity means we're slipping away from the influence of these centrally disseminated artistic canons, Western civilization, Christianity, capitalism, so forth and so on. And the only way to survive in the media environment is to produce it, not consume it. The people who consume it become the spectators to other people's unfoldment. So that's why the new tools for communication are not for graphic designers or special effects people. They're for everybody, because if you're not producing a vision, you are consuming somebody else's vision, and there doesn't seem to me to be much middle ground. What do you think? Oh.
I have one. It's on that sort of note, having worked in the interactive field for the last 4 years, you know, there were lots of companies and lots of attention paid to trying to either sort of, you know, build the tools, present the tools, or offer alternatives, you know, that were interactive entertainment, that were essentially consumer-oriented product, or things that would allow people to be creative. And all those issues are being grappled with all the time with anyone making content. But part of those you know, concerns are like, does Joe Sixpack really want to, you know, make anything? I mean, aren't there? Don't you think there are real consumers who just really, that's what they want to do?
Of course there's, you know, a room for the seamy side. But on the other hand, the idea that the great unwashed masses are somehow dull is a print-created elitist notion that is absolutely untrue.
And not holding up in the face of the web.
Not holding up in the face of the web. My career is proof that you can use big words and talk to ordinary people and be perfectly understood. So I think no, it's this myth of monotypic markets and dumbing everything down is at the convenience of the producer, not the consumer. You know, I recently read Thomas Pynchon's novel Mason and Dixon, which pictures America in the 1760s, right before the Revolution. Well, the level of erudition evidenced by ordinary, common people, you know, it was the height of a literary society. To have read the Greeks and the Roman orators and all that was not uncommon. In fact, it was typical. One of the prices we've paid for mass communication is the tabloidization of everything from the Encyclopedia Britannica on down. So, no, I think that given the right social environment, the richness of ordinary human beings is what was sacrificed on the altar of print-created civilization. We were made interchangeable parts in an industrial engine which valued similitude, you know, the concept of the citizen.
When you raise similitude, I mean, that's a real issue, because likewise, people working in VR and VRML, you know, they don't start from ground zero. They're coming mainly from architecture, from traditional design.
Right.
The web is extremely print-driven and oriented. In fact, Mark is really one of the few, you know, visionaries in the web who's purporting, you know, look elsewhere for your models. Don't you know, follow the existing, you know.
But we're all pioneers here. In other words, the bandwidth isn't there yet. The really simple tools aren't there yet. The public doesn't know. Even the net-using public.
And if I can, Paul,
yeah.
I think that the seduction of creation is there, but not at the level that it will be. And it's going to be something very nonlinear. It's going to be just like the web. what's going on, right? Just like the Mac when you saw it. You know, it's going to be something that's very like that. And the fact that we haven't got there, I mean, we're playing in this space, or we're sort of probing the space, and eventually...
There will be virtual realities attached to Eudora as documents. This probably can be done now, except who has the disk size and bandwidth to handle it. But if big machines are talking to each other, it's happening now, and the trickle-down thing is very, very rapid.
When printing was invented, there was a 50-year period called the incunabulary period, where all the things that were printed on the new printing press were intended and conceived to resemble manuscripts that had been made for hundreds, thousands of years. They didn't have another context.
Right.
After the first 50 years, print found its own voice, as it were, and many, many things happened. And this is widely recognized as the incunabulary period of electronic or digital, or whatever you want to call it, discourse and texts. So be patient and don't be afraid.
Wait at least 6 more months.
Young people that are using the web want to be creative. They're looking for that. They know they can, and they understand how, and they go and they do it.
And I think a lot of generalities are being made here, because I've worked behind the counter. We did a lot of customer service, and I really don't think that the masses. I've worked in video stores, I've worked in delis, I've worked any place that they consume, and again, I don't make generalities, but people didn't really care about anything innovative coming in. They wanted the next, action film. They didn't want to think. They wanted to vegetate after a hard day at work.
They want to be seduced by the hypnosis of media.
The hypnosis of television, though. I mean,
well, it's
no, but that's one thing that we're dealing with, is that the mass medium that's dominant in our culture right now is television, and it's a very hypnotic.
But the market studies show that what people are deserting in favor of the web when they reallocate their expendable time is TV. I mean, in other words, they're still having as much sex, they're still walking their dogs as much, they're still hiking in the wilderness as much, but they're slashing their television viewing.
Right.
This is the this is the best news out of Gomorrah in a while.
Is there Gomorrah.com that you subscribe to?
I own it.
One of the things that strikes me is the value that we've seen from the Internet and World Wide Web has been you go surfing around to find stuff for fun. But the reality is, where's the value? Where's the value? And if you put it in an economics context, now you're seeing the advent of e-commerce, and portals are in, but soon hubs are going to be in, and business is going to say, okay, this has been really fun. We've got a website here, but how are we going to use it? How are we going to make sense out of it? And there's going to be a shift occurring. In fact, I think there is a shift occurring right now as the technology continues to evolve, and it's easier to deliver services. And I think that when that happens, and
you can't charge for advertising.
Forget advertising. How about creating some other value?
Market share. Well, like destination site. That's as valuable as dollars. So, in other words, you get people to your site.
But in the background of all this, the web still does best what it was originally designed to do, which is facilitate esoteric research. And if you're trying to free yourself from the illusions of the society, this is just an enormous unclosed loophole that they've left open. And, it used to be that at some literature department at some girls' school in Massachusetts, they would undertake some massive project of studying the Dunciad or something like that. And then when it was finished, it would fade out of existence. Now all that stuff is uploaded and exists for anybody to browse through. And I think esoterica has gotten the greatest shot in the arm since the reign of Rudolph of Bohemia. And it has a dark side because it spawns squirrely conspiracy theories, because now there are so many more factoids than ever before that whoever and whatever you believe is manipulating your life, you can go onto the web and find incontrovertible evidence to back you up. But on the other hand, if you really have a sincere sense of what research is, the web is like a magic wand. I mean, I've been interested for years and years in alchemy. Well, for years it was expensive, overpriced facsimile editions or visits to libraries in obscure parts of the world to pay for microfiches and all this. Now one guy, Adam McLean, puts a site up at Levity, and it's essentially a larger alchemical library that ever existed anywhere in the world during the height of the age of alchemy. And that's just one site. So I think it's impossible to predict the number of pathways and trajectories through what the web is. What it really is freedom spelled very large.
I'd like to bring something up. About 30 years ago, there was this sport called Ultimate Frisbee that was invented. I don't know if anybody knows about it. But I started playing back in like 71, right? And it was this very cool sport where everyone was just happy to be playing with each other, right? And you travel all over the country, meet people all over the country. It's this great thing. And it evolved into this national sport where, I always thought it was the younger kids, it was probably the older guys too, right? It became more competitive, and it became a game that you had to win, as a game that you just enjoyed to compete. And the time I saw this guy get strangled on the field, I decided it was time to go do something else, right? And so the web seems to me like it's an infancy, as I understand, where you're touching people all over the place. Right. It seemed to me it was this natural urge, man's aggression, women's aggression, whatever. Just both sides get very competitive. And I would be, and this deal seems to have much more financial implications, which scares me, knowing the people I know in the finance world, right? How do you think that, I mean, to me,
I mean, the markets.
Free? I don't know.
Well, the markets are going to have, they're playing in this space, but that's it. They're at play in the space in just the same way we're at play in the space. And in fact, the beauty of it is that Disney can't actually bring people to their site. The beauty of the web is that the portals exist and you may click on them briefly, but that's not where you stay. There are a few, in sense of commercials, like news sites that are sort of giving people what they want. But everything else on the web is, and I mean everything else, is this vast set of arcana, esoterica. And that's actually where people are. I mean, yes, you may be bringing in a certain amount of content as daily news and things like that, but I almost think of it as a hummus layer. This just sort of this mad.
You know how in Manhattan the desirable business spaces are at street level on major thoroughfares? There's no parallel to that in the web. Right. It's just a mycelial mass. There are no privileged positions. And so there's no way to really reach people unless they are somehow participating in what you're selling.
So there's all these pages, about millions, right?
Billions. That's getting close to 100 million
How do you find
or more.
where you want to go?
Well,
I see people that, I want to get a couple of people that throw some things out there. Oh, here's 100 favorite websites.
Right.
Right. And that's maybe where people...
Learning filters and search engines is the challenge of the next level. It's about learning how to filter, how to...
Finding meaning.
We've talked very little about the idea of a bot, which is like your servant, which essentially will know your tastes and is going to do your web for you, kind of will deliver you the type of things you're interested in. That's coming about more, and the indication's always been that those will be kind of like animated sort of or video type images that are kind of going to talk to you. Good morning. Here's what I've got for you. Did you know the new Tori Amos record was out today? Shall I have them drop one to you in 2 days? That sort of thing.
How many days to eschaton? That's what
I want to throw this ripple though on your economic question, and it's been troubling me for the last about 18 months, and I'm going to ask Mark, Owen, and Stephen, anyone that's been in the Vermal community, to dance around it a little, and correct me, but I'll just, for the rest of you, I'll spin a little bit about Vermal, which you probably don't know, which is, or might not know, which is sort of the birthing, and Mark, and that list that he talked about of those, did you say 200 or so?
2,000.
What?
2,000.
2,000, researchers and programmers created VRML and very consciously fought to keep it from being owned or, redirected by one corporate interest. And so they got these big corporations, Silicon Graphics and
Microsoft and Netscape and blah, blah, blah.
On board and say, okay, we will not try to rip off your code and copyright it. We will not try to compete with each other, and that's how VRML was born. And from that was this profusion of amazing, sort of design and ideas and stuff that spilled out into the web. The next stage was that there was a browser war that Microsoft came out with Internet Explorer, which was to go head-to-head with Netscape, and that VRML, you understand, operates as a kind of a plugin that works inside the browser and just shows you it shows you 3D objects or environments in your browser. But the problem that I experienced, having worked for many or most of the people in the Bay Area doing VRML work in those years, was that in the last 18 months, it seemed to me that the browser war kind of killed VRML, because due to, I don't know how, and that's what I want you guys to answer, kind of, the plugins for VRML really didn't function very well in the browsers, and most people I knew couldn't get it to run.
It's a very rapidly changing environment. It's a very chaotic environment, and it's in some cases very difficult to make complex pieces of software stable in that environment.
Okay, but my question really is, do you think that there was any kind of concerted effort to devolve your vision, or is that some function of the economic forces that created the browser war? Or
I think personally, I think it does come down to market forces. I think there's a big issue with that, because you have to look at, first it went from being a gee-whiz technology to everyone wanting to use it and get on board with it. And a lot of people came on board right at first and said, we have to have this. People started producing it. And then it was a question of, well, how do we use it? And I think that's one issue with 3D graphics right now, is that it's still looking...
What do we use it for? That's the grand project right now.
It's
a solution looking for a problem.
It's not like... People don't understand the 3D space the same way they understand a web page. Why? Because they think magazine when they look on the web. People look at the web and they see books.
If I might, I want to just spin this a little bit. Get this really clearly. We're devolving into geek talk.
That's right. That's right. That's all right.
This is very clearly. You are the browser. That other shit is just code. It's written by people. But you are the browser. You make your browsing decisions. You don't want pieces of code written by Microsoft, Netscape, SGI, or any other company making your browsing decisions for you. You have to own that process, putting your energy into the web surfing process and deciding where you want to go. If you're going to use a search engine or a filter, you're going to use that search engine or filter. You are still the one that's going to plug the words in, telling it what you're looking for. It's going to give you back selections, and then you're going to select even further. You're going to filter up in here. The original reality engine is up in here.
Right.
And I think this is really, really important. One of the things we talked about compelling earlier, and I found some years ago a formula for compelling. The formula for compelling is always richness over resolution. The markets are creating the resolution because every day there's more stuff, there's a bigger size to it. But the richness comes from what Susan was saying about The kids, look at the kids. Look at them. They're under 20 for the most part, and they just go and do it. They don't talk about it. You half the time for, they create barriers to entry that if you don't have enough technical savvy, you can't find them. You can't play with us. You're late and go play someplace else. You have to pass the test before you can walk through this door and play with us. But once you can pass that test, it's a pretty fine, pretty rich, and pretty compelling experience. But just remember that you are the browser.
Well said.
There you go.
Did you want to do it?
Yeah, with Ronan. We're going to take a little twist out of the technical and back up to our main theme. You're on deck. He's been very, very silent this weekend, but he's been my assistant, and more than that, he's been my philosophical foil for 5 years and counting now. So that a lot of the ideas that you hear coming from me, and I need to be very honest, not all of them are my own ideas. I'm just sharing where I've been. Yeah, I know. I'm sharing where I've been. Big shock. Ronan who's now up here, has helped me explore a lot of these ideas, and I owe an enormous amount of my intellectual development to him. And he's going to take the idea of the new story and where that new story is and was and where maybe it should be a little bit further.
All right, thanks. I'll kind of start up talking the new story. And one thing that Terence mentioned about the web, and he mentioned the word freedom. I think this is kind of ultimately what we want to move towards in our lives, in living, in weaving these stories is this freedom. I mean, this is one of the ultimate things that we can have in our lives, and for this kind of freedom, there's a letting go of our egos that needs to take place, and a kind of immersion within being that needs to take place. And there's a quote from a Jewish rabbi named Abraham Joshua Heschel, and he said, "There is no freedom without awe." And I think if you do a good dose of psychedelics, I think that you kind of get the idea of awe. Or if you get a good night of the stars, watching meteor showers, you get a good sense of awe. Or if you have a good night of making love, you get this sense of awe. And this is one of the fundamental experiences of being human. And this is what talking about an archaic revival, in a sense, is a recovery of that primordial awe of the splendor of existence. And so when we talk about creating a new story, it's a process of remembrance, of coming back to where it is we've come from, and an intense process of self-knowledge and examination. So the end of history, in a sense, requires first an understanding of history, of what's gone forward. And so this is kind of an understanding of the evolution of the human species, the evolution of cultures. We need to learn how did we get to this place and where are we now. And it's this process of self-exploration that can lead us into whatever it is that's before us. And I think that the story that we're looking for is a story of wholeness. Also, what Terence talks about a lot is this concrescence. And so this story of wholeness is a way of making this concrescence happen. That word concrescence, one way to think of it, is the coming together of disparate strands into a nexus. It's this kind of unification of being. And this story of wholeness is not just we need to go beyond these naive kind of propositions of a story of wholeness in our times also requires a deep acceptance, which also requires an acceptance of fragmentation. We live in a world of fragmentation, and yet somehow that's part of the larger wholeness. And what Western civilization has gone through is an intense kind of separation from its kind of cosmic womb, this kind of birth and separation process, and that's part of it. And but there's always a higher level of order, of interconnection. And so this new story, one, has this fundamental premise that everything is related. And this story, there's some people that work in it, it also is based fundamentally on the insights of the new science and of quantum physics. It's this scientific understanding of the world and this fundamental premise that everything is connected. And so this technology that we're using are ways to highlight these interconnections and tell the story of who we are as human people and as members of the Earth community and as members of the cosmos. And so the fundamental discipline for this new story, for us to be able to remember who we are and evolve who we are and our many different permutations, is, I would say, the fundamental discipline of our time is cosmology. And a lot of my understanding of this idea of a new story within the context of an understanding of science comes from two philosophers and scientists named Thomas Berry and Brian Swim. One is a cultural historian and a Catholic priest in his 80s who's a student of Teilhard de Chardin. And the other one, Brian Swim, is a mathematical cosmologist. And they basically articulate this kind of trajectory of evolution and to give us a context for understanding ourselves in relationship to the planet and to the cosmos, and understanding that the cosmos is an ongoing experience. It's cosmogenic. It's constantly giving birth. And part of our role is to participate in that, and that we create these worlds, and that there's these dynamics that go on that are larger than us, but we also fundamentally are also giving birth to them. We bring forth a world together. And let me see where. So anyway, this point that cosmology is the synthesis of art, religion, philosophy, and science. And so this is what we need today. We need a new wisdom school, basically. In my opinion, we have vast tracts of knowledge. Everything is out there on the plate, and it's how do we bring these things together? And I think a lot of it, we need to start with from this place of awe. We have a sense of reverence for the sanctity of creation, for the sanctity of ourselves. And I think from this we need to start from a place of respect for ourselves and for others. And from this place, I think we can move to create from the heart in that place. And all of these tools we're talking about can be used for this. And I think a lot of it is to take a responsibility to learn who you are as a person in relationship to all that is. And there's vast amounts of material out there to do that. And then I think from this place, using that to move towards freedom. And also in one article I read from Terence, it was, I think, published about 10 years ago in Revision magazine, and it was on UFOs. And I remember him saying something, what will the end of the world look like, or said in the article, well, it's not going to be just aliens coming down and having this big thing. Said it's kind of an inner revolution where this is something about appropriate activity and felt experience and letting go of the illusion of separateness. That itself would be the revolution, and this appropriate activity coming out from authentic being and interconnection, and letting that move through us, and that, in a sense, is the eschaton, is a sense of authentic being and interrelationship, grounded in a sense of deep remembrance of who we are from the place that we began. And so anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say. But really the things, freedom and celebration, those are the two key.
And awe.
Yeah, for creating this new world together.
So without it becoming an ideology, how are you arguing then that the work, the great work, and also all the little works we should do, should in every part try to show relation? Is that in fact what part of the new story is that the new story is invoking and making explicit the relations that have always been implicit? I mean, I take a look at my own work, and in light of what you just said, that makes sense. Yes, I'm trying to invoke into explicitness the relations that have always been implicit.
Yeah, I definitely think that's what we want to do, and that's part of the fundamental ecological crisis, is that we don't understand the thing. We don't see the ecosystemic interconnections, and so it's easy for us to pollute and so on, and because we don't see the ramifications of that until it becomes some toxic waste site. So this fundamental, and also that it needs to start at home. It needs to start within our own center of the relationships within ourselves, which will also help us keep from going the schizophrenic route. We might have lots of selves, which is okay, and if you understand the connections between them, you can be with them and not go nuts. And then from that place inside, you're in a structural coupling with reality, with other human beings, and when you make explicit and honor those relationships, I think there's a new level that can take place. And I know from my study, I work a lot with the Lakota people from the Plains, and in all of their prayers and all of their ceremonies, like if anytime you're in a sweat lodge and you finish saying a prayer or something, they say, "Aho mitaku e oyase," all my relations, I'm related to everything. And that's a constant thing that's always said as you get in sweat or at a ceremony. And so this is a story that they tell themselves all the time.
So it's a new story that's an archaic story.
Yeah. And again, a lot of it comes down to this remembrance as well. Remembrance and the explicitness of relationship.
Well, I think that, sorry to interrupt, but I think that maybe the Disneyfication of reality is something I've been disturbed about, and I think your little hat was leading to that. There's this, and that may be the divergence or the opposite of what you're talking about, is the web can be used to mass market a view of reality that you can just sit there and be entertained in front of your TV. And I just hope that, like this gentleman was saying about the first 50 years of the print, that this desire to incorporate the paradigm, the archaic paradigm, doesn't just get viewed by the kids 100 years from now as, oh, that was just the transition state where they were trying to hang on to the old before we,
I mean, it might be, but that might be because we transitioned to something that's just as authentic and just as meaningful, ideally.
I think in trying to think about a new story, what's really changed, or what the sea change has been, at least for me over the past 50 years, is modernity was thoroughly existential. In other words, reductionist science tells you you're the product of cosmic accident, meaning is conferred, you're lucky to be here, nature has no interest in your fate, nature indeed has no purpose at all of these things. And my own intellectual journey, both experientially with psychedelics and through mathematical analysis of history and all this kind of stuff, leads to the conclusion that this existential point of view is able to maintain itself only by ignoring the evolutionary thrust toward complexity and novelty that occurs on every level of being. And that in fact, if you begin to value novelty, you suddenly have a basis for a new human ethic, because human beings with their languages and their technologies represent a level of novelty never before achieved on this planet, something which builds on animal nature as a platform but goes well beyond it. And so suddenly, from being a random accident, from being a chance-created witness to a meaningless cosmos, we become the cutting edge of the very process that the cosmos itself seems to value or seek to magnify and preserve. So what has crept back in to being is, for me and anybody else who accepts these overarching metaphors, what has crept back in is value. And value it's a different kind of value than we've ever seen before. The last time we knew values, they were handed down from a religious hierarchy that talked directly to God and got strange messages. The new values are self-evident from an examination of nature. Anybody can inform themselves about the facts of biology and large-scale complex systems and so forth and so on. So the new story is a story of recognize our placement at this breaking wave of novel advance, and then suddenly technology becomes a religious enterprise, good for something other than building consumer electronics and small appliances, but actually seen as the path toward some kind of transcendent possibility. The goal is well formulated in spiritual ontology, but the methods are a mess. You know, these methods either don't work or require lifetimes or make demands on people's behavior that is practically inhuman. So I think the new story is based on the recognition of our own centrality. We haven't stood at the center of the cosmic stage for 700 years in our official myth. And now suddenly we're returned there. And returned there not merely as witnesses in a central position, but suddenly as actors. Because these technologies that are coming into our hands are truly Promethean, truly Faustian, truly capable of making us like unto a god, but not in the service of market capitalism and consumer fetishism, more in the service of this emotion of awe which Ronan invoked. You wanted to say something?
That was beautifully put, William, what you said earlier, and I'm 100% convinced that we need to remember the source from which we came before we even entered these bodies, this particular incarnation, and getting to the authentic self in the community, and things that we had talked about last night of coming back together instead of being isolated selves. Nowhere this weekend have we talked about actually experiencing life, the living of life in this particular moment. You know, past is a history, future is a mystery. That's why they call it present gift. I mean, where are we with the computer in simulations? For me personally, I answer this question as a rather beautiful curiosity answerer. I'm in the professional world, the working world of computers. No one I know goes home and goes on the computer, stays and searches around and plays them. I mean, I have witnessed this metamorphosis in the service world as a tool. It's a tool that has been a stronger technological advance than what we've had before. Yes, that's true. But it's not a way of life. And I'm hearing a lot of people that the computer is their way of life. And the talk about TV and hypnosis and yada yada, all that stuff is very true. But is this what we want in our life to become, or do we want to actually experience it? Do we want to come here and look out at the ocean and then come and talk about these ideas? Or do we want to sit in a room with this thing flashing us? We have to have a saver to save our eyes from even staring at this thing for so long. Is that where we want to experience life?
Well, I think the answer is a resounding yes. It is where we want to experience life, because it is part of life experience that our historical moment has dealt us. In other words, you mention it as a tool, but it is not a tool. It does not turn a screw or reset an alarm. It can do anything. So
look up data quickly.
It does anything you can name. It does. I mean,
it's not a life.
Well, I don't know exactly what you mean by a life. If you mean it,
eating and walking around and interacting with people.
Oh well, it's in that sense it is a life. I think. I think all dualism is a form of spiritual materialism. In other words, what we're trying to do here is raise consciousness. What we're trying to do is build community. It's arguable that walking on the cliff and smelling the roses is an incredibly self-indulgent thing to be doing, when what you could be doing is building a worldwide data network that would raise people out of poverty and ignorance and give them a shot at full through education. Well, I think information liberates, and that the control of information throughout history has been the mechanism by which class dominance and hierarchy has been maintained. So I think tearing the lid off the global database and inviting everybody to take what appeals to them is one of the most revolutionary things that to the elites of the high-tech industrial democracies it may be available, but we're talking about suffering mankind here. In other words, I think it is a political obligation to give people the option of becoming free. Not to free them, because then you're saying, follow me, but to give them the option of becoming free. If you travel to Bangkok and Calcutta and Cairo and actually feel the earth bursting at its seams with its accumulated toxins and social problems and so forth and so on, you see that business as usual has been canceled, and this thing you call having a life is business as usual. If you mean smelling the roses and walking on the cliff and all that, I mean, there is a place for that. But on the other hand, there is a question which hovers over us, which is what is to be done? You know, what is to be done about the dilemma that our past history has placed us in? And all minds on deck. We are at battle station conditions here. We are entering into the narrow neck at the end of history. We will need every tool in our toolkit, from the poetry of Rumi to Vermeil and beyond. This is going to push us to the limit. Nothing human should be alien to us. And these technologies that we have created are as human as we are. They have been with us since the very first moment that we defined ourselves away from our fellow animals. So there is no turning back. The only people who can live in a world where they have endless time to smell the roses and contemplate the mysteries of bridge are people who are living in a social pyramid where their leisure time is purchased at the expense of the enormous suffering of other human beings. So I think
I want to that's fair. That's not fair. Because that's
well,
there's a whole tradition. And it starts in Calcutta, Tibet, and other places, where each step is a precious step. Each doesn't have to be a rose you smell. It can be shit that you smell, but it's precious. So I don't think that's a fair. I don't think that's a fair comeback from her. I don't think you've answered her question, to be perfectly honest.
Explain more about why you don't think so. Because I don't understand. You're saying everything we do is potentially a step? Is that what you're saying?
Everything is a step. It's not even a potential.
But how does that contradict what I'm saying?
No. She had a question, I think, and maybe I misunderstood it, about she was sort of grounding herself in the physical reality of her life.
No, she was asserting the supremacy of it.
No, I want to address your question.
No! Well, wait a minute. Before we address her question, let's address the fact that her question is not easily addressed. In other words, this is a primary schism, which, too bad we pushed it off till 7 minutes before the end. It's not going to be easily dealt with. People value the quality of life differently. They value their relationship to space and leisure differently. I understand what she means by get a life, but I feel it's an unfair attack on the position represented here. People exist along a spectrum of experience. We are going to have to keep one hand, and Mark was at great pains to make this clear throughout the weekend. I don't think it's true that this was not dealt with. You said you never heard immediacy dealt with. You said something about the future. Well, what was the aphorism? But what was the aphorism where you said something about history is something, the future is something?
Yeah, what I was talking about was the actual present moment that we are living here.
Well, but didn't all the
history and the future is history. They're just figments of our imagination, and we can play with them in a curiosity manner.
But didn't all the talk about psychedelics imply the importance of the felt presence of immediate experience?
Or all the yoga.
Right, there's been 48 hours of immediate experiences in a row, and we've all been here for them.
I just want to address to Susan's question, which is that I think I heard recently, like this week, that Clinton or Gore or somebody suggested that every American should be on the web by a certain time.
Right, yes.
And I think that if you just took that model, that the most impoverished ghettos in the cities, Appalachia, and all of this, that if all those kids, were actually on the web, that would be a good thing. But it doesn't mean they're going to spend all their time doing that, right?
Are they going to have food in the ghettos in their mouths?
I know they're going to be selling web computers for crack.
Check with that. With the availability of perfect information is the possibility of perfect resource allocation.
Reach it.
Right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what Mark's virtual reality is helping us get towards. The ability to understand
Can we go back to
information perfectly, to allocate resources.
I think what I hear her saying is, I have this web and I have a lot of information now that I might not have had before from all over the world, right? But this morning when my kid was going to fitness, doesn't want to leave today, your web isn't going to help me deal with that. And I think that's what she's saying. There's a piece of the world. This gives me so much more stuff than I ever had before at my fingertips, and I can search because I'm in the browser, right? I think he's absolutely right. But you know what? I still have to work with it inside myself.
Now I need to make a comment here because I've been trying as hard as I can to stress the heart and stress the heart and stress the heart. The web is not knowledge in your head. It's not facts. It's the connection of hearts and minds on the planet. I'm sorry, I sounded very pedantic and I apologize, but I want to drive the point home. The problem is
not that in and of itself.
no, in and of itself, it is that.
It's pure connectivity.
Yeah, but we have really poor interfaces to anything other than textual, intellectual domains as yet.
It is not hard in and of itself.
No, but it's connectivity. That's what he's saying. Pardon me? It isn't potential connections. It is real connections.
Real connections.
Here, I value actually, it's just as real as talking to somebody on the phone. I mean, it's real time. It's really there. It is a communication tool. And I think what we're coming to, and I hope we're coming to, is some of us value actually living in real intimate communication, face-to-face, talking and stuff. Some of us value intellectualism as the answer to all necessities and needs. And I agree, man, 100% freedom is information that will give us strength and power. But, back to what Ronan was talking about, until we actually come out and live life. I mean, that's my value. And I think that was the point that he was making, is that in order to come together, we have to go back into smaller communities and find and remember from where we came. Not all the information. It's just the basic core. Our selfness, our livingness. So our values are opposite. That's what's going on.
But are they really mutually exclusive?
I don't see them as being opposite either.
I think we're saying the connectivity of the web is part of the plan, part of the activities of learning. And what you're talking about is more how do we teach or how do people learn how to survive on the planet. And personally, I think that the web, branching off from what was brought up initially, that language assists or defines content or affects content, so you get a more elaborate language or simpler language, and it might create better ways to communicate and content, because it's a fact that what we're doing doesn't look like it's working. The way that society's evolved on the planet doesn't look self-sustaining, and VR and the web is probably our best shot to, amp up the learning of everyone, and it certainly sounds like it's worth a shot. But it's not going to be worth. It's not going to happen if it becomes all Disney, and as it is now, one of the main things that children learn growing up is what Steven Spielberg buries within the theme of a movie, and maybe that's the way it always will be. And opportunity that people can learn from other ways besides mass media fed information. And if you don't happen to be lucky enough to be born with parents that can communicate ethics 100% in a seamless fashion from the, everything we need to survive. Because what's going on now doesn't seem like it's really working to meet the needs of everyone on the planet.
We're going to have to close this off, but I want Mark to have a chance to have a final word if he wants it. Before he has it, I want to thank him for being here. He and I had apparently never met, or met only lightly in the past. I think having this end in controversy is fine with me. These things are controversial. It's the business of the future to be dangerous. It's your job to decide what is human and to preserve it and expand it and live it. And Mark, say a final wise thing.
Question/commercial. Does S1 offer us each other's contact info? Is the
No.
question. Then I would propose that if anyone wants to stay in contact or communicate via email, continue these discussions. I have a book which is sitting here with a pen. Please put your name in if you have email. If you don't, phone number. And also I have cards here where you can reach me. And also that I really appreciate it and love all of you for your singing last night. And also by giving me your information or taking mine, you can have more information on that. We want to kind of purport that activity. Yes.
In conclusion, it was probably in 1981 when my wetware processor booted up a simulation of Terence, and it's been talking to me ever since. And the conversation has been actually really interesting. It is my great honor and pleasure to have met and worked with you in the flesh. And this has been a wonderful weekend, and I want to thank you for your graciousness and for the room that you've given me, because it's been a great honor on my own part. I can't even describe it, how I feel about being able to be with all of you. Thank you. It has been my great honor and my pleasure to be able to get away with things that they would normally drive me away kicking and screaming if I said in other places in this world. I've given some raps this weekend, which I won't call them canned, but I've given them before, and I have said things in public here that I had not even dared ever to say. I've been thinking about them. I've been arguing them with my simulation of Terence. I've been working them through. But I felt like this room had the feeling and the trust where I could actually step over the boundary and I could enter the light cone and put my foot down and say, well, these are just some things that I'm thinking about, and I am incredibly grateful that I've been able to share with you, because the things that I've been getting back from all of you, both individually as a group, have been insane, cathartic, transformative, revolutionary, things like that. I'm going to leave you with one last question or koan which I want to be unresolved, because it's an argument that I'm having with a simulation of myself that I'm running inside of my head. I'm not sure that I believe that the internet physically exists. I don't know about it. It's invisible to me all of the time anyway. I'm not sure that in fact it's not simply a way that we're all magically believing that we're communicating with each other. Thank you.
That's a great